TikTok, time to rock. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone who's watching from all over the world. I'm not in my normal spot right now, but no time to get over there and get this right. Didn't have my charger, but found something that I hope is going to work as a substitute. Otherwise, it's going to be a short show because this thing's going to die. So yeah, I normally live stream from my desktop, but now I'm on my laptop. So also had some when I pulled it up on here, nothing was in the right place. So anyway, interesting stuff. How's everyone doing? How you doing, Thaddeus?
It's been eventful last couple of days for me. We had our epic takedown of Sam's broken theology, and already knew that there was a couple of other videos scheduled.
The orbs!
Right. that a couple other people had scheduled videos because Sam is right now, he's super notable because he's doing what he always does when he needs more views. He's attacking someone important. Someone actually important, unlike Sam, he's attacking GodLogic. So a bunch of people are trying to jump on that.
The other thing he does is when he's attacking someone, he'll go to other people who are attacking that person, even though he's attacked them too and has hated them for years. But suddenly, when he needs them to be useful idiots for whoever he's attacking, he'll buddy up to them in a heartbeat. Total pattern. He's done this hundreds and hundreds of times.
Yep, absolutely. And it turns out it's the OrthoBros, which is a little interesting to me because their main claim, their main appeal, so to speak, is that we're the one true church. We stand on principle. Unlike other people, we don't work with anyone outside our group. We don't allow these fake Christians who are in many cases worse than unbelievers because they're giving people false hope in a false Christianity. We don't do that. And then they're like, but for Sam, we're going to make an exception because he's such a nice guy. He's just, so good that we can't help but have him on. I think that the mere fact of having them on, having Sam on, kind of already has exposed the OrthoBros without, even knowing what was said. Because to me, like they're here saying we're the one group that stands on principle and doesn't compromise. And then as soon as they have the opportunity for someone to attack people they don't like, they're like, yeah, never mind, we compromise.
Yeah, that's definitely true of Cleve and someone else who invited Sam on to basically lie about other people that they also don't like. So hey, we all are united in not liking these guys. So let's help the liars lie. With that said, there were other OrthoBros who were calling them out for that, saying, dude, seriously, Sam, do you not realize that he just uses you and he'll suddenly buddy up to you just to get at whoever he's mad at the moment, and that soon as that's done, soon as he'll go right back to attacking you. But yeah, as long as he's buddy, hey, OrthoBros, now would be your chance to get Sam Shamoun to become an OrthoBro. For it won't last. He flip flops based on his feelings. But now would be your chance if you guys cheer him on and wow, what a great dude. Let's get him on all the shows. Suddenly, he'll start being nicer and nicer to Orthodox. He'll start saying, wow, you guys really got awesome points. And then all of a sudden, all right, I'm Orthodox now. I'm an OrthoBro. That's Sam. All right, so actually, we got a few super chats here at the beginning. Let's go ahead and take these, and then we'll jump into... So, anything you want to say before we jump into... You just sent me one clip, but it looked like it was... You put stuff together.
Yeah. It's a whole bunch of things. It's all the highlights from the show, everything that needs to be addressed, I would say. With the exception, I left some of the stuff about AP out because AP is actually going on Cleave to Antiquity tomorrow to address his own complaints about Sam and what Sam is saying about him. So I didn't feel a need to put a lot about AP in. But other than that, it's basically all the notable points of the show. And I knew that, Sam was going to go on and spread a bunch of lies. What I was not sure about is, how receptive they would be to those lies, right? are they going to push back? Are they going to question him? Are they going to ask for evidence? Well, in many cases, they not only agree with him, they add their own speculation and lies to the list. So I was David messaged me and he said, can you review it and let me know how bad it is? Because we weren't planning on going live. We didn't really want to for obvious reasons, right? David's not in any position to go live. And so I reviewed, I kind of skimmed through it, but I probably watched like, a third or a quarter of it by watching 30-second segments or whatever. And I'm like, oh man, it is really, really bad. Like they're like praising Sam and like super buddy. And he's saying all kinds of stuff. And he's obsessing over GodLogic, David, and myself, because those are the three people he's currently most mad at. 4 days ago, GodLogic wasn't even on his radar. Well, as far as his public radar goes anyway, for someone to attack. But now GodLogic's the worst person in the world, and Sam is obsessed with talking about him.
And why? Because he told Avery to do something. Here's what you have to do, and Avery didn't do it. And so now Avery's a grifter, and Sam will form an alliance with everyone who hates Avery and declare war on him forever. This is what you're dealing with.
Yeah, and there's all kinds of interesting things in this, and I'm kind of in a weird position because after it, before it, I asked Cleve because I'm in communication with him, and he's had me on his show a couple of times. I asked him, why are you platforming a demon? And I said it that way, and he's like, well, I think we could all just get along and bury the hatchet, so we're not.
Yeah, that's what the OrthoBros love doing, man. They love it.
and so I ended up having about an hour-long conversation with him beforehand. I was told beforehand that I would not be a major subject, and I don't think that Cleve had intended to bring me up at all. But Sam kept dominating the conversation and insisting they bring up stuff that they weren't planning to talk about over and over again, and he kept bringing me up, right? He kept bringing me up, which is fine. I mean, I don't care if Sam repeats the same lies about me again and again. I mean, that's not like going to be the end of the world. I'm much more bothered by the fact that they are supporting it blindly, undermining themselves, undermining their cause. And now, so I reached out and I said, beforehand, I'm like, I'll wait till after, like you asked me, and, I'll decide then and see if I need to respond. Watch some of it. I'm like, I need to respond. So I'm going to actually be on his show tomorrow. So I'm now in this weird position where it's like, do I hold back my criticism of Cleve? But no, I'm going to do what I always do. I'm going to be honest and give my honest opinions.
Yeah, I'll give you my honest opinion. Terrible, terrible, terrible people. If you don't like someone, and maybe you want to form an alliance, these guys will go to the absolute worst, most biased, least reliable, most compulsive liars on the planet and say, okay, yeah, join us, right? And that was like the first thing that like tipped me off about these guys, with Jay Dyer going to Libiano, right? Libiano, like awful. I mean, like completely evil. And hey, let me agree with this guy about Avery when Libiano was clearly trying to appeal specifically to the OrthoBros. He's like, yeah, guys, GodLogic isn't interested in the one true church because he's a grifter, and he just lays this out like silver platter, and they just buy it. So yeah, Libiano, Orthodox Lips saw some useful idiots, and they just fell right for it. But they keep doing that. So now they want to talk about Avery, me. Apparently didn't want to talk about you, but it ended up that way. And who do they get? The biggest, most demented liar on the planet. A guy who does nothing but lie. And let's get him on to talk about these guys. Like, okay, your true colors are available for all to see. It is, by the way, it is interesting. Shout out to Cleve to Antiquity. It is a slimy tactic, but I get it. I get what he did here. Let me get the biggest liar on the planet, because he's constantly begging people to come on a show. Come on my show. Come on my show. But look at what he did. He'll get on the biggest liar on the planet, come on his show, spread nothing but lies. And then if you say, hey, you just spread a bunch of lies, what's he going to say? Like if I message him, I said, dude, that guy just lied like 50 times about me on your show. Why'd you do that? I know what he'll say. Well, oh, you'll have to come on my show and correct them. And then, of course, I would go on and talk and say a bunch of stuff, and then it'd be like, "Oh, let me get Sam back on to respond to all this." And meanwhile, he just, he was trying to become the Jerry Springer of the OrthoBros and stuff. Smart, it's slimy, but smart. I get what you're doing. Anyway, let's take these first couple super chats, and then we'll jump into the clips, guys. I haven't seen any of this. Thaddeus put all this together, so this will be new stuff to me. Just heard Sam is doing exactly what Sam normally does. Let's see. Dawood is late. Have you seen the deception? Here is some money to pay for your son to go to volleyball or for a debate in Israel, whichever you feel like today. God bless. People who haven't been following Sam's antics won't know what that's about. Yo, chat. I heard about New York City's Muslim mayor doxing the rich and can't believe Maloink hasn't taken credit for telling him to do it. Give him time, man. Give him time. Award to Mr. Consistent D. Wood, always late. That's not true. It's just like 99% of the time. Do we get feet kicks, or was that a one-time thing? I can do the, I don't know if there we go. Yeah, I'm supposed to, I think it's like this. Something like that. So there's your feet kicks for the day. Peck, Woodies assemble. Oh, hi, Thaddeus. You like Thaddeus, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
And David, the one true churches would never be this late. You must now kneel to the altar of empty McDonald's wrappers in Bishop Shamoun's living room for forgiveness. Well, I will if the orbs are there, the orbs. D. Wood debate Jay Dreyer on the Orthodox Church. The orbs. Saw his ex last night, truly disgusting, attacking GodLogic. Yep. If the orbital trajectory continues, where do you guys think it will end? Is this orb joke day? The orbs. Sam is the loneliest flatulence known to man. Very, very sad. You'd think Sam could be the bigger person. That is the problem. Muslims can abuse our churches for their grain, but if we dare pointing their fraction, oh boy, then they gang up. And a matter of time before all narcissists turn on each other. Yes, guys, I mean, my goodness, guys. I spent 20 freaking years of my life replacing all the leaders of Dawah with complete narcissists. A lot of hard work. Why? Because if you get the opposition's leadership populated with nothing but narcissists, it's a matter of time. Once that happens, you can sit back and watch the destruction. Now, we don't just sit back and watch. We, trying to hasten things, but it's all you have to do is sit back and watch at that point, because the narcissists will eventually want all the attention for themselves, and then we'll start attacking the other narcissists. What sucks is what happens if you get a bunch of narcissists on the Christian side. Then we got problems, because they'll all start attacking each other. TikTok time to dox. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone who is doxing. I hope those who dox get a nice jail time. Don't dox, people. Yeah, no doxing. Sam's a doxer. Mm-hmm. Sam's a doxer. Malik's a doxer. Lots of doxers being propped up and promoted by the OrthoBros now. Hello. First, would like to thank you both for what y'all do. Also, I would like to ask for prayer for my grandma as she is going into surgery tomorrow. Thank you and God bless. Hope everything goes well for your grandma. It's my favorite winger. Oh, hi. Jesus plus glasses. Talking about you, Thaddeus, with your hair. That actually, if you didn't have glasses on, it's actually you look like some old paintings, man. That's actually interesting. Don't know why I never noticed it until someone pointed it out. I don't know why Jay agreeing with Libiano bothered you so much. it seems pretty obvious that Jay has no knowledge of who Libby is and his bad actions. That's not the issue, dude. That's not the issue. It would have been very easy, very, very easy after that happened to say, oh, come on, yeah. Sorry about that. We won't do that anymore. That's not what happened. You guys all started defending it. And then Andrew Wilson comes on and defends it. And he says it's a reasonable inference. Then I get him on later again. And he says, I never said it was a reasonable inference. I was like, oh, maybe I was wrong. I went back and checked, and he did say it was reasonable. So anyway, it's like you guys started defending the idea of you, and it's just shocking to me because JP did something where he had a Muslim on. You all flipped out. Oh my goodness, why aren't you condemning him? You're the ones who said that was fine. You're the ones who told us it was fine. And dude, I mean, I don't know. Do you Apostolic Apprentice, do you even have any clue what these guys are doing this year? They're trying to get us killed. They're going after people's wives. They're going after people's families. And the OrthoBros are saying, how can we help you? How can we help you all attack these guys? Because they're not the one true church. Okay, well, we don't trust you. And at any point, you can say, okay, that's just Jay. He made a mistake. That's not what you do. You keep defending it. You keep doing it over and over again. And what are you doing now? Sam Shamoun, the biggest liar on the planet, who like goes into demented lying stalker mode whenever someone hurts his feelings and he feels like he's been abandoned by them. Let's get him on. Okay, what am I supposed to think? You guys make wise decisions, or that you're useful idiots to whoever is attacking someone you're mad at? Anyway, so get used to it, guys. I've basically had some stuff to do here for this month and last month and stuff, but after this conference, we'll be back to the OrthoBros. Sam says he's the Yoda to Avery's Anakin Skywalker. He does realize that Anakin was the chosen one that brought balance to the Force, was way more powerful than Yoda ever. Was, right? I guess for all you Star Wars fans, that made a lot of sense. No, I know who Yoda is and Anakin. It's Darth Vader, right? All right, we ready to check this out, Thaddeus?
Yep.
All right, everyone. So here are some clips from Cleave to Antiquity, or as some would say, Cleave to Iniquity, his live stream featuring the most reliable source of information about people he's mad at on the planet, Sam Shamoun. Here we go.
Yeah, so this is actually pretty interesting. So David Wood initially, there was this interaction with Jay and the Orthodox Muslim or whatever. I pointed out originally when JP Uncut was doing these streams and he was trying to kind of subvert these catechumens. He was doing these 2-on-1 streams, or not catechumens, they were inquirers. They didn't even know much about orthodoxy at all. So he was luring them up on his show, gaslighting them with like a monologue for an hour. And then what he would do is he would text them right after. And he would say, oh, so are you going to keep, pursuing orthodoxy? And of course, they didn't hear any of the rebuttals. They're just hearing some guy yap for an hour. So they text them back. No, I think it's pretty convincing. Of course, I speak to them later. And some of these same people are now attending Orthodox churches and are Orthodox catechumens now. But he's like gloating like, oh, look, I've subverted these Orthodox inquirers. They're now going to stay evangelical. They're going to be non-denom, whatever. GodLogic 2, the channel on the stream that they were doing this on, he sent 700 people. He rated the show. He sent 700 people over there to go watch this Orthodox catechumen, or inquirer rather, get subverted by JP Uncut. So I called out GodLogic. I said, what are you doing? You say that you're neutral in these interdenominational debates and you don't want to do them because you denied the debate.
I was going to say, that's some important background too, is that the whole time GodLogic has been saying that he's like agnostic on these issues, or he's not going to get involved in like interdenominational issues. But lo and behold, his channel has his face on it. And then no point did he ever denounce that or say like, oh, that was a mistake, like my bad. He kind of just kept rolling with it.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, guys, so here's the actual chain of events. These guys are still whining about this after months. After months. Guys. So, you know how when you're live, sometimes you'll send your people, whoever's watching, over to another live stream. Why? Because if maybe they still want to watch. So you'll say, oh, here's one of my friends or something like that. Or if I were live and ending a live stream and stuff like that, and I see Thaddeus or something is live, I could say, hey, everyone, go check out Thaddeus. So Avery on his channel, GodLogic Apologetics, was finishing a live stream, and he sent his fans to raid Life's live stream. So Life, it has the channel GodLogic too, and then Life is live, and then he's sends his followers to make fun of JP as a joke, because they're joking. He sees as he's ending his live stream that JP is live, so he sends his people over to JP. But JP was talking to people over there about the Orthodox Church or problems of the Orthodox Church or something like that. And who do they blame? Knee bones connected to the elbow bone. It's just if you go through enough, if there's enough connections and stuff, they blame GodLogic. They blame God. You see, and what was it? You see, GodLogic is lying about not really being involved in interdenominational debates and stuff. He's secretly and surreptitiously attacking the Orthodox Church by sending his viewers to Life's live stream, and then Life sending. So they put it all together, and GodLogic was secretly trying to destroy the Eastern Orthodox Church, where months later they're still whining about it. Oh my goodness. Like, these are guys who spend every waking moment attacking and insulting everyone around him. Avery, one time, sends his fans to another live stream, who then sends his fans to another live stream, and Avery is entirely to blame, and they're still declaring war on him. And now we got Shamoun finally declaring war on Avery. We have another ally to attack Avery. And so anyway, it got pointed out what actually happened, and a bunch of people are like, well, that's it? That's what he did? And then so they shifted it to, he's a grifter. He's a grifter. And he's a grifter. He's a grifter, not because he doesn't get involved in these things, but exactly because that, right? It's the reason he wants to pretend he's not attacking the Orthodox Church is because he wants to cast the net as wide as possible for donations and so on. And therefore, he's pretending not to attack the Orthodox Church so we can get those OrthoBro donations rolling in. So they started calling him a grifter, agreed with the Muslims. Then the Muslims, of course, they take the screenshot. And by the way, guys, because I'm not sure, when those of you, what, it's just one little time. Did you even see what happened after that? So all the Muslims start using that. Then people like Malik are going live and having the OrthoBros in the chat going, hey, is GodLogic a grifter? And the OrthoBros go, yes. And they screenshot that. And they use that. So they use you guys as useful idiots to attack Christian apologists who are wrecking Dawah. Now, any of the actual Dawah guys, what do they really think? They're just mad because this guy's destroying Dawah. This guy's humiliating them. The people leaving Islam left and right because of GodLogic and the work he's doing. And so Muslims are looking for Christians to say something to attack him, so that they can screenshot it or clip it and then say, see, even Christians say this guy is pure evil, to get people not to listen to him. And you guys, yeah, we'll do that for you. We'll help. We're really smart. We're the one true church. Yeah. Tell me all about your one true church.
Yeah.
Act like this, man.
Yeah. 2 quick points there. They keep, whether they know it or not, they keep saying that GodLogic owns GodLogic 2.0. That is his second channel, which, based on the name, I could see how someone would know that, but you'd think after months they would have figured it out. So I think that they're just intentionally not telling people that it's not his channel.
Does sound like that.
Putting the full course of events. And then the whole principle is really bizarre to begin with. So like, people are considering leaving JP's church, and he's talking to them to persuade them not to leave his church. If someone was considering leaving the Orthodox Church to convert to JP's church, I'm sure that they would talk to that person, right? And they're like, they're just a learner. How dare he talk to someone who's trying to learn the truth? I mean, if they actually have the truth, why can't it stand up to scrutiny, right? Very weird stuff.
Yeah, and by the way, this could have happened like completely differently, like in reverse, right? Because Nick, Fearless Truth, he's joined us for lives and stuff. And so, to be clear, everyone, you got plenty of Orthodox people who understand that we're all on the same page when it comes to Islam. Anyway, Nick from Fearless Truth has done all kinds of live streams with non-Orthodox Christians and stuff. But I mean, just think. Avery could have been live. He could have been live one night, and then he could have been ending his live stream, and then sent his viewers over to Life's live stream, and then Life, when he's ending it, could have seen, oh, Nick from Fearless Truth is live. Let me send people over there, and Nick might have been responding to someone saying, "Hey, wait, you're planning on leaving the Orthodox Church? Let's discuss this," and change the person's mind. And can you imagine people just being this enraged and still crying about it after a month? You see, Avery's secretly trying to convert everyone to Orthodoxy. Oh my goodness, he's a grifter. This is kind of the only group that I can think of that acts like babies like this, man. The OrthoBros. It's the Dawa Bros and the OrthoBros that are like these perpetually whiny, sniveling, everyone's coming to get with it, and simultaneously like constantly attacking everyone else, but then extremely thin-skinned when anyone responds in any way or does anything that could even be interpreted as an affront to them. It's weird stuff, man. All right, so what David wanted. What David wanted! He wanted to destroy me, Sam Shamoun.
The thing that David Wood wanted to happen, because I know David Wood better than all of them. He wanted for me to, quote unquote, turn against GodLogic. He wanted.
Oh, hey, wait a minute. And then you did it? So you knew I wanted that, and then you did it anyway? So you're kind of my puppet, aren't you, Sam? So I can sit here and tell you, hey, Sam, here's what I want you to do next. Hey, Sam, since you're now in the business of doing whatever I want, I want you to go after Avery. I want you to attack Avery, and I want you to unite with the OrthoBros and all you guys gather together to attack Avery. Since this was my plan and you're going along with it, here's what else I want you to do. Repent. Get off of social media, go to a therapist, explain that you have borderline personality disorder and narcissistic personality disorder, spend about the next 3 to 4 years in treatment, and then at some point, if you're better, if you've had remarkable improvement, maybe start, putting some videos out or something like that, some teaching videos, but you need to have some therapist or some person who's significantly wiser than you working with you, someone from your church, although you don't go to church, but maybe you'll start going to church if you get therapy, and then you wouldn't flip out on everybody. And then find someone in your church that you'll start going to, hopefully, and get them to sort of monitor what you're saying and tell you when you're crossing a line. And you have to agree to respect what that person says, because you are terrible. You are terrible at self-monitoring yourself. You suck at it. You're really, really bad. So anyway, Sam, since you're now doing whatever I want you to do that.
Wanted me
So,
to
real
call
quick,
out
David.
GodLogic for.
What's that?
So John here's been spamming the chat for quite some time.
Is it?
But he just made a very
bannable. Is it a bannable offense or just nice?
I mean, he could definitely be banned. But
should I ban him? Yes or no?
No, you don't need to ban him right now.
Okay.
I want him to
What's he
stay because he's a very important person actually to what is going to come up later. So I'd prefer he stay around. But he said, stop running from Sam.
This guy?
Yeah.
Stop running from Sam. Didn't you agree to debate Sam and then challenged him and then Sam backed down like a little coward?
Mm-hmm.
That's how I recall things.
And they put out a challenge for me to debate Libiano. So apparently,
why would you want to debate Libiano? Wait,
mind,
isn't Libiano?
Sam and Libiano are equivalent. Libiano is Sam's champion. You got to get through Libiano to get to Sam.
What is Sam doing, by the way? Arranging debates with a guy who's blacklisted. He's blacklisted, guys. I mean they got
buddies.
Yeah, they got something in common. They're both wife beaters, but yeah, Libiano, the guy's blacklisted. He goes after people's wives. In other words, if he's mad at you, he won't just go after you. He'll go after your wife. So he said, "All right, we're not interacting with someone who acts like this." And then, what's this?
Yeah. So
That-
I challenged Sam to a debate 9 months ago, but I'm running from Sam because he proposed I debate Libiano 2 days ago.
Okay, so let me get this straight. You challenged Sam. Sam was running his mouth. Whoa, debate me. And you said, fine, let's debate. Let's do this. You put out a debate challenge. Sam backs down like a complete coward. And then 2 days ago, he says, debate this Muslim Dawa guy who's blacklisted by every Christian with some common sense. And because you haven't debated Libiano, you're running from Sam. Yeah, Thaddeus, you said it's fine keeping this guy on, but I don't have time for this, so he's banned. Anyway.
Well, I'm sorry, John. I hope you do stay because he is actually a very important person later in this for reasons that I'm sure the audience will find very interesting when we get to
Yeah,
it.
you're welcome to stay, John. You just ain't welcome to comment anymore. Consequences! These are the consequences of your actions. Learn. Don't be like Sam, dude. Learn from your mistakes. Some people are incapable of learning from their mistakes. All right, so here's Sam.
His betrayal, and I'll document what I mean. In order to then see, no one can work with Sam. See, then I tell you, Sam is a loose cannon. You can't work with him. He betrays everyone. No, I just treat people accordingly. You're a snake. You betray me. You don't have my loyalty. It's just.
Isn't it weird how everyone Sam has ever worked with has somehow betrayed him because he's tried to destroy everyone he's ever worked with? Who's he ever worked with that he hasn't later tried to destroy? Who has he ever praised as wonderful and great that he hasn't later said is evil and not even a Christian? Like who?
Yeah. A week ago, the list was one person, and now it's 0.
Yeah, guys, as of a week ago, there was one person that Sam hadn't turned on, Avery, and now he's turned on him. And he's saying that my brilliant plot was to get him to turn against Avery so I could say, see, Sam eventually turns against everyone. Well, I could have said that even if you never turned against Avery, because that's how you were towards every other person you've ever worked with. Anyway, what a dope.
Common sense.
So why don't you give us some of the backstory with the GodLogic stuff? I know you were kind of his mentor. You were teaching him, the anti-Islamic polemics and this type of stuff, and then he just kind of turns on you. What happens here?
Yeah, well,
did you hear this? You hear the story, guys? You've been teaching Avery, and all of a sudden he turned on you. That, Leave, you are absolute garbage, man. To frame it that way, I mean, absolutely disgusting, like terrible. I mean. I know nothing about you. All I know is back when OrthoBros started running their mouths, like I just started blocking them on Twitter just because it was like, who are these guys? I don't care what these guys think, right? So I just started blocking them. You were one of those people. Then later on, people are like, no, hey, unblock Cleave to Antiquity so you can be on his show. And I'm like, no, but I don't know anything about you. I didn't even know until Thaddeus sent me the clip. I mean, until Thaddeus sent me the clips, I didn't even know what you looked like. I may have seen you in a before, but I don't remember you. I couldn't even picture you in my head. So this is my first impression of you. And dude, you're awful, man. You are absolutely awful. And it's a diagnosed psychopath who spent years in prison for trying to bash my dad's head in with a hammer, who's saying, this guy just sucks, man.
Well, David, you haven't seen any of this, so you might want to tone it down because it's going to get much worse.
Oh, dang. Sam did nothing but try to help Avery all these years, and Avery just turns on him and betrays Sam. Even keep in mind, this is after Sam started justifying people attacking Avery's wife, posting pictures of her, calling her a whore and stuff like that. Sam started justifying that, defending the Muslims who were doing it. And then if I recall Sam's complaint from other video clips we watched, Avery came and left a comment on my live stream, and I put the comment on the screen. So you see, Avery attacked Sam. What's wrong with him? Let's see.
How it starts. I've never considered myself to be his teacher or anyone else's teacher.
weren't we just watching clips of him? You all learned from me. 90% of everything you guys ever known you got from me. Oh, I know. I don't consider myself a teacher. This. What do you do when a guy will just change his story every 5 seconds and not care at all? He's like the Dawa guy, so we'll just make something up, whatever's convenient at a time, and not care even slightly if it flies in the face of what they said the day before.
Claim that I'm their teacher. Why? Because when it comes to Islamic polemics, about 99% of their objections have been thoroughly refuted, answered on the website that I contribute to, answeringislam.info.
Sure.
So coming back to GodLogic, he calls me a mentor because he read my stuff. But I don't have disciples. I don't want disciples. Why? Because I don't want people to make me more than I am, and then I disappoint them. I disappoint myself every day. The tendency we have is we look to personalities that we see to be charismatic and intelligent, and we gravitate to them, and then we make them more than they are. And I don't want that for myself because I got a lot of demons to slay.
So Sam likes to say when someone says something that God has exposed them.
Mm-hmm.
That's terrible theology. But if that is the case, God just exposed Sam, because what are we called to do? Go and make disciples of the world. I don't want to make anyone my disciple. And the OrthoBros are like, yeah, that's good. Yeah. Don't make any disciples.
Sam's so humble, man. He's so humble. Bar none. He is the most humblest. Number one at the top of the humble list. You guys remember that song? It's pretty dope. Anyway, all right. Anti-Islamity.
Yeah, Alex,
Yeah, well, I
you have
mean, you
something?
did mention beforehand about like pro-Christianity versus anti-Islamianity. Yeah, I think we saw that with like David Wood, like so out in the open. He didn't know what the 5 solas were even. He couldn't explain them or like whether he even believes in.
You asked me if I affirm them. In my head, I'll affirm the Bible passages. As far as a man's summary, I just don't like doing it, especially when there are different views. And by the way, this was super weird. So I say, hey, I converted to Christianity in jail, and it's just me in there and the Bible, and I converted. And so if anyone wants to lay out a case for why I should adhere to this particular church or that particular church, I'm just gonna go with the Bible until you lay out a great case. And they go, oh, okay, so you defend the 5 solas. And it's like, that was really interesting to me and they kept doing it, every last one. So you defend the 5 solas. You just go with the Bible. You go to so you defend the 5 solas. And I'm like, it sounds like you guys are saying that if you just go with the Bible, you get the 5 solas. And that you have to go to your church to find out how you reject what the Bible teaches. That's what it sounds like, guys. That's what it sounds like you're saying. Anyway. Weird.
Yeah, but they're saying that you said you didn't know what they were, that you didn't know, you couldn't list them off the top of your head or whatever.
What sola scriptura? What is it, guys? What sola fide? What sola gratia? What are they? What are these? Anyway.
Them or not. And I think this is like a problem across the board. I mean, what do you think about that?
I was shocked, to be honest with you, that David did not know the Christian faith. I didn't think he was this bad. I'll be honest. Because
wait, the 5 solas of the Christian faith?
I guess
as far as I know, all these guys reject the 5 solas. And all of them are saying, hey, if this guy says he just goes with the Bible, that's where you get the 5 solas. You have to go to one of our churches to find out. No, don't go with the Bible. Go with our church. Guys, I'm not the one saying this. These guys have been saying this for months. Oh, David, you're saying you just go with the Bible. Well, here are the 5 things you have to affirm. And I'm going, I don't want it. I don't want to just affirm sola scriptura, because what if you guys did have a case? I haven't seen it, but what if you guys did have a case for no, here's why. there's this other infallible church council or something like that. I'm not familiar with the evidence. Maybe you have a case. Maybe you have a case. Maybe you have an awesome case. Maybe you have an airtight slam dunk case. I haven't seen it. So why am I going to say no? This is no. I'm affirming this, and I automatically reject everything. But so that's my position. I haven't studied a bunch of stuff, so I don't know every case for everything out there. There are some things that I'm like totally settled on. I have no idea. I can't even comprehend how you could overwhelm the evidence for certain positions and so on. But on certain things, especially if I haven't studied them, it's like, okay, it's weird. I think of that as a good thing. Hey, I haven't studied something. I haven't carefully examined all the alternatives. So I'm just gonna kind of not put my foot down and take a position until such time as I ever like really, really investigate it. So I would think of that as a good thing, but these guys are, no, you're supposed to be sola scriptura. You're supposed to be affirming the five solas if you believe in the Bible. I'm like, gosh, you guys are making a heck of a case. I'm saying you OrthoBros.
That's strange.
You OrthoBros have pushed me closer to affirming the five solas than any Calvinists or Lutherans or anything else ever, man. This is wild, man. All right.
When I worked with David, I would do the Christian side. He'd do the Islamic side. So I'd let him, engage the Islamic polemics, not because, that I suck or anything. I'm not saying I'm better than him.
Well, you do suck.
But he knew my focus was on Christianity. We used to do Jesus or Muhammad, and we took off because of those shows. And you'll notice that David focused more on polemics, and I focused more on apologetics. So I really did not know, honestly, that he didn't know this much about Christianity. So when Andrew Wilson asked him the questions.
Wait, so after years of doing shows with Sam where he's breaking down Christian theology, I still am completely clueless? Isn't that weird? It kind of reminds. We just talked about this on the show, right? He's saying, "Oh, you guys learn 90% of what you know from me. You all suck. You're terrible." Wait a minute. If you're all our teacher, you're the teacher who taught us all, and we all suck, and we're all terrible. What's that say about our teacher, man? What's that say about our teacher? This weird stuff.
Well, in the last couple of days, I've started to say something. I mean, I've observed it long before, but the last couple of days, I've started to say it to all Sam's fans when they come in and they insult me. I'm like, why is it that Sam fans only ever know how to insult and make stuff up and praise Sam? It's like those are the only things he's teaching them is to insult people, to praise him, and to make up whatever they feel like, which is what he does. He makes up whatever he feels like about the Bible, and he insults anyone who disagrees with him. And he says, guys, don't praise me. I'm just a man. But everyone learns from me. There's no one like me.
Yeah, that's also that's what you learn from Sam now. It's similar with the OrthoBros, right? Like I did some shows where I had some Orthodox Christians on there, and they're breaking down various things. So I was learning about them. As far as like OrthoBros online, I can't think of anything I've ever learned about Orthodox Christianity from. Like, what have I ever learned from Andrew Wilson? Like what? So. Yeah, I don't know. This is just weird, man. Weird stuff.
I swear I was shocked. I'll be honest.
He sure likes to swear and say he's being honest and saying, I'm telling the truth, guys. We've discussed this before, but I want to point it out again that in the Bible, it says, do not swear by anything on this earth or by your Father in heaven. Just let your yes mean yes and your no mean no. And Sam's always saying, I'm honest. I'm being honest, guys. I'm telling the truth, guys. I swear to God, I'm telling the truth.
Reminds me of the Dawa guys with Wallahi. Okay, guys, and let me tell you, Wallahi, I'm telling you the truth, right? And it's like, if people trust you because you have good character, why do you need to be constantly swearing all the time? So we got Judaizers now. Let's take a couple of super chats to cleanse our minds from this nonsense. Sam called himself his daughter's greatest hero. Well, he's everyone's greatest hero. He's Sam Shamoun. If evangelical arguments from JP, of all people, are more convincing than Jay Dyer's arguments for Eastern Orthodoxy, then maybe Jay needs to get better. Yeah, seriously, like, if if you guys are so fragile that you're worried about Avery sending some viewers to Life, sending some viewers to JP, and you're just, this is just gonna wreck the Orthodox Church. Sounds like you guys think you're on some shaky ground with this stuff. You can have Nick from Fearless Truth on a dozen times, but God forbid you send them to a proud Protestant. Yeah. Oh, and yeah, I mean, think about this. Avery has had Orthodox Christians on with him a bunch, over and over again, tons of times. But he was secretly planning to send those followers over to Life, who was then going to send them to JP. These guys are nuts, man. A bunch of babies. Can you react to a messenger of truth sometime? He does content on annihilationism. If it adds to his validity, Sam hates him. Probably not. Drawn Together had perfect words for Sam. Fatty, 2x4, can't fit through the kitchen door. That's pretty rude. What Orthodox Church are we talking about? Greek, Russian, or Soviet? Well, apparently the Russian is the Soviet. It's quite obvious that Cleve wants as many clickbait GodLogic thumbnails as possible on his channel. Oh, yeah, and hey, Thaddeus, could you check? I bet he got way more views than he normally gets on a live stream if he has GodLogic and Sam Shamoun on there.
Yeah, I can look at the updated number, but when I looked to review it initially, it was like 6 hours after the stream, and he was already at or slightly above his average. So I'm sure it's way above his normal. Let me just check it out, though. Yeah, so I'll go like back 5 streams. So Jay Dyer, 16K, Other Paul, 12K, Islamic Apologetics, 6K, Catholic News, which is the name of a channel, 8.7K. Sam Shamoun joins us to bring the receipts on GodLogic, 23,000 views.
There you go.
There you go.
And guess what? He's going to be doing this again. Right?
And notice, by the way, that I think maybe one of those titles wasn't about some other channel, but he said, at least he said to me, like, I'm not into drama. I'm just like having this to try to squash the beef. And
oh, yeah. Doing a great job. Come on, dude. Come on. Watch. That's going to be all he does. Watch. Give him another month. It'll be all he does on his channel. Let's see. Sam won't back down. Earlier on his stream, he called you, D-Wood, evil multiple times. That's it. He's called me 1,000 times worse than that, like 50,000 times a day. Called you evil multiple times and said Thaddeus was threatening to dox him while showing out of context text messages. Thaddeus, why were you threatening to dox Sam Shamoun? This is weird. I've never heard you talk about doxing anyone.
Yeah, so I will get to all that. It comes up on the stream, but also just keep in mind the first part of this as well. We'll get to the text messages when they come up, but the first part where Sam is today attacking David and I, because he makes some statements on this live stream, which was yesterday, about how it'll be the last day for stuff.
That's good to know. The last day. All right. And it is interesting that Sam is saying Thaddeus was threatening to dox him when Sam is the doxer who works with an even bigger doxer. Well, not physically bigger, but does more doxing. Let's see. Pray for PayPal Jinn and now gambling debts. Sam. How long before Sam turns on the two dudes in that stream with him? 2 to 3 weeks? When they stop being useful or when they disagree with him on something.
Well, if they don't cancel my appearance tomorrow, it could be tomorrow.
Oh yeah, for having you on. Yeah, that could be. But I'm thinking Sam will want to
he'll want to at least try to get more attempts to throw digs at me on their channel. So
yeah, he's in desperation mode. More and more people turning against him and stuff like that. So he'll cling to anything. He'll cling to anyone. He'll even cleave to antiquity. When is your debate with Jay Dyer? I think that is, well, it's 2 debates, but I think that is in October. The Three Stooges colorized. Because the pillars of Calvinism are the pillars of all Christendom. That's true, according to the OrthoBros, as long as you just go with the Bible. How long do you think it will take until Sam and his new friends turn on each other and expose each other? Yeah. Guys, yeah, no question. It's not going to last. It never lasts with Sam. It never lasts. And I'm saying that as a guy who worked with him for 2 decades or so. We were best friends for a good portion of that. Anthony was good friends with him. My wife was good friends with him. My wife was best friends with his wife, and so on. No one who was around back then, except for only just people who were just unquestioning yes men. Yes, whatever you say, Sam. Whatever you say, Sam. Some of the people from the Assyrian community and so on. No one that I know of back then who was actually friends with them or close. None of them want anything to do with them now. And so, question is, what seems, if you didn't know about the situation, what would you say is more probable? If you have one guy who has friends, who has relationships with various people from completely different backgrounds with completely different personality types, and eventually all of them want nothing to do with him, do you think that's him, or all of the people simultaneously have really, really weird issues and it's all their fault?
Yeah, I think they must all be narcissists. I didn't actually cut the clip, but because Sam knows that you say that he says everyone's a narcissist, he's like, you don't want to overuse the word. I'm saying they have narcissistic traits, but they might not actually be narcissists. It's like, we haven't gone far enough into this for you to realize, but there's a ton of things that are like direct responses to our stream on Sunday, I guess that was, that he totally didn't watch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely didn't. Come on, Sam. You know you're watching right now, dude. Convert to dual seed line Christian identity. Oh, man, this guy again. Sam turned on GodLogic because he found out Avery's cooking was only metaphorical and not literal. I thought you were cooking for me this whole time. Stop the character assassination, guys, and remember what Christ taught us in the Sermon on the Mount. Sermon on the Mount in the book of Matthew? Did you keep reading Matthew? Did you keep reading Matthew until you get to chapter 23 and find out how Jesus responded to hypocritical religious leaders who are leading other people astray? Where in the Sermon on the Mount did he say, hey, everything that happens after this, what are you getting in the Sermon on the Mount? What? Okay, dude. Funky Plasma Man. Just don't start with me right now. This is too insanely stupid. I mean, it's to the point where it's not because you're disagreeing with me or saying something annoying. It's because you guys are freaking telling people completely factually incorrect information about the Bible, and it's bad. It is bad that people think, hey, there's this guy over here who does nothing but heap abuse and insults on and lie all day and try to destroy everyone around him, and he's a narcissist, and he's trying to get other people to go along with it. Yeah, biblically, you should just let that go forever and never respond because of what? Sermon on the Mount. What in the Sermon on the Mount? It's character assassination if you point out people are doing evil. Really? So Jesus was bad for pointing out Jesus was doing evil. He was doing character assassination against the scribes and Pharisees, according to you. Really? Don't start with me, man. I'm being very nice by not blocking you right now because guys, insult me all you want. Go for it. Quit completely misinterpreting and misrepresenting scripture. It's bad for the church to teach this. Thaddeus, liar. He also teaches us to pray for PayPal.
That's true.
Yeah, Thaddeus.
That is true.
Quit misrepresenting Sam. Shamounian Scriptura is the true church. That is correct.
It might be Sola Shamu, right? I think Sola Shamu is a little nicer sounding.
Shamu. In one of the Sam clips, I believe the one with the 15-year-old, I told him to chill and replied with the Shia scammed my mother with shampoo. Lol. Yeah, that sounds about right. All right. Now we got the Judaizers. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of getting back into the GodLogic thing of where he was sending, it was either an ex-Jew or an ex-Muslim to a Messianic Jewish synagogue where they teach basically like Judaizer theology.
So they then play like this expose video that Cleve did that supposedly shows they teach people to circumcise, and it's just them like playing Jewish instruments. And obviously I'm not a Messianic Jew, but Messianic Jews have it so bad because they take it from the Jewish community and they take it from the Christian community. They're just people who follow traditional Jewish Jewish practices, Jewish cultural practices, while believing that Jesus is the Messiah and believing in everything the New Testament teaches. I find this ridiculous that this is supposedly proof that GodLogic's a grifter, because they're referring to Radar Apologetics, someone who I personally know, who knows the scripture amazingly well, teaches incredible things about the Old Testament prophecies about Jesus and how they're fulfilled in him. He doesn't teach that you need to be circumcised. He doesn't teach that you can't eat pork or whatever other nonsense these idiots believe. But they just keep saying it. They just keep saying it because they play Jewish instruments in their synagogue service that visibly resembles a Jewish synagogue. Therefore, they're Judaizers.
Yeah. I don't even know a whole lot about Messianic Judaism. I've known some really awesome Messianic Jewish Christians. And yeah, I've always just interpreted as, okay, so these are guys who still continue the Jewish traditions and would have been, as far as I can tell, pretty similar to a bunch of the early Jewish Christians. Anyway, weird stuff. Maximus says, are you both going to address the doxing texts? You're saying we're going to get to those, right?
Yep. When they're brought up on the stream is when we'll address them.
By the way, that's still just absolutely hilarious. A guy, Sam Shamoun, a guy who doxes other Christians, working with Malik, who doxes Christians, Muslims, anyone who disagrees with them, because they're both narcissists. And somehow they're accusing Thaddeus, who, as far as I know, has never doxed anyone of he's learned that their way is the right way, and Thaddeus is gearing up to start a doxing campaign. All right, here we go.
I'm surprised, and I really do think it is a testament to the Muslims' stupidity that they haven't pressed them on their ahistorical view yet. Like, why have they not been pressing these guys on what they believe? After seeing David Wood not knowing what I don't know if I believe in sola scriptura. I don't know if I believe in sola fide. How would you not have pressed?
Guys, that's still my position. What do you want me to do? Thaddeus, do you not find this weird? If I were to say cleave to antiquity, do you believe that if you read the Bible, the conclusion you would draw from that reading is 100% sola scriptura is the conclusion? He would say, no. And well, how, if I say I'm just going to go with the Bible, would you, until you give me a case otherwise, do you say, oh my goodness, he's not going sola scriptura? I can't emphasize this enough. Every last one of these OrthoBros, you can see Sam grinning there as well. David, if you just read the Bible, how are you not putting down 100% certainty check mark beside each one of the 5 solas? What's wrong with you? And you guys are becoming like the biggest cheerleaders for the 5 solas being taught by Scripture, while simultaneously saying those doctrines are false. And that's why you need to go to our church to find out that the Bible's wrong about all these things. You guys sound like insane to me. I mean, sick and insane. This is weird stuff.
That as a Muslim, not even once during one of the debates.
They're catching on, though. As you can see, they shared the video, right? You said on Twitter, they shared the video, say, hey.
Did you see that? They shared the video. Notice they're all working together, right? The OrthoBros like to get the clips, and the Muslims use them, and the Muslims get clips, and then the OrthoBros use this. Is like these guys deserve each other.
Sam Shamoun is going to be on with Cleave to Antiquity and exposing these guys. So they're catching on. They're learning the arguments, and they're now going to start to use them effectively against Protestants. So again,
what? They're going to come to me and say, David, do you affirm sola scriptura? Ha ha. You say, ha ha. You're open to someone. Again, Thaddeus, if you were Orthodox, Thaddeus, if you were Eastern Orthodox, and you ran into a guy who says, I'm Protestant by default, meaning I haven't joined the Catholic Church or the Eastern Orthodox Church or something like that, and I'm until someone gives me a case where I need to do that, I'm just gonna go with my Bible. And and you say, oh, do you affirm the five solas? Be like, well, I mean, a lot of these kind of lean in that direction, but I'm open to being presented a case for. Would you think, what a sick, evil, dumb, moron Christian? Why would you be like, great, this guy has an open mind. If we present him a good case, maybe he'll accept what we're offering. Instead, it's, now we've got something to heap insults and abuse on this person forever because he doesn't dogmatically affirm doctrines that our church says is false. I don't even.
Yeah, no, it's very strange.
That's what I mean.
I don't like to use the term five solas, honestly, because it to me it's weird, right? How can five things be only, right? I mean, I affirm like that we're saved by faith. I affirm that Scripture is the ultimate authority. I affirm that it's God's grace that saves us, right? But I don't like the terminology. I would just say the doctrine that I believe rather than saying, oh, I like this label, right? I mean, so what's the big deal, right? And in fact, Catholicism teaches that you're saved by faith. Why do they teach that? Because it's an explicit teaching of the Bible. Now, they might have a slightly different interpretation of what that means, but they would actually affirm the words. So I don't get these guys. It doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, he's open to considering our ideas. He's clearly a moron. And then, so Cleve's like, the Muslims are morons that they haven't figured this out. Tim's like, no. The Muslims are smart. They're watching me now. They're tweeting about me. They're not dumb. The Muslims are very smart because they're on my team.
I'm trying to be as fair as possible because I know people think that I just want to demonize everyone. That's not the case.
Good to know.
My passion is to address theological challenges more than get into 6-hour gossip fest like David Wood did with his 4 Protestant buddies yesterday. 6 hours on little old me.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, it was
Do you know how many orbs were flying around my house that for those 6 hours just to try to protect me?
Billions and billions.
So we did a 6-hour stream on
these guys literally in the middle of a gossip fest, whining about the gossip fest. Sam, why were we talking about you at all? Because you keep attacking people and we respond and you lie compulsively, chronically when you're doing it. So we correct the lies because not everyone is familiar with the entire situation. Not everyone knows when you're lying and when you're not. So we do it for people who are actually interested in this. My goodness.
And Sam does this all the time. He'll go
guys, you want to, oh yes, they're obsessed. Guys, you want to do a favor. Go to Sam's page on X or his posts on YouTube. What percentage of those are just about me? The end of logic.
I think it was
hold
about
on, David.
6 months ago.
I want to comment on that last one. Yeah, so Sam likes to do this, go on his live streams and say, Thaddeus whined about me for 4 hours yesterday, or David and Thaddeus whined about me for 5 hours, or, whatever the length of the stream was, right? And Sam doesn't do 5-hour streams usually, right? They're definitely shorter than that. But he does at least one a day, sometimes 2 a day, and he whines an average of 30 to 40 minutes about you mostly on every single one of them. Well, say, guys, I really hate talking about trauma. But David made me talk about trauma. We'll get to Galatians later. We'll get there soon. Don't worry. I'm going to teach the Bible today. And then 40 minutes later, he's like, and this will be the last time I talk about David. Let's get to the scripture. And then he ends the stream 40 minutes later. So it's like half the stream is talking about you, but it's not 6 hours long. So it's okay.
7 months ago, I started telling GodLogic, look, you don't need me. And he's got the text messages, by the way. So GodLogic, I give you permission. Post our text messages. See, I'm saying post them.
He won't. Avery's not interested.
Do it.
I give you permission to see if I'm lying. I said, look, dude, you don't need me. You don't need David Wood. David Wood is using you because you're the hottest ticket right now.
Thaddeus, like, use your brain right now. Like, how am I using GodLogic? Am I like getting him on my show? Like, am I like, hey Avery, join me live? Like how? What am I getting out of that? I mean, we'll be on the same shows together, but that's IP, that's AP. Work most frequently with AP. What do I need to use Avery for? What do I gain? Like Sam gained something, namely every other person who's ever worked with him has turned against him. So with Avery, it was kind of, Avery hasn't turned against me. So guess what, guys? I can't be all bad because Avery still does stuff with me. So Sam was getting something out of that. What am I? I'm trying to actually understand what he thinks I'm getting out of this.
It's just pure projection.
I view us as co-laborers, and we're stronger if we're all on the same page and going after something. And it's not just true of Islam. It's whatever. It's whatever is going on. Christians are a body, and it's better than each person just being some kind of Rambo or something like that. But notice Sam always thinks, and this is true of him. This is true of all these guys. When they're accusing you of something, they're telling you something about themselves. Like on this issue of the 5 solas and so on. If you say, David, do you dogmatically affirm sola scriptura? And I go, no. Oh, what an idiot. Oh, so you believe when I say I go to I just get my stuff from the Bible, that I would get sola scriptura from? No. Okay, so why do you think I should be dogmatically convinced of that? Why? You don't believe that Scripture shows that. Why would you think I must affirm it, or I'm an idiot? Why? Where are you getting this from? What they're telling you about themselves is how they think. They think you kind of, pick whatever church or whatever you want, and then just dogmatically affirm it without actually understanding what the case is, right? Or you're not allowed to. You just pick your position and dogmatically affirm it 100%. So they're telling me something about themselves. But similarly, when Sam constantly says, oh, this person works with this person, you see this person is just using this person for clout or something. That's because he thinks that's how he thinks of people. Everyone is just someone you're attacking or someone you're using for a while. You're using this person to get what you want, or you attack the person. That's it. That's Sam's mentality. And he thinks other people think like that.
Yep,
Sick.
Exactly.
Sick.
And I don't want you to be seen with me, and I don't want you to be seen with David Wood, because I don't want to sully your reputation, because I'm known.
Did you just hear that, guys? He's talking about Avery, and he's saying he told Avery, I don't want you to be seen with me, and I don't want you to be seen with David. And then but Avery still does shows with me, and I'm doing a conference with. So Avery didn't obey him and say, "Oh, David is blacklisted." That's why Sam's going after him. These are the consequences of Sam. I told you, sever all ties. And Avery, what are you talking about? Guess what? Avery wasn't interested in severing ties with anybody, me or Sam.
Yeah. And not only that, we already know from Malik, who told on Sam by saying, oh, the GodLogic's about to be cut off by Sam. We knew exactly what was going on.
Yeah.
Sam sensed that GodLogic was pulling away, was not all that interested in doing things with him anymore. And so Sam gave him a little ultimatum. I did invite GodLogic to join us, of course, because he is not into drama. He didn't join us. No surprise there. But he did say that Sam did give him that ultimatum. And he said, that's between you and David. I'm going to do what I want to do, and that's none of your business.
Yeah.
And he's like, your beef is between you and David. I don't do drama. You do drama? That's your business. I don't do drama. I'm not following what you tell me to do. I'm going to do what I want to do. And Sam laid the groundwork, right? Pretending that he was the one telling GodLogic to stay away. And eventually he lost his cool and said what we already knew, that GodLogic had cut him off.
Yeah,
Well, except of course Sam said he cut GodLogic off.
yeah, and guys, so I've known GodLogic for years now. I've known Sam a really long time. Sam has been obsessively stalking me for years, even when I ignored him. So, guys, once his behavior got like okay, I can not be associated with this at all ever again. Then he goes into stalker mode for years. I didn't say a word, guys. You didn't hear me say a word. You didn't hear me say a word. But you got these issues. Sam keeps attacking, and then he attacks more and more, and he becomes more and more enraged as time goes on, to where lying like it's a sport, making things up, saying things, and you get to this year, and then working with people like Malik, who are trying to get us killed, trying to get our families killed, giving our home addresses, wives' phone numbers, things like that, how to find people, giving people road maps to people's houses and saying, this is the room where this person does this. So if you want to attack, you know exactly where to go. Sam buddies up to him because that's what he does. In all that time, when I see, Avery's still working with Sam. In all that time, how many times do I go to Avery and say, dude, you can't work with Sam. You can't do it. This dude is pure evil. Here's a list. Here's a list of the horrible things he does. Never. Right? Why? Avery's
I can affirm that.
Yeah, Avery's a big boy. Avery's very intelligent. If he sees how Sam is behaving and for some reason wants to keep working with him, guess what? I'm not Avery's boss. I don't get to lay down ultimatums. Matter of fact, the only thing I've ever said, as far as I recall, was 2 years ago, 2024. We were in the UK, and I said the issue of Sam got brought up by someone, and I said, look, man, I think I'm obligated to tell you what I know and what's going to happen, because I mean, I don't want to be talking about people behind their back. If I want to say something, I'll say it to your face. But this is something you need to know. Here's what's going to happen with Sam. You're going to, and guess what? I know, because I worked with him for years. And so you think, oh, he's a little rough around the edges. And yeah, he talks like this and it's really messed up. But, maybe by continuing to work with him, he'll change over time. And so that's how I was for years. And maybe you're like that. Maybe, oh, this guy's so gifted with apologetics and Bible knowledge and stuff. Maybe it's good that he has some good friends that he works with, and that this will work out, and he'll eventually change and get better. So maybe you're thinking that. And guess what? I said maybe it's true. Maybe I just wasn't the one. Maybe Anthony wasn't the one. Maybe we were the wrong ones. Maybe you could be the one. Maybe you could be the one to help him, and maybe he changes. So I can't even say it's not going to happen. But based on everything I've ever seen from Sam, here's what's going to happen. He's going to get worse and worse and worse. People are going to keep pointing to you. Why are you working with him? Why are you working with him? Why are you working? How can you support this? How can you support this? How can you support this? Eventually, you're going to disagree with him or not do something he wants, and he's going to declare war on you. That's what he's going to do. That was 2 years ago, guys. But anyway, I've never said, hey, don't. Why? I believe I have to warn people about what to expect, because if they don't have that information, they might make wrong decisions and so on. But if I give you the information, it's yours to do with whatever you want. I'm not your boss here. I'm no one's boss in all of this. Anyway, here we are 2 years later, and it's war on Avery because Avery didn't do what Sam ordered. He didn't obey Sam's ultimatum, and the ultimate betrayal to Sam is not obeying him. David is grifting because Thaddeus is the hottest right now.
Yeah. Obviously, Dave doesn't get anything from having me on, other than a companion to talk to or friendship reasons. Like, he doesn't get any financial or subscriber benefit or viewer benefit from having me on. But he's certainly a grifter, and as we're going to see later, Logic is a grifter because he supports his friends.
Yeah, I don't know if everyone's noticed, but I prefer you don't see me. Oh, I need to get Superstar on with me, or I need to get on Superstar's channel. I don't put myself out there. If someone asks me to come on their show, if I can, I'll try to go on their show. But I don't like, hey, when are you going to have me on your show? And as far as when I'm doing shows, I'd rather just have my friends on with me. That's
Yep.
it. So AP's
David's being
Thaddeus,
David's not even being as humble as he actually is, because behind scenes he's like, I don't want to do these shows. They need to stop annoying me by asking me.
That's true. That's not the main reason, but sometimes when I blurt out all sorts of stuff about my past and stuff, it's like I'm trying to make it okay. Maybe people will stop contacting me for stuff. They'll be like, can't have this guy on. He's too messed up. Anyway, all right, here we go.
Be a hothead and I cuss people out. I don't want that for you. Pull away. Stay neutral. He goes, okay, I'll do that. Several times, then I saw him joining David Wood. So I would remind him nicely, gently, brother, pull away.
He must have been losing his mind yesterday when I was live on IP's channel with Avery. Interesting.
Hey, David Wood, he's got an evil mind. He knows what he's doing, because David Wood is irrelevant right now. I know it's going to get him upset.
Wait, why would Sam, who will say anything to attack someone, saying I'm irrelevant, and he's on here, he's on this show with the OrthoBros complaining about me because I'm irrelevant. Why would him saying I'm irrelevant upset me? Oh my goodness, I can't believe it, of all the things he said I'm irrelevant. Oh,
and it's so stupid because you get like 5 times as many viewers as he gets.
Yeah, we got.
If you're irrelevant,
we got 1,973 of you losers watching this irrelevant old chunk of coal here. What's wrong with you? Get a life, all you losers sitting around here. Totally irrelevant over here. All right, now we got Thaddeus.
Start saying the most heinous lies about me. In fact, if you go to Thaddeus' channel, the last year, it's all about me. He's got a playlist. It's all about me. And I warned him, I go, look, you can be sued for defamation and libel.
Oh, really? For what? Huh.
He goes, bring it on, because he thinks that I'm lying. He's got the facts and I'm scared.
I do.
I said, God is going to expose you in time. Just wait.
Yeah. That's what he loves to say. God is going to expose everyone.
So I'll give him credit and say that you can round up to a year if you want. Because my first video about Sam was like 9 months ago. I guess you can round that up to a year, but it's certainly not the only thing I've talked about. I made about like 4 or 5 videos in November, December, and then in January, February, March, I didn't do a single video about Sam, but every video on my channel is about Sam because I have a playlist about Sam and I have 20 other playlists of other topics, but because I have one topic devoted to that topic, I guess my whole channel is about Sam, and I'm obsessed with him. Meanwhile, Sam, and I only like stream once a week or so on average. Sam streams about like 9-10 times a week on average. Every stream talks about David. Like I bet you at least 90, probably between 95 and 100% of his streams mention David, and probably about a third of them have David in the title. But I mean, I'm the one who's obsessed.
And correct me if I'm wrong here, Thaddeus, but I think you think like me in terms of here's something I think I'm supposed to do, and so I need to do it. In terms of like, I mean, I wasn't interested in Islam. I was talking to Nabil because he was my friend. If he'd been a Buddhist, I'd have been studying Buddhism. It would have been because my best friend was a Buddhist, and I'd be learning Buddhism. So I was studying Islam because my best friend was a Muslim, and we were debating Christianity and Islam. When he was done, when he converted, I was, oh, cool. I'm really not interested in this. I was more interested in all kinds of things than Islam. It was for various reasons I concluded, oh, I think I'm supposed to do this. I think I'm called to do this. And so it doesn't matter whether I'm interested in it or not. I have to do this. And so I did. And you seem to be along the lines of, hey, I don't think it's a coincidence that I ended up with Sam attacking my friends and Sam attacking me and Sam attacking my family. I take it as I think I'm supposed to respond to this guy. And what do? You point out horrible stuff he says and lies he tells and stuff like that so that people
Mm-hmm.
seems like you're trying to make people better informed so that they can make an informed decision. Because you also you're not people's boss. If they see what kind of person Sam is and say, "Hey, this is the guy I want to learn from." Okay, we can't stop you, but we want you to know what kind of person you're dealing with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, just like I can't get any Muslim who comes in my chat to convert to Christianity, I can't get any Shamoun bot. Like, let me rephrase that. I can't get every Muslim. I'm not saying that no Muslim ever listens to the arguments. I can't get every Shamoun bot to convert out of his cult. But if one person is saved, then that's worthwhile, because if you actually are absorbing and following what Sam is teaching, you do not understand the gospel and your soul is in peril. And when I started talking about Islam, I didn't have any personal connection. Not everyone who talks about Islam, but a large majority have personal connections to Islam, and that's why it's of interest to them, and nothing wrong with that. But I was introduced to David's channel by coincidence, and I was always interested in apologetics. And then I started to see, oh man, there is a massive need for this. Someone needs to talk about it. And so that's how I kind of got into it. And then over time, originally I was talking about, it's like a large mix of different topics, a little bit of Islam, lots of Christianity, and over time I came to realize that God is calling me to talk about Islam. Well, rewinded a little over a year ago, I lose my job, and then suddenly this Muhammad hijab sex abuse scandal happens, and I get highly involved in that. I think it was God's providential timing that I lost my job specifically so that I could witness to Aisha, the quote unquote hotel wife of Muhammad hijab, right? She didn't agree to be a hotel wife. She thought she was getting something that would be valid and good in her worldview. We wouldn't consider that, but from her point of view, she was getting a normal Islamic marriage, and hijab had tricked her the whole time. And so I end up befriending her. And in fact, I'm still talking to her to this day. And then, so I'm doing lots of this content on sexual abuse, right? Sexual abuse. And then it comes out that what Sam did. And I always disliked Sam. I'm not like Sam. I'm not going to validate myself by showing you private text messages that I sent to people years and years ago. But before I even started a YouTube channel and I was talking to people, I was talking about how I didn't like Sam, right? I never, ever liked him. But I didn't feel a need to talk about him at the time, right? If someone asked me in the chat, I would give my opinion. Like there's public record of me opposing Sam as well, going back years, but I didn't make it a focus. But because of the sexual abuse and then the revelations about Sam, I'm like, oh man, I'm in a position where I have to say something, right? I've been going after hijab and the main voice against hijab and a sex abuse scandal. Here's Sam doing something very similar. And he's a peer in the sense that he talks about the same kinds of things and people view him as a Christian. I need to do something about this. So I made some videos about him, and then, he attacked me, whatever. I never responded to any of his personal attacks against me. He did his usual, saying that God would curse me and, I'd be embarrassed and blah, blah, blah. Not intentionally, just kind of faded out of my focus. Sam continued to talk. I now know. I didn't know at the time because I hadn't seen it, but I now know from searching the transcripts. He talked about me in January. He talked about me in February. He talked about me in March. And then it boiled over to where he's attacking so many people, starting to go after people who have never been involved in any way, like Sarah, apostate of Allah, Chris Kloss. He's just attacking random people that I work with and I like. And it's like, okay, Sam, you win. I'm going to talk more about you. And now I feel that it's my calling from God to expose Sam, and you'll see that I haven't been making any content or very little content about Islam in recent months. All thanks to Sam.
All thanks to Sam. Sadly, Sam isn't the only one who has to have attention. We've got Issa, who is equally attention starved, but tiny bit nicer. All right, Issa, we're going through some clips here, man.
Thank you. I actually just saw Thaddeus, and I wanted to thank Thaddeus for all the good work that he's doing, particularly about Sister Aisha. I heard that, and I thought it's a really beautiful thing that you're doing, and I wish Muslim people actually did that. You know, I wish the Muslim people behaved Christ-like, but it's unfortunate.
Zoo Wisdom here says, if he attacks Orthodox, he is the enemy of the church. If he doesn't attack Orthodox, he is a grifter. OrthoBros logic. That is, that's the OrthoBros, right? Mm-hmm. If you're attacking us, it shows you're evil. If you're not attacking us, it shows you're a grifter. What are these guys, man? Toxic. That's what they are. All right, so let's jump back into this.
So we got the last straw.
They had a show where they have a picture of me looking.
What's that?
I said the last straw. The reason that Sam finally cut off Avery, which Avery had cut him off weeks, if not months prior.
Wait, he cut off Avery? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he officially did. What was that? Saturday, I think it was. Anyway, within the last couple of days, he did a stream in which he declared that GodLogic is a grifter, and he will never work with GodLogic unless he repents and comes back and obeys him properly. So, yep, it's official.
Here we go.
They had a show where they have a picture of me looking like David Wood, Shamoun, the killer whale, and Malik. You'll see it. Now, he goes into the comment section. He's commenting in the comment section. David Wood puts his comment on screen for everyone to see. Now, I text him. I go, hey, dude, what's going on?
He texts
I go, why are you?
Because he was watching live, apparently.
No, but think about this, right? Avery, this year, he's done shows with Sam. You think I'm sitting there texting him, what are you doing? Why are you on there with Sam? How could you betray me like this? I don't say one word, but Sam's sitting there watching. Oh my goodness. Avery posted a comment on David's live stream. Oh my goodness, it's the ultimate betrayal. Now I have to go to war, and now I have to go over to the OrthoBros because they hate him too. And now we can work together on destroying this man. How dare? Notice a similar reasoning though, right? Like what enraged the OrthoBros? Oh my goodness, he sent his followers to someone else's live stream, and that person sent his followers to another live stream, and someone criticized the Orthodox Church over there. Can you imagine what is the most evil person ever? And here's Sam. Yeah, I know. You haven't seen anything yet. Do you know he posted a comment on David's live stream? This seems demonic. This seems like a demonic obsession and massive jealousy. Like they know he's having a huge impact, and it enrages them because they all think they should be having the huge impact. And then it's just their brain justifies their rage and hatred. And anyway, this is sick stuff, man. But my goodness, he posted it, the ultimate betrayal. It's just like Judas betraying Jesus. It's the same thing. It's like Benedict Arnold. It's like Benedict Arnold siding with the British. It's the same thing. Posting the comment. Now I'm going to dedicate the rest of my life to waging war against Avery. Sam, you pathetic, narcissistic freak show.
Here, joining them. He goes, no, man, I didn't go up to the StreamYard. Meaning he didn't join their live. You understand? Like, in other words, he's just commenting in comment section because they're talking about Malik. Now, brother, I know I look stupid, but I'm not as stupid as I look. You see a picture of me.
You're pretty darn stupid. Here's the thing, Sam, and I've told you this for years. I've told you this for 20 years. You are extremely smart in certain very specific ways. outside of those couple of ways, you are the biggest moron I have ever met in my entire life. I was saying that when we were best friends. I was saying, dude, you're like, on a scale of 1 to 10, you're, 10 on these couple of areas. Everything else, you're a 1, dude. You're a 1. You're like as dumb as possible in every other way. And anyway, he still is, apparently.
They're attacking me. You still join the stream anyway, and you comment, and you think you're not taking sides just because you're not on the stream with them and sitting there and showing.
By the way, Sam has been attacking me for years. He was doing Avery. He was still doing shows with Avery. Did you see me, Avery? What's going on? This guy's a baby, man.
Your face as they're attacking me. You're serious. Now it gets even worse.
Guys, and by the way, I mean, Sam, Sam's flipping out over this. I've always taken Avery as far as he knows Sam's attacking me. He knows I respond to Sam and do live streams and stuff. Him still going on and doing a show with Sam or doing a show with me or something, I've always interpreted as him saying, guys, whatever dispute you have, I am not part of it. I'm still going to treat you guys the same. You deal with your stuff. I'm not part of it. And I'm going to show you that I can still get along with either one of you. I'm not part of your dispute.
Mm-hmm.
Sam can't accept that. No, you have to do what I say. You have to do what I say. How dare you post a comment? I mean, he posted a comment on a live stream. That's it.
And not only that, David, we have to remember what the comment was. We were joking, right? We were joking. Someone in the comments, or maybe it was a super chat.
Yeah, I don't remember what the comment was.
Guys, did you get permission to go live?
Oh,
because
yeah.
Malik said that everyone needs Avery's permission to go live. And like, oh man, we forgot to give Avery, we forgot to get permission from Avery. Well, apparently someone told Avery. He shows up and it's like, guys, it's okay. I allowed them to go live. It's not a problem. You put that up on screen to continue the joke, and that causes Sam to blow up.
You guys getting this? I didn't remember the comment, but so that's what the comment was. It was Avery shows up. I mean, I remember these kinds of comments because he does this regularly, and we just talked about it recently. But yeah, so that's what enraged Sam. Avery comes on a live stream and says that we have permission to go live on Sunday.
Yep. Yeah, he's like, okay, I give him blanket permission to go live on any Sunday. They don't need to ask every time. That was his comment.
Yeah. And Sam's response is, now I will unite with the OrthoBros and destroy your ministry. You guys ain't doing nothing. You guys ain't doing nothing. When this sort of thing happens, all we think is, wow, the evil one's getting pretty desperate to try and derail everything that's going on. Dawa's collapsing all over the place, and who kind of tries to derail the destruction of Dawa? Sam, Shamoun, and the OrthoBros. Yeah, you guys are on the right side.
Yoda calls me his teacher, so I'm going to call him my Anakin Skywalker.
You know what's really messed up? I didn't post it, but the other day someone posted a comment and said, Sam keeps calling himself Yoda, but he's more like Jabba the Hutt. People are cold as ice, man. People are cold as ice.
The force is strong.
Oh, Sam loved that comment, man. He says that he's no one's teacher. Right? He says
anything that praises
want anyone to call him teacher.
Yeah,
but he has like probably 5 live streams that list that comment in like the thumbnail, maybe even the title. He brings it up all the time, but he's a humble guy. He doesn't actually teach anyone.
Yeah, he wouldn't do that.
He sets up a conference in Vegas. Guess who's the speaker? David Wood.
Right.
Guys, you getting this? This is why Sam has to destroy Avery. He set up a conference on apologetics and polemics dealing with Islam, and I'm one of the speakers.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, keep in mind, this makes sense in his head. I said you can't do anything with him anymore, and he's not obeying me. He's actually doing a conference with him. I have to destroy him now. What a loser, man. All right, here we have neutral.
A guy who says he's neutral, he's going to pull away.
He never said that.
A guy who says that he's not taking sides. It sure seems to me like you're taking sides because, number one, have you invited me to come to your conference and speak?
Why might someone
Oh.
not want Sam Shamoun coming to his conference? I don't know. Maybe because whoever your speakers are, Sam has attacked every single one of them and called their mothers whores and everything else. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe.
No. Have you shown up on my live stream?
Do you guys hear this? What have you done with me? All I do is call people's mothers whores every 5 seconds, and you're not even having me anymore on your live streams, and you don't even invite me to it. How can he make it any clearer that this is just his like this is narcissism kicking in? He won't do anything. Why, Sam? Sam, let me break this down. If you had the slightest bit of self-control and controlled your temper, and didn't treat people like garbage and didn't call people mothers whores, and you didn't say you want to piss on their mothers and help people grape their mothers and stuff, if you didn't act the way you act, every single person on the planet would want you on their side. Every Christian on the planet would want you on their side, would want to be doing shows. Why don't they? Your behavior. How do you see every relationship you have fall to pieces and disintegrate and still blame everyone around you and not realize it is your behavior that over time causes people to want to interact with you less and less and less? It's your behavior. When people don't invite you to something, it's because of your behavior. When people sever ties with you, it's because of your behavior. And then when people abandon you or don't want to work with you or don't talk to you or don't invite you to something because of your behavior, you 100% of the time dedicate the rest of your life to attacking them because of your behavior. You are just a guy he's incapable of accepting accountability for his own actions. It's pathetic.
No. Do you come and comment on my live stream? No. In point of fact,
You come on
when I did the debates with Nasser and the two Mormons, I was in a state. He knew I was there. Not one phone call to meet with me and hang out with me.
Aw.
Did you
so
hear
sad.
You didn't come and hang out with me, man. I feel like I don't have a friend in the world. I'll go team up with the OrthoBros. They'll love me.
Sam, I got a really sad revelation for you. You know why he didn't hang out with you when he was in town? Because you attacked my wife a few days prior, and I said to Avery, if Libiano is blacklisted for attacking your wife, then I think Sam needs to be blacklisted for attacking my wife. And he said, I agree. I do not plan to meet with Sam when I'm in town.
And now Sam's going to be flipping out about that as well.
I know. See,
you might, Thaddeus, what you just said is like, I mean, at any point I could have said, dude, he's working with someone who's trying to get my family killed. Stop. Why are you? Mm-hmm. I've never even said that. But and notice what you said is perfectly reasonable. Hey, you don't like people going after your wife. Why would you be okay with this guy going after my wife? I didn't even know that. So that's,
and I will say, yeah, see, David didn't even know it because I don't like go around blabbing everyone's personal secrets. But unlike David, I really, really wanted Avery to stop working with Sam. And I expressed that thought to David and others, but I didn't say that to Avery. It was still his choice to make, despite what my desires were. But then Sam crosses a line. He crosses a line and goes attacks my family.
mm-hmm.
And now I feel I have a legitimate reason to say something to Avery, and Avery agreed.
Yeah. But I mean, think about that. Because, that's kind of like tip of the iceberg stuff. Drop in the ocean. Sam attacking not just you, your wife, your son, mm-hmm. everyone around you. And that led you to ask, hey, why would it be okay to work with someone who's going after my wife when you have a problem with people going after your wife? Avery, it sounds like, agreed. That is a fair point there. That is a fair point. But notice what led to Avery not going and hanging out with Sam when Sam was in his state. Sam's behavior. Sam's action. The man is incapable of thinking. He'll say it sometimes. Oh yeah, I'm just a wretch. I'm a wretch. Guys, he does not. He believes he is God's gift to this entire world, and everything is here to support and promote him. That's it. That's what he actually thinks. And so he is completely incapable of thinking that that his action should have any kind of consequences, right? So, and I'm saying, like, guys, think about all the stuff he said about me. I'm talking like the recent stuff, like last year, like really, really nasty stuff, right? He would still message my wife like everything's fine and we're going to work together. As if my wife should have couldn't possibly have a problem with him saying all this stuff about her husband, right? He has no concept, right? The man cannot process the idea that when he behaves horribly and says, I want to piss on your mother and do this, that anyone could have a problem with it. And if you do, you have to be destroyed because you're actually someone who thinks that rules apply to him and they don't. You're dealing with a freaking lunatic, guys. All right. Now we have.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think that perhaps it's just because this sounds like something from like the DSM-5? This sounds like it's like a mental illness. Like
it is.
The situation is like you don't know right from wrong.
It's combined borderline personality disorder and narcissistic personality disorder. They're people. It's interesting. So it's over half of people who have one personality disorder. Well, this was people who were actually like studied in a mental health hospital setting, but they found that over half of people who had all the symptoms of one personality disorder also met the requirements for some other personality disorder. And there were some people who had all 10. And I've never met anyone, but you would be seriously screwed up if you were a psychopath and a narcissist and borderline and bipolar and everything else. You'd be seriously, seriously screwed up. But there are people who have the symptoms for all of them. But anyway, no, I mean, borderline, you can like that's how I ended up with like understanding the symptoms of borderline personality disorder. I actually searched and I thought, because of Sam's behavior, said, is there a specific mental health disorder where people constantly drive other people away with their unacceptable behavior, but then they become obsessed with the people and just obsessively stalk the people afterwards and rage that the person has abandoned them? And it's like, oh yeah, borderline and borderline personality disorder. The symptoms came up and it's like, oh, that sounds exactly like Sam Shamoun. Yeah, but he's also narcissistic. The universe has to revolve around him, and anything that doesn't has to be attacked and destroyed.
Do you think that there would be like medications that could like help him like manage?
Therapy can help him. That's the point. We've been telling him for years he needs help. He refuses. The entire world needs to change, not him. That's how it is. So yeah, no, I mean, Sam.
I think you're right.
He refuses.
Yeah, I think in order to get help, you have to be willing to accept the help.
And if you're a narcissist, that's hard to do because you're acknowledging that there's something wrong with you, and Sam can't do it.
One other question: do you think that a lot of these, because like it's shocking to me, I'm kind of blown away by certain things that I've been seeing on the Muslim side. Like the world of Islam that I know is very different, like than the online Muslim world. They're not the same thing. They're like virtually different places. And I'm wondering if these same traits are with these Muslim apologists. Like I was listening to Jake Bracatella and Jay Dyer in the Modern Day Debate, and they basically were saying we want to have these awful theocratic countries where we'll hurt people and have power. And I was like, this is sick. And I'm like, the only reason you can say this is because you're in a liberal country that allows you to say these things, that you have liberal American freedoms. But could you imagine like living in the worlds that these people want? It would be extremely oppressive. And that's the kind of scary thing, that these people are promoting like very oppressive worldviews where everybody would be forced to live under them, and anybody who has a different opinion could be destroyed. I don't know. That's like a really jarring kind of narrative for me.
Yeah. Hey, check this out. Would Shamoun, does all this back and forth spread the gospel? What's the underlying assumption in your comment there? That all you're supposed to do as a Christian is preach the gospel, spread the gospel. That's it. Really? So what was Jesus doing when he rebuked the scribes and Pharisees? Couldn't he have been spreading the gospel then? Should he have? Would you have been there? Jesus, scribes, Pharisees. Does Jesus rebuke here? Spread the gospel? Got into listening to you, Jesus, from all the awesome work you were doing and your miracles. And I get people have differences. You got differences with these guys, but and, we're human. But Jesus, stick with theology, not rebuking these false teachers who are leading other people astray. As a Christian, David, you're never supposed to rebuke false teachers. You're never supposed to call them out, man. You're not supposed to do it. If someone's being horribly abusive, just ignore that. Just focus on the gospel. It's getting old, guys. Getting old. Here we go. Thaddeus the doxer. Finally, Thaddeus exposed for his.
Oh, by the way, Thaddeus has been doing everything he can to get my YouTube channel deleted. We got the receipts, and someone sent me text messages where guys pretending to hate me, and and by the way, it's on Twitter. We can open it up, and I'll show it to you. Oh, right there. Okay, and telling him, you'll see.
Ready.
I got his info. Do you want me to give it to you? And look what he says. He goes, well, it's only doxing. It's not doxing if it's private. Lol. Meaning, send me his information. It's behind the scenes, so it's technically not doxing. So he can use it to try to expose me and shut down my channel.
That's not how. Yeah. I only read those little things that were posted there, but that's not how I interpreted that at all.
And that's not what happened at all. In fact, Sam didn't even read the messages in the correct order. So let me, and that's not nearly the start of the conversation. So here's what actually happened. Someone on Twitter made a public message saying that, just so you know, the reason that Sam doesn't get violations is because a relative of his works for Team YouTube and shields him from violations. And I said, are you sure or something? And they're like, I think I might have said, do you know for a fact? And they said, yes. And I said, please DM me. That's what I said. And so they did end up DMing me. Now, they did eventually delete that. That's why I don't know the exact words, because they eventually deleted it. But that's not actually suspicious, right? If you did actually have inside information, you wouldn't you wouldn't want Sam to see that you left me that message. So they, I say hello in the DMs, and I said, I'm interested in what you're saying. Do you have evidence for that? How can I verify this? And they send 8 or 10 messages. And then at the end, they say, I'm not comfortable giving you the name because I'm probably the only person that knows. So they will know that I sent the information, and they'll retaliate against me. And I said, okay, no problem. I didn't try to pressure them for information or whatever. I said, well, thanks for letting me know. I can raise the question about it in public, but obviously I can't make definitive claims to say I heard that maybe Sam's relative works there, or it seems like maybe his relative works there, or something. I could say that, but I'm not going to actually make the accusation. And then a day later, they send me this is now the conversation that you see the end of there. They send me a bunch more messages saying how they have all Sam's private information and they can send that to me. And then they said, and you can use it to dox him in private. And I said, well, it's not doxing if it's in private. LOL. I guess I should have probably worded that better. But what I was actually thinking is, dude, you sending me information isn't doxing him, right? And that's what I was actually in my mind. I probably could have worded it a little bit better. And then I said, but go ahead and send me whatever you want. Any information you have will be useful. And what I was actually thinking in my mind is that, if I show that I'm trustworthy by them sending me stuff and I don't abuse it, then maybe they'll eventually trust me to give me the actual relevant, important information. Because I don't care what Sam's address is. I could easily, as Sam will say here in a little bit, I could easily just Google and get his address if that's what I wanted. So I mean, I don't care about his home address. What do I care about? Evidence that someone is abusing their authority at Team YouTube to remove strikes from his channel when they come in, right? That's what I'm actually interested in. Who am I going to give that to? Am I going to put that at public and say, this person, X Shamoun, because, they're his relative or whatever. But, I mean, they could have a different last name. But, this person is Sam's relative and they work for YouTube. No, that's not what I was going to do at all. I was going to contact Team YouTube and say, I was informed that one of your employees is abusing their authority. Can you look into it? That's what I was actually going to do if he gave me any information. So that he didn't actually send anything, and then I never followed up and asked for it because I just let it go. And then he starts asking me all kinds of random questions. And like after a day or two, I'm like, okay, this guy never knew anything. He just made up a story because he's a lonely individual who really wanted to talk to me. So he made up a story. He came into my DMs, and out of pity, I would reply back once a day, answering his questions or whatever. Now, knowing what had actually happened, I now understand that all of the questions he asked me were to try to bait me. You didn't see any of those revealed by Sam. Why? Because I'm the same person in private that I am in public. But he said, IP raised so much money. What do you think he's going to do with all that money? I would use it to go on a cruise. And I said, I think he's going to do exactly what he said and put a down payment on a home. And then he's like, okay. And then, later, like each conversation was isolated, but then, after another half day or whatever, then he'd ask me another question, and then he'd ask me another question. The only one that you saw in the messages that Sam shared was when he said, do you think that Sam used Libiano as an excuse to avoid debating Avery? And I had already said that publicly. It's not like some secret information. So I gave the same opinion that I gave publicly, that yes, that's exactly what Sam did. He automatically accepted because that would be necessary for his ego, but he was going to find a way to get out of it. GodLogic presented him a way to get out of it. And so he used that opportunity to get out of it. Sam shared that. And that's why his bots have been throughout this saying, why did you say that Sam is afraid of Libiano? But I've explained multiple times that he's not actually afraid of Libiano. He's afraid of himself. The opponent didn't even matter, right? He's afraid that he'll go up on stage, say something to embarrass himself, because that will be God rebuking him, using this opportunity of this big platform to finally expose Sam. Why does Sam feel that he's going to be exposed by God? I would say that's his own conscience telling him that he is not right with God. And that's why he thinks God is going to expose him if he dares debate someone on a big stage. And so he was probably going to find a way to get out of it. That's the only one you saw, and it wasn't any different than anything I said in public.
So just to recap the most relevant portion about the doxing, going back to you getting a video taken down recently because that video contained some things Sam Shamoun was saying in his live streams. And then so you post a little compilation of some things Sam is saying. YouTube takes down your video for violating its rules, and you reply, wait a minute, what's going on here? I'm responding to someone else. I'm exposing what someone else said. How can I be banned for exposing what they say when what they say is fine because it's still on YouTube, but my video gets blocked if I'm responding to it? How does this work? Which leads Sam to go, oh, Thaddeus is thinking I've got special privileges here. Maybe I'll send him one of my minions to say, hey, Thaddeus, did you know that Sam has a cousin who works at YouTube who's protecting him? Yes, I have this inside information. Would you like to work with me? And you thought, well, if that's true, if Sam is actually being protected, so he gets he gets to violate the rules, I would like to call that into question. And then that's the email exchange. And then Sam interprets that as you threatening to dox him, when Sam literally doxes people and works with the biggest doxer in the world, as far as I can tell.
Right? Yeah. So, and notice Oh, I forgot actually something really crucial. In addition to, asking me weird questions, actually before he asked me weird questions, he made a bunch of statements about how much he hates Sam and how evil Sam is. And then he gave this little speculation. He's like, a sick thought occurred to me that maybe Sam is lusting after his own daughters and they're visiting him. Do you think they're safe? And I said, yikes, I certainly hope that's not true. So Sam literally, I mean, most likely, of course, it could just be someone who's such a groupie that they did it on their own. But Sam somehow knew about it because he said more than a week ago, because the guy talked to me for about 10 days before it was released to the public. Sam said more than a week ago, I hear Thaddeus is trying to dox me. Like he was in on it the whole time. And then when Sam makes his little message for everyone to see, he says, Thaddeus didn't realize it was a setup. What do you mean, Sam? What was it a setup? Were you directly telling this person to do it? So I think Sam almost certainly did send this guy to come into the messages. So Sam tells someone to pretend to hate him and to accuse him of vile crimes against his daughters in order that I will repeat them and Sam will be able to say Thaddeus is libeling me.
Yep.
But I didn't repeat them. And I didn't repeat anything from that conversation publicly because I had evaluated it and found it to be non-credible. And the only reason I was still talking to the guy was out of pity because I thought he was some loser who needed a friend.
Well,
That's
to be fair,
the only reason I was talking to him.
To be fair, he does sound like a loser. So guys, put all this together. Sam, he thinks he's the mastermind. He sends one of his fanboys to Thaddeus and say, hey, start attacking me. Just start attacking me. And then start saying some horrible stuff about me lusting after my daughters and this and that. And then get Thaddeus to say it. And then we'll all expose him. And then Thaddeus, the only thing Thaddeus there is interested in is whether Sam is actually protected from enforcement of the YouTube rules, because that would be seriously messed up if this guy gets to say the things he says and just get away with it forever. While Thaddeus gets burned, while Thaddeus gets a ban or a strike just for trying to respond to something Sam has said. So that's the only relevant part. And Sam repeats that out to people as Thaddeus is trying to dox me. What? When? Where's the doc? Does you guys even know what doxing is?
No, they don't. And it's going to be really relevant because they're going to soon talk about Malik being a doxer. And they're going to reach a different conclusion than about me somehow, which is insane. But I think it's good to get the definition of doxing out. So doxing is sharing someone's personally identifiable information. Yep. It's not actually their private information. It's their personally identifiable information.
Yeah. Publicly for purposes of harassment, to get them harassed or threatened.
I was about to say that, right? For purposes of harassment, intimidation, or bringing shame on them. Just remember that. Harassment, intimidation, or bringing shame upon them. And obviously the exact nature of what you share depends on how serious it is. If you share someone's home address and you say that we're going to show up at your front door, that's obviously more serious than saying, this is his real name, you can look him up. But nonetheless, saying here's his real name, here's how to find his information, would actually just be considered doxing all by itself if that's not like part of their persona, right? It's not part of the, like if you say David Wood's real name is David Wood, obviously that's not doxing him. And if you were just saying it as information, even if it wasn't well known, that would not be doxing. But if you say it, even if it's a known thing, and you're saying, and we're going to come and get you, we know where you are, here's how to get his information, that would be considered doxing, right? So it very much matters what the intent of sharing the information is, way more than what the information itself is.
Take a couple super chats. Avery is now officially bald and overweight. If people don't get the joke, Sam always attacks other people with insults that would hurt him. That's weird. That's why he calls everyone fat. I'm not. Oh, this is the guy who said, but the Sermon on the Mount, and then didn't even tell us what in the Sermon on the Mount is supposed to apply here. I'm not telling anyone anything, David, but I think as Christians we are supposed to pray for our brother. Who said no?
Don't pray
Don't
for him.
what are you talking about? Who has strayed from the path? No, I think what you mean here is all you're supposed to do is pray. There's no situation where someone is a false teacher and abusing others and being a hypocrite where you would do anything besides pray. Dude, what Bible are you reading? I don't even know what to do here, guys. I think you should check your own hubris, and I'll pray that you will. And yet, you didn't just pray. You also posted a comment and drew attention to it by making it a super chat. Your criticism of me. So, Funky Plasma Man, now I get to call you a hypocrite. You're saying, no, you don't publicly criticize someone. You just pray for them, and yet you didn't just pray for me. You publicly criticized me. You giant hypocrite. Guess what? I just publicly criticized you. I didn't just go and pray for you. I publicly criticized you. Why? You said something that's totally wrong in public, and people need to not be led astray by silly comments like this. Anyway, hope that helps. After seriously inquiring into orthodoxy a while ago, I'm glad I decided against it after seeing the OrthoBro fruit. Happily Lutheran now. Yeah, and I'm not going to tell you to become Orthodox or anything like that. But to be fair, don't judge all Orthodox by the OrthoBros. Don't judge all Muslims by terrorists. Don't judge an entire group or position by certain people. Cleve must be sola tradition with that name. Yep. Sam's new thumbnail for his live stream proves that Sam is a small and plump space alien and that David is a strong Sith Lord. I'm a Sith Lord. That's awesome. And he's little Yoda. What do you think of Christianity being spread to the world through European colonialism, colonizing, and enslaving non-whites? Oh, this is white Hebrew Israelite. Dude, we're not putting up with you today, man. You keep posting all this white Hebrew Israelite. They saw non-whites as less than human. Did those European go to hell? Come on, dude. Sam comes off as Candace Owens of Apologetics. Yeah, just not nearly as popular. Have you seen Sam's intro? I mean, ego. David keeps an eye on the Christian perimeter for wolves in sheep's clothing. Thank you, guys. God bless. Yeah, how is that like the worst thing anyone can do for some people? Oh my goodness. He sits around calling everyone's mothers whores and talking about pissing on and attacks every Christian apologist, but someone's actually responding to it? Oh my goodness, the horror. You shall know them by their fruits. For all the blessing he received, the fruit is bitter. Mo's fruit is al-zut. Only script Ezra sola is required to hail Ezra, scientifically miraculous. Script Ezra sola is perfectly preserved. Ezra is the one true scribe, you see. All of this is true.
Mm-hmm.
I watched Sam ban someone earlier on his stream for making a comment in his favor on the situation after he said he was done talking about it. And then he talked about it anyway for the next 15 minutes. That sounds like Sam. Totally unstable. Be like Christ, guys, and rise above it. Dude, it's the same guy, Funky Plasma Man. Be like Christ. Guys, if you want to say, what did Jesus go after as far as criticizing more than anything else? Hypocrisy and hypocritical religious leaders. Those are the people he blasted. And you're saying, just rise above it when you see a hypocritical religious leader leading other people astray. Just rise above it to be like Christ. Dude, okay. All right, last warning. Last warning, Funky Plasma Man. Say one more stupid thing like that. Completely misrepresent Jesus. Completely misrepresent Scripture. Again, you giant hypocrite. See what happens. Have you also seen Cleve attacking Sig, Jerome? No, but Sig's super cool, so I think they just attack anyone who's not like them. Spot on. They can't imagine that you don't let your tradition think for you because they can't imagine not letting their tradition think for them. That does seem to be the issue. Like, hey, but guys, you could do that with anything, right? You could pick a church. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I'm going to that one, and that church gets to do all my thinking for me. And I will not question anything it says. And And then when they run into someone who's not like that, they're like, what? I don't know what to do here. I'm irrelevant. You're irrelevant. Let's be irrelevant together. That's a good idea. I'm waiting for Sam to write a book called Seeking Jesus, Finding Sam Shamoun. Thaddeus is a liar. I donated this super chat because of him. That's good. Hey, brothers, is it possible to come up and talk? Want to ask you guys if you believe Christ gave up his omnipresence while incarnate. Seventh-day Adventists believe this. No, we're not taking it. We still got a bunch of stuff to go through.
We got a lot of stuff to cover.
Yeah, at this stage, matter of fact, I need to keep my comments to more of a minimum because we still got a bunch of this Cleve stuff to go through. At this stage, I'd rather fall wiener first into a badger hole than watch one more Sam cusses out the world video. You ain't the only one. I got here right as Issa did. I arrived on time.
Nice.
It seems like a winger convention. Sam hears Yoda and thinks, good teacher. I hear it and think, short, bald, large ears. The real question, who is worse, Sam or Winger? Ooh, that is the Olympics of terribleness right there. Sam cussing in church.
You'd have to attend first.
Yeah. Issa is a fake Christian. He collaborates with D. Wood. Yeah, get ready to be on Sam's list, Issa. Will Sam be the next big man putting his gold chain on Malik? Yeah, that'd be a good photo out there. I am new to some of this, but always love supporting. I don't know Issa, also Christian apologist. God bless you all. No, Issa is a Sufi. Some call him Goofy Sufi Muslim. Who's
I'm a goofy.
Yeah, who's super laid back and doesn't get nearly as offended as lots of other Muslims because he believes it. God's kind of like beyond being super hurt by little things that do or say. And so,
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You're very sweet.
well, I got that from you, man. You just heard it. I just recalled it.
I like the Jewish stuff too. I think that's cool. I really, that's one of the cool things I like about Christianity is it is very deeply rooted in the Jewish tradition. I think in my understanding, because I had heard an earlier conversation about the Jewish stuff, it was like, it's not really Judaism. That's the issue. It's more like rabbinic Judaism. It's that kind of perspective of Judaism versus the kind of Christian perspective of Judaism. So,
Yeah. The Mahdi changed his beanie. Hi, guys. Yeah, it's got a different color there. Honestly, Avery will be better without Sam. Yes, he will. Yeah, guys, keep in mind, that was Avery trying to help Sam. And Avery trying to not get involved in disputes. And it eventually broke down. Guys, that's what happens with everyone. So that's what happened with me. That's what happened with Anthony Rudd. That's what happens with everyone who was working with Sam at some point. It eventually just becomes too much. And then he declares war. Sam is talking to the guy that said horrible things about Avery's wife, trying to get people killed. But Avery comments on a video, Sam, you're a grifter. Yeah, you guys get that? Sam is in there justifying people attacking Avery's wife. He's defending the Muslims who are posting pictures of her, calling her a whore and stuff like that. He's working with a guy who doxed a bunch of us, tried to get our families killed. And then Sam doesn't think that anyone's allowed to have a problem with that. Sitting there talking about people's wives, talking about Thaddeus's wife. He can't get his mind around how that would bother anybody. It shouldn't bother anybody. But Avery posts a comment. That's the ultimate betrayal. I have to destroy Avery's entire work now. Complete, utter, total narcissist. Sam is like the rich man in the Lazarus parable. Instead of being rich, Sam would be the fat man in fire, still insulting everyone's mother. Oh, man. Hey, here we have Buddy the Rabbit. This is going to sound harsh. Well, that's good. You can say harsh things around here. I mean this in love. Those of you who want the Sam beef squashed are individuals who would have been the audience of Peter's first sermon and Paul's stumbling blocks. Your constant childlike rebukes are incorrect. 2, a true pastoral concern from afar by these men about Sam's behavior is biblically grounded and fair. This referral and calling out of his non-Christian behavior and attacks are grounds for not only denial of the elements, but separation from assembly. That's correct. Oh, I got a part 3 here. 3, merely thinking Christianity is a book club of nicely accepting the assertions of a man like Sam, insinuating he wants mothers abused, while you cry for spineless unity, is no different than claiming Christianity holds no truth claims. God bless. Well, you're right, Buddy the Rabbit. That was harsh. Fair, but harsh. I judge people with... would I have a beer with them? Hey, D Wood. Reason answers Issa, GodLogic, AP, IP, Defending a Lion. All yes. Sam, I would want to be at the same bar. And we've mentioned something similar in the past. We have the Dawa guys. And some of them we think we would get along with if they didn't, have such a problem with us criticizing Islam. Whereas others, it wouldn't matter if they converted to Christianity. We wouldn't get along with them just because they're like really, really messed up. 2026, 4,369 people killed by Muslim religion of peace. Yep. Thank you, D. Wood, Thaddeus, and chat. Happy birthday, Imam Claus. Oh, yeah, I saw earlier. Chris Claus' birthday. After Cleve told AP he shouldn't criticize any Eastern Orthodox people, he blocked me for saying, if you can't criticize someone, what's that called? Cultish behavior. Wasn't that Andrew Wilson's point debating David? They are very sensitive to criticism. Jibreel is visiting Sam with the orbs in his cave. Yeah, I mean, Sam is claiming to be a prophet now. Once Sam runs the Catholics out of his life, the only religion he'll have left to join is Islam. Sheikh Shamoun, you heard it here first, brothers. We didn't hear it here first. People have been saying that for a while. Issa, if you like the Jewish stuff, check out Brant Pitre. He's written a lot of good books on the Jewish roots of Christian beliefs. Then we have part of me wants to troll about Nordine, Sam, or Eastern OrthoBros, but there's legitimate kingdom work that you guys need to get to. Thanks for putting up with all the crap and helping bring about God's kingdom. Thanks. The Lutheran satire video on Christian nationalism perfectly satirizes the can't we all get along types. I don't know if I've seen that. I'll have to check it out. Yo, Sam, if you really want to insult D. Wood, call him Michelle Winger. Oh, hi, David Wood. Love you. Here's my Griff Jizya. Thanks, Dawa Troll. All right, we ready for Oops now?
Yeah, so this is a direct continuation. I forget the exact context, but Oops is my commentary on what happens here.
All right, Oops.
He even says that he wants to know because the guy lied to him and said to him, I think it's the fourth one. I'm sorry. Fourth one. There's another one. Yeah. He says to him right there, I'm writing to Team YouTube. What info can I give them about Sam having an insider relative? So the guy's so stupid. He actually believed this, and I don't know who it is, by the way. God is my witness. I don't know who this is. It was sent to me. He tells him Sam has a relative working for YouTube. That's why it's hard for you to get his channel deleted. Look what he says at the bottom. I'm writing to Team YouTube. What info can I give them about Sam having an insider relative?
So this is actually a double oops. So Sam thinks that he's exposing me. And he said, look what Thaddeus said. He's going to give the information to Team YouTube. That's not doxing. He's like, look, I'm exposing him. He says he's going to give the information to Team YouTube, not publish it everywhere. And second of all, Sam swore by God he doesn't know who this person is. We got a big dilemma here because either he has no idea whether this is credible or not, because you can easily fake a screenshot, and he shared it anyway, in which case he's engaged in some pretty serious slanderous gossip, or he's lying and he does have good reason to believe it's a real screenshot.
Well, he is a compulsive liar, so I'd go with lying.
Yeah. and I mean, he certainly knows who they are to some extent, right? He
Mhm.
probably doesn't know them personally, but he said they emailed it to him, so at least he knows their email address, and he knows whether that'd be very useful to law enforcement, like if it became, or a, you know, let's say a libel lawsuit that he might file against me, that he keeps threatening to file against me. We know that email existed, Sam. I sure hope that email doesn't disappear from the record if you decide to sue me, because that's going to be a big problem for you.
All right, now we have Malik didn't dox. What?
He shared these messages on TikTok where Malik is talking about their information. And by the way, I wanted to see if the information that Malik was leaking on TikTok was something that you cannot access and it's private. Guess what? You can find it on a Google search. I did it. I Googled my name to see what come up. I Googled David Wood. Everything that Malik said about David Wood, his known addresses, his aliases, I found on Google.
Bull, you liar. David Wood? There's tens of thousands of us. Many tens of thousands of us. Apart from that, it doesn't matter if you can find it. That's not the issue, Thaddeus. We've already pointed that out, right? It's not whether you can find it in a Google search. It's whether you're sharing it to get a person harassed or intimidated or threatened, which is exactly what Malik did when he doxed my wife and my home in the middle of the night when I was out of town. That's the actual definition of doxing, you giant moosehead. My goodness, man.
All Malik was doing, I'm not defending Malik. I'm just trying to be look, fair is fair. As Christians who love God, we need to be just. Even if a Muslim is right, we got to take his side. In the case of what Malik did, you can find it online. You can dox me right now. Go online, here, I'll even give you my full name. Say, I'm going to let you guys dox me. Hassamo Shamoun, Hassamo. Location, it's going to give you the last known addresses, telephone numbers, and relatives. It's online.
So hold on a sec. I didn't know. I mean, there might have been a few words or something, but I basically didn't cover it. He just seamlessly transitions to Thaddeus doxed me by asking for my relatives' information to give to YouTube. To Malik didn't dox anyone, and you can publish my personal information publicly, and it won't be doxing me. But still, somehow Thaddeus doxed me, and neither he nor Cleaved Antiquity nor his co-host seem to see a problem here. Like they all agree I doxed and Malik didn't.
Guys, again, Malik, no, if you search for David Wood, my home address they have no freaking clue which David Wood you'd be talking about. Guys, people been trying to dox me for years, and they would keep giving the wrong address. Why? Because there are tons and tons of David Woods out there. If you have a unique name, I mean, Sam's giving his Hassamo Shamoun. Okay, probably, I don't know how common Hassamo, I don't know how common that is, but I guarantee you it's way less common than David Wood. No, you don't just do a Google search. He's lying right there. You don't just do a Google search and David Wood's home address pops up. Bull, absolute bull. He's lying to people. But then all you're doing is sharing information that's publicly available. Guys, he posted my home address in the middle of the night to all his followers after he'd been saying, who's going to stand up for Muhammad and stop this blasphemer? And he's an expert in making people disappear and unalive people. Talk about showing up to people's houses and stuff. Doxed my family, gave my wife's phone number. I'm out of town. People start calling her with these creepy messages and sending all these text messages middle of the night. Sam is defending Malik. No, he didn't dox it. He didn't dox anyone. He posted IP's home address with pictures of the rooms and said, this is the room. Here's the window where he's in there attacking Islam. Sam doesn't think any of this is doxing. Why? Because he's working with Malik and because Malik is attacking people Sam hates, and he will defend anyone. He'll defend anyone. This is sick and evil, guys. Sick and evil. But somehow Thaddeus, by by being concerned that Sam has a relative or something like that who works at YouTube who who allows him to, talk about pissing on people's mothers and helping grape guys. This stuff is completely not allowed on YouTube. He's breaking rules left and right. Go to any one of his live streams. He's breaking rules left and right. So you sit there and wonder, why doesn't, like, I used to get strikes all the time and he does it. So what's going on there? I don't know. Someone said, one of Sam's minions says, hey, he has a relative there. And that, what? Is that true? That's doxing according to Sam. Guy's an idiot and a lunatic. But here we have the real fault.
And why did he do it, by the way? Let me again, they're going to say I'm an apologist for Malik. Years ago, David Wood, in his brilliant mind, thought that if he ripped the Quran and ate it, he would get Muslims to attack Muhammad Hijab. Because I can't remember the exact years. Muhammad Hijab had said something very nasty, vile about their wives. I mean, I can't even repeat it. Very nasty. So David Wood says, if you ever talk about our wives, this is what we're going to do to the Quran. He ripped it.
So,
by the way, it worked. By the way, that did work. Hijab backed down instantly, and it wasn't, I'm going to get Muslims to attack you. It's directly from the Quran that if your behavior as a Muslim, not your essential behaviors like prayer or something like that, but if your insults towards other people are going to cause your religion to be insulted in return, stop what you're doing. And so guess what? Had that one in my pocket. Now he's going after people's wives, talking about these threats of grape and torture towards people's wives and stuff. I said, if we're not debating anymore, if this isn't debate, and you're just going to go after people's wives with these threats and tell your followers that they all need to go and find these people on social media and to constantly harass them, then okay, we've gone past the realm of debate. I'm just going to eat your book. And guess what? With hijab, it worked. Malik, not nearly as concerned about Islam as Muhammad Hijab. And that's saying much. I mean, that's saying something there.
Yeah.
All right, here we have, David.
Yeah, and notice that the claim is that all this started because 5 years that Malik started doxing everyone in 2026 because 5 years ago you ate a Quran, give or take. I don't know the exact year, but roughly 5 years ago you ate a Quran. And no one on the panel seems to see any need to push back on this, get the actual facts of how this started. It started with Malik going on a massive rant against a fellow Muslim, I'm the Warner, telling about how he does all kinds of inappropriate sexual activity and uses donations to buy drugs and gets high all the time, that he's high every single day, and that he's a huge, massive disappointment to the whole Dawa world. And David did a reaction live stream. Malik got super upset because David made a joke about why is it easier to penetrate Warner than Muhammad on the night of Al-Zut, and he decided to dox everyone in response. Now, in fairness, probably what really happened is the Muslim community got super upset at him, and he's like, I will get back in their good graces by attacking David. But that was what Malik said his reason was.
Yeah, guys, so Malik lost his mind. If you want to know what started all of this, Malik lost his mind because the Warner told people behind the scene, I think this guy's a Mossad agent, man. Malik finds out about it and attacks the Warner and everyone associated with the Warner, not just him, tries to destroy him, and everyone around him. Notice the pattern, right? Sam has the same pattern. If I'm mad at you, I'm not just going after you, I'm going after everyone around you. So we watched it. We watched him exposing everyone. And then he flips out and attacks, of all people, he attacks Avery's wife. That's who he did. That was the result. He went after Christina, flipped out on her. And I don't know exactly what I did, but that's a situation where I would like eat a page of the Quran or something like that. I would do something. Mm-hmm. And then he starts doxing everybody, but not according to Sam. None of that. So anyway, everything is everyone else's fault. Well, let's see. Definitely.
So, now we're going to see the OrthoBros reaction to Sam's little accusation here.
All right, here we go.
Yeah,
That didn't work.
it keeps getting ramped up, and then the fire's coming from both sides. David Wood digs his heels in. He does it again and again, and then guess what they do? They get even more mad, and they fire back, and they do ABC 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
This is a very similar parallel to what we see between David Wood and you, Sam, and us, and the Orthodox.
He does it with
You
everybody. He does.
You
with
see
every
this.
God,
You
man.
see this happening time and time again, and look at how far it's gotten. Now, first off, I want to be very clear. I don't support doxing of any kind. I think this is way too far. Thaddeus trying to get the information, that kind of thing, trying to reveal your location and stuff like this, Sam. I think that's too far. If that's his.
Thaddeus, were you trying to reveal his location?
No.
Cleve just said you were trying to reveal Sam's location.
And notice he didn't condemn Malik, only me.
Were you trying to reveal Sam's location?
I was not. I wasn't even interested in Sam's location. The only thing I was interested in the name, not address, phone number, anything else. All I wanted was the name of the person that works for Team YouTube that's shielding Sam. Of course, they didn't actually exist, and I'd already concluded that long before Sam and dumb Thaddeus never figured it out. Right? I concluded long before that this person didn't know any information. I was not so paranoid that I thought that Sam sent them, but I was wrong. They were sent by Sam.
Yeah, and the OrthoBros. Now he's comparing. Look at him with the OrthoBros. We all started going after Avery and calling him a grifter, and David responded. And how he had a bunch of us on his channel to break down orthodoxy and stuff like this. But he also brought up people who criticize orthodoxy. It's the end of the world. I can't. I don't know. It's just like in my head. If you are extremely psychologically fragile and can't handle criticism, you should probably be the nicest guy on the planet. And then, you should probably be like Issa, right? And then people aren't going to want to come after you, heap insults on you or anything else like that. If you're the biggest jerk in the world, you probably shouldn't be the sort of person who complains whenever anyone responds. But that's what these guys do. That's what Sam does. That's what Malik does. That's what the Dawa guys do. We're going to attack in all directions. Oh my goodness, someone responded to us. Why? We're being persecuted. Biggest bunch of babies in the universe. And they all end up in one of these couple of groups. It's weird. All right.
Intent, I think it's way too far.
Way too far, what Thaddeus did.
I had the FBI tell me I'm on a hit list. Okay. What should I do? Should I move? They go, no, just put a camera and be aware.
Why would Sam be on a hit list? Guys, what sort of people who are known for actually going and killing people are after Sam right now? It's people like it's like apologists and things like that who are responding to Sam right now. Who's mad at Sam? Who's the sort who would go and try to harm him? The Muslims are loving him right now. The Muslims are. They're his biggest fans right now. The FBI, come on, dude.
Just beyond, they go, do you get recognized? I go, sadly, yes. If I go out public, because people have taken clips of mine, put it on TikTok, Instagram, sadly, they've made me a celebrity. I'll go to places, hey, you're that. Yeah. I go, depend, who are you? What are you? Oh, I'm Christian. I go, okay, here, come give me a hug. All right, nonetheless. So I've been threatened. You didn't see me run and say, guys, my life is threatened. I need to relocate. Here's a GoFundMe page. You didn't see me do that, right?
When did people dox? And keep in mind the different situation here. That's Sam. If it had just been me by myself living in the middle of nowhere, getting doxxed, I wouldn't have moved either. Mm-hmm. It's different now. Sam, let's make this more accurate. Suppose you didn't abandon your daughters, and you still lived with your daughters, and that you instead of like just being in your kitchen all the time, you actually had travel, you had to travel and go around speaking. And suppose people threatened you, posted your home address, posted your daughter's phone numbers. People start calling and harassing your daughters, posting pictures of exactly where they live, telling other people to do something to your daughters. Then you're saying it wouldn't cross your mind to move and to make sure your daughters are safe? Seriously? You wouldn't want to make sure your daughters are safe, Sam? You wouldn't want to? Really? That's what you're condemning people for trying to protect their families from people who are actually having their home addresses and their family details and all the details of the lot posted online, while the people posting it are encouraging other people to go and put an end to this blasphemy against Muhammad. You're a sick liar, man. You're a sick liar.
Inspired philosophy, why I have an issue with him. I'll tell you why I had an issue. If you go back and look, about 3 months ago, he said Malik and others were doxing him. And he said, they're threatening me because I'm exposing Islam, but we won't back down. Will you stand with me and support the ministry? Okay, fine, dandy. Fast forward, what was it, 3 months later? Just recently, several weeks ago? You know what? I'm threatened. We need to move. And here's my GoFundMe page. All right. He set it at $100,000. It's now $269,000. And also, this is not me. This is what I'm looking at Twitter. On Twitter, they found his house, and his house is valued at $290,000, and he's already put it on the market to sell it before he started the GoFundMe. So let's say he sells the house, and let's say he makes $100,000 plus the $270,000. That's $370,000 that he made from this transaction. But my problem is, if you're afraid of Malik, we have a video where he's in Santa Monica with a GodLogic and calling out Malik to show up to debate. Hey, Avery, where? And I can show you the video. It's on my Rumble. It's on my Rumble. Does that sound like this guy's afraid that they're going to kill him?
Dude, Sam, I wonder. I sometimes wonder if he is aware of how evil he is. Dude, do you think I'm scared of Malik? Do you think I'm scared of Malik doing something to my family? Sam, do you think I'd be worried about Malik rolling up on my family? Okay. Do you think IP or Avery, do you think either one of those guys is scared of Malik coming at them? Do you really think that, Sam? Do you think that's what he's saying? Right? No. No one is freaking scared of Malik showing up to hurt them or do something. People are concerned because Malik posts people's home addresses where someone, not Malik, but someone who wants to go, and that does happen. Sawan Momiko was killed while he was live. They caught someone who was on his way to kill Hatun. There are people out there. It's not Malik. Malik's not going to do anything. Malik wouldn't bust a grape in a food fight. He's a freaking little coward. That's why he sits around trying to get other people to do stuff. But guess what? There are other people in the world who would like to do stuff. Think about Sam's reasoning, right? We're in a situation where he's given out our addresses. He's encouraging people to go do something. We travel. We're not always at home. If someone did show up, it might be them and our families. Okay, we have to move. Sam says, oh, but they were on a public pier in California, and they said, Malik, hey, I thought you wanted a debate. You see, they're not actually scared. So he's reading that, hey, Malik, why aren't you debating us? As we're not actually concerned that someone could show up and actually try to do something to our families. And he thinks that proof that you're not scared of Malik in person doing something to you means there's no way you're actually concerned about the safety of your family. And these guys just, wow, great point, Sam. Cleave to antiquity gives you the thumbs up, buddy. These guys, these people are evil. They're evil. This is crazy, man.
I wanted to make a comment too
this
about people are choosing to contribute to you, to GodLogic, to IP. That's their choice. We're in a free country where we have freedom. That's it. And they want to do it. And they feel happy to do it. They think it's a blessing for them to do it. Why do you want to relieve these people of getting a blessing that they can get? Like, that to me makes no sense. If you don't agree with it, then you don't have to participate in it. But we live in a free country. There's a thing called freedom. So it makes no sense that you would critique that. People feel happy to do it. I've contributed too. I think it's a great thing. You know, people have a right to do it if they want to.
Yeah, and people also like the, you know, how much it enrages the Dawa guys and the doxers, right? It's like, hey, we're going to threaten you. It's a means of control. They're trying to control your behavior because they're obsessed with controlling everyone's behavior. And so, hey, you're not doing what we want. We'll threaten your entire family, put your entire family at risk. Well, lots of Christians and non-Christians like the idea of, actually, you're doing this against him. You know what? Every time you do that, we're going to make it rain money on the guy until you realize this isn't going to go the way you think. And maybe you'll stop. Maybe you'll stop doing that stupid nonsense. That's the way it should be. Everyone,
it's actually,
whenever we're going to kill you, we're going to kill you, we're going to kill you. When they're talking to ex-Muslims and stuff like that, hey, go support them. And when you do it, guys, when you do it, make sure it's clear why, right? Like if there's some ex-Muslim out there and they start threatening the person, we're going to hunt you down. You're like, hey, I just signed up to support this person on Patreon because of you. If you guys are threatening this person, threatening to kill this person, that means this person is doing awesome work. And now I want to support it. Thanks to you. Guess what? It's going to click. If that happens over and over again, it's going to eventually click. Oh, crap. The threats aren't working. The doxing isn't working. It only backfires and blows up in our faces.
One thing else I want to add, too, is like my friend Joseph Cohen, he does a lot of work against anti-Semitism. And he goes in and then some of these people, like on Omegle, they do Nazi salutes. They do really horrible, vile things. And he says, every time you do that, I'm going to raise money to help people in Israel. I'm going to help people in poverty and use that money to help the people in poverty. And I'm like, that's such a beautiful thing. You're taking this really evil thing and then you're making something positive from it. You're making lemonade out of lemons.
Lemonade, like Beyonce.
Guy is dangerous. He's going to kill you. Why are you there calling him out to show up and debate you?
You guys see this? This total straw man. He's saying, oh, you think Malik's going to kill you? Well, why would you? Anyone ever said they're scared of Malik killing them? Anyone? Anyone? No one. Nope. He's a liar, man. Dude's a liar. That's what we're dealing with, guys.
My real thing is look at this group, this anti-Islamianity group, right? Each of them has opened up a massive GoFundMe in the last year. Almost every single one of them. Apostate Prophet did this late 2025. He opened up a massive GoFundMe. It was what? I think it was six figures he got on that one as well. GodLogic did the same thing very recently, and he closed it. And then he did like a poll that was like, should I reopen this? Should I do a little reopen?
This guy's pretty up on this stuff. He really like. All right, so one with AP. Keep in mind that was live during a debate. You had what's his face, Central Dawa, threatened to kill him, and vowed that this was going to happen. AP just requested for security upgrades. People gave him around $100,000. Not he wasn't asking for it. He was just asking for some money for a security upgrade. They were trying to make a point, right? they were trying to make that point. Hey, you threaten our guys. We're just gonna we're gonna make sure it benefits them. We're gonna make sure your threats actually don't harm them but benefit them until you guys actually stop this nonsense. With Avery does a GoFundMe for lawsuit against the job. Once when he'd had beyond what he needed, he shut it down. We're like, dude, what are you doing? That was us. Dude, what are you doing? It's like, but I already got way beyond what I. Yeah, but the more you get, the more of a point that makes to these guys. Don't come after you this way. That was a completely different. That wasn't a threat. That was their new plan of saying people can post the content of the debate and then giving them these stupid copyright strikes. It's like, guys, you don't realize if you're a YouTuber, you really don't want that to happen. You don't want people to all take that method. That screws up a lot of things. So it was like, you need to make a huge point out of this. This has to blow up in Mohammed Hijab's face so much that all these guys stop doing this nonsense. And so he took a poll. Hey, what do you guys think? Should I leave it up? Because again, he stopped the GoFundMe. We said you need to leave that up, man. The more you get, the more enraged people are going to be at Muhammad Hijab. The more no one would try this again. And guess what? I haven't seen them trying it again. So anyway, that's what these guys are. These guys have no clue the world we're dealing with. These guys, with the Dawa crowd, they're obsessed with making you stop criticizing Islam. And they try one thing after another. Oh, false copyright strikes. Oh, threats. Oh, doxing and stuff. You want everything they do to not work, to be a massive failure. And you want it to just completely blow up in their faces so that they give up. And these guys, what? Oh my goodness, it's so bad. Well, you guys don't deal with that. You guys sit around attacking Christians all day. Oh no, but they're not Christian because they're not in the true church. Yeah, get a life, guys.
In the GoFundMe and make a lot of money, and we'll just own Muhammad Hijab. Of course, his fans are like, yeah, we got to own the Muslims.
So he actually said the same thing, right?
Yes,
and that's their issue. That he put up a poll asking if people wanted to donate him money. People said yes, and then he allowed them to donate money. That proves he's a grifter. And people kind of got a little bit mad at me for saying what I thought was defending Avery and saying that he was a righteous man and agreed to apply the same standard to my wife that did to Lebiana's wife. So they might get mad at me again. But Avery asked a group of trusted friends whether he was in the wrong, right? Like after the fact, because a lot of Muslims like made a big deal out of it and said that he reopened it. He said, guys, I want to be accountable. Did I do something wrong by reopening the fundraiser? So he wanted to be accountable, but that means he's a grifter, I guess.
Yeah, and fact is, these guys are jealous haters, man. They're jealous haters. If someone like Muhammad Hijab, when he's handing out the copyright strike, he's trying to give Muslims a method of controlling our content. We really don't want people like Muhammad Hijab, Malik, and Libyan. We don't want these guys controlling our content because they know they're losing and they're scrambling and trying everything. All right, we want them to fail. We want them to fail. We want them to be completely humiliated so that becomes the example, right? When Hijab does this, or Malik does, he's trying to be an example to others. Here's how you control these guys. Okay, we want the example to change to be, no, here's a perfect example of how not to control these guys because all it does is blow up in our faces. Don't do it. Stop the stuff. And guess what? The fans, they know this. They know this. When Avery says, here's how much I need to actually deal with this in court, and people go beyond that, they're just trying to, these are people trying to make a point.
Yeah.
I agree.
I
love the point. I love the point that's being made. I mean, again, if you see the goal has been reached, he now has what he needs, and you say, you know what, I want to put in more than that. But you try. Who am I to say no? You can't make that point against Muhammad Hijab. Why? Because it's your money. Do what you want with it. If you don't want to contribute, don't. If you just want to absolutely throw it in this dude's face to make a point to him, do it. That's awesome. That helps. Anyway, these guys are.
So just real quick, I probably should have done this earlier, but since we're basically at the end of the section, I think it's a good idea to actually see what the definition of grifting is. So grifting is getting money or other things of value through trickery, scams, or deception. They might not like that people want to donate a lot of money, but Avery said, we're reopening it to troll Muhammad Hijab. He did not lie. He did not deceive in any way.
Yeah, right? He didn't say, oh no, we found out it's actually way more expensive than we could have imagined.
And he said straight up, if the money's not used on the copyright case, and we don't think it will be, then it will be used for general ministry purposes. So he flat out told people that he was trolling Hijab, what it would be used for. People could see the exact amount donated, and they chose to donate. There's no grift there, right? Whether you like that people chose to donate for that or not is irrelevant. There's tons and tons of charities in the world that I wish no one would ever give a penny to. That doesn't mean the charity is grifting just because I think the cause is not worthwhile. If someone chooses to give the money and the money is used for the cause that the charity says that they're going to use it for, there's no grift there. You not liking something doesn't make it a grift.
Hey, look at this dope. Exactly my point. You have no wisdom. Why keep acknowledging the guy you know is going to dox you? Ignore him, especially when Issa Malik, sometime who knows nothing at reason answers. There you have it. If some guy's going around trying to get people killed, just ignore him as he keeps posting people's... Guys, he didn't just dox us. He's been doxing people for years. Oh, just ignore it. Just ignore it as he keeps trying to get people killed. All right, dude. All right. I'm so sick of this. It's so freaking stupid. Yeah. Yeah, he doxes Muslims even. He'll dox anyone who doesn't agree with him. Guess what? Sometimes you have to deal with harmful, bad people. Where in the name of common sense do you guys get the idea? Someone's out there murdering people. Just ignore him. If this guy's preparing for jihad, he's going to blow up a butt. Just ignore him, man. Just ignore him. If this guy's going to do this, just ignore him. Does it ever occur to you? And dude, hey, zealous for Christ. If you don't like what we're saying, how come you didn't just ignore us? You freaking hypocrite. And they do it every single time. What are you guys doing here? What are you saying? And you're hypocrites, man. Gosh, it's so freaking weird. All right. Bye.
You know what's also weird about the raising the money point? Muslim YouTubers do that too. They raise money for masjids, and they raise a lot more money than what there's one Muslim streamer named Dean something or other. They raise all this money for masjids. Do all the money go to the masjids or the masajid? Probably not. They raise and they always do these pitches to get money for their stuff. So I'm like, who are they? It's like the pot is calling the kettle black, and they're throwing stones from glass houses. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. All right, correcting the lies here.
I want to correct one thing, because these people lie through their teeth in your comment section. I know people don't like when I say this, and I'm going to try to temper it down. And I'm going to use the word prostitute. I can't use the WH word here, right? No, because I don't know which word I can use, because I'm using a biblical term. Which word do you want me to use here? The PR or the WH? No, because I'm trying to, because they think that I call Christian mothers the word. No, I don't. If you actually were honest and you feared God, you would see, I'm quoting Revelation 17, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots. We'll use the word harlot. And
this is so slimy. Guys, when Sam tells someone, I want to piss on your mother and hold her down so that she is grape her. And then when he'll say, and your uncle did this to your mother and gave birth to you and stuff, he's saying, oh yeah, I'm just talking about, because, the whore of Babylon. Really? That's what you think when he says he wants to help people grape your mother, that he's talking about graping the whore of Babylon and pissing on the whore of Babylon? Seriously? No, this is a guy who likes abusing people, likes talking about people's mothers, likes talking about doing horrible things to people's mothers, but he knows people will object to it. So then as a justification, the Bible talks about the whore of Babylon. So I'm just saying your mother's the whore of Babylon. And that's what I really, you coward. You, Sam Shamoun, you are the biggest freaking coward on the planet.
Yeah, and notice here, like, Cleve and Alex are trying to talk about GodLogic being a grifter. Sam sees something in the comments, interrupts them, and addresses it. What is he addressing? Something that we talked about on Sunday. He does this over and over again. He'll bring up things that we talked about on Sunday that Cleve and Alex were not trying to talk about, didn't want to talk about, because he needs to address it, apparently. And so he's addressing, I don't actually curse anyone out. Well, first of all, I don't actually think that's better, right? Because if you're calling someone the whore of Babylon from Revelation, you're calling them the enemy of God. And what has this person actually done? Said something in chat that annoyed Sam, right? So you're saying that you're an enemy of God, that you are the symbolic enemy, the symbolic picture of everything in the world that opposes God. And it's okay because I didn't say they're a little whore. And he's also gaslighting and lying out of his teeth. He does sometimes call people the whore of Babylon, but many other times he just calls them a whore, and it's quite clear that he means in the normal sexual sense.
She's the mother of all harlots. So when I call people who I consider not to be Christians, I call them spiritual harlots and say your mother is the harlot of Babylon because your father is Satan. Why do you guys keep lying when I got receipts, man?
Do you see this? No, all I do is tell people that you are the son of the spiritual son of the mother of harlots. Dude, you say you want to piss on people's mother, grape people's mother. What did the Shia do to your mother when they raped her and produced you and stuff? Seriously? Oh, I just mean in the spiritual sense of the whore of Babylon. Come on, dude, you coward. He's a chronic liar, guys.
Mm-hmm.
And his fans
So
don't
he says
care.
he has the receipts. Let's see the receipts. I only pulled 2. I could have pulled way more, but I pulled 2 from July of this year. So within the last month.
No, this isn't 10
only.
years ago. Okay.
Right. This
Okay.
isn't like all-time worst thing Sam has said. This is 2 examples within the last month where he goes off someone in the comments, annoying him. Let's see what kind of whore he calls them.
All right, here we have it, guys. So Sam has the receipts. Thaddeus also has the receipts. So is Sam telling the truth? I haven't seen this, so let's see.
Hebrews 12, 22 to 24. He said city, correct? No way.
Oh, that's because he's reading.
Can you take time to be still and tell your mother not to be a Shia whore, that little prostitute? And know that you need to fear God, you stupid bastard? Every Shia lover of your mother ends up dumping her as an old whore prostitute, and then they shack up with your sister. So I think the problem is with your mother. She has to retire from being a Shia whore and try to tell your sister, don't follow in the footsteps of your mother.
Is there like the sister of the son of the whore of Babylon? Guys, anyone buying this? Anyone buying that? Sam, I'm just talking about the spiritual sense of, the whore of Babylon, in spiritual sense, or is he actually talking about people's mothers and sisters and attacking them? Oh, so and here he is on Cleave to Antiquity, completely lying about his behavior. And they're just, yeah, great point, Sam. Yeah, completely unjust for people to criticize and condemn you over just trying to, make a spiritual point. My goodness. Dude's a total joke.
And there's what he's reacting to. So the first way he's reacting to someone saying, relax, dude, you're shifting around a lot in your chair. And then the second one, he's reacting to that comment on screen, and he proves them right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. So let's watch it again here.
Hebrews 12, 22 to 24. He said city, correct? No way. Can you take time to be still and tell your mother not to be a Shia whore, that little prostitute? And know that you need to fear God, you stupid bastard? Every Shia lover of your mother ends up dumping her as an old whore prostitute, and then they shack up with your sister. So I think the problem is with your mother. She has to retire from being a Shia whore and try to tell your sister, don't follow in the footsteps of your mother, because you see what happened to that whore. So, okay, Sola? So the problems with your mother, because the Shia say, this old raggedy whore, she's useless. We want our money back. We're not getting satisfied. So I just want you to know that, okay? So tell your mother, it's your problem, Mom. You're not an attractive prostitute like you were in your younger days when you ran the Shia brothel with my uncle, who used to then sell you for the Shia for a miserable price, muta, okay? So just tell her your sister not to follow in her footsteps. See that? Son of his right hand, I got to cuss out these dogs.
All right, guys. So that's Sam just talking about a spiritual sense, and the Bible agrees with him. He's just doing what the Bible says, calling out people for, being the spiritual offspring of the whore of Babylon. And guys, I mean, what do you do in this? Like, if you're one of Sam's keep in mind, if you're a random person who just tuned in and had never seen Sam before, and you say, oh, he talks about people's moms being whores, and then he clarifies, oh, what I really mean is this. If you haven't seen him, well, you might think he's telling the truth. If you're one of his regular viewers, and you see how frequently he talks about people's mothers, and then you see him on that show going, no, I just talk about it. How do you still follow him? You're dealing with a guy who just flat out lied to everyone about his behavior, and you got no problem with it. The weird thing. It reminds me of Dawa, right? Like, you sit there and say you catch a Dawa guy lying, expose him for lying, doesn't affect his followers at all. They don't care, and it's like, do you guys just not have a problem with lying? Do you just really think that lying is just completely normal and it's just a part of what you do? But then you got Sam, and it's exactly the same with his fans. They don't care.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we have ignore the comments.
let's
Yeah, let me
ignore
come
the
back.
comments and we'll get back into this because I do have a lot that I want to dive into.
Now, before you do it, can you screen share? Because I want to see what Thaddeus just did again to show you he's a doxer. Can you share my screen?
Yeah, one moment.
Okay, where am I?
So why are you putting up
This
with
was just
You're the
sent
host?
to
Why are
me.
you letting him dominate your show? You didn't want him to address the comments, and you tell him not to address the comments
because he's
now. They should have
weakling.
rebuked him,
Yeah.
or pushed back. But now he's like, yeah. Pull up this random screenshot that someone sent me about Thaddeus.
Come on, man.
Pull it up.
They don't call him Beta Boy Cleve for nothing, man. Sam knows how to Sam knows how to control these guys, put these guys in check. That's what he does. He basically treats these guys like he treats all of his regular fans and stuff.
It says, guys, reason answers. That's Thaddeus. Just threatened Sam again. He said, tell Sam, I know Joan's legal name is, I got the DM. Saint Joan of Arc is a sister in the Lord who has been exposing them on Twitter. He just...
Hey, isn't this the John from earlier that I banned?
Yeah, I told you he was an important part.
All right, let's see.
supposedly made a threat on Twitter that he knows her legal name and is going to reveal it.
So what did Sam just do there? He just revealed what's obvious to anyone with eyes. He is a gossiper. He just received that screenshot while he's live, and I actually know where that came from. John, I was on a live stream with Chris Kloss, and John came in and was spamming that and spamming stuff in the chat. I think that message was actually probably in Cleve's live, but either way, John alleges, and is probably telling the truth, that they are the person who was in my DMs. They sent it to Sam. Sam gets it instantly. Puts it up. But he doesn't know this guy, right? He has no idea. Someone just sent him an anonymous email. Do you really think he's checking his emails while he's live? I bet you they texted it to him. I bet you that they're like, look, Thaddeus is going to be exposed. Now, he said that Thaddeus said he has Joan's private information. He's threatening Joan. We're going to see a receipt. We're going to see the end of the conversation I had with that guy. Well, actually, after Sam already published it, I went ahead and sent him one last message. We're going to see what that message actually says. And we're going to see who is exposed by this message.
All right. One second. We have Sandra J.M. This is all such a bad look for Christians. I don't got the patience anymore, guys. Bye, Sandra. Calling out false teachers, false prophets, abusive people, exposing them to help other people be informed of what they're really like so that they don't fall for it is a bad look. Mm-hmm. Sandra, you know what's a bad look? Ignoring this stuff and letting it continue forever. It's the same thing that happened with like the Catholic church abuse scandal. Oh, we don't want to make a scene here, so let's just sweep this under the rug and shuttle this priest off to another church because we don't want to cause a scene. It would be a huge embarrassment. And then the abuse continued year after year after year after year because people like you thought it would be embarrassing to cause a scene. Guess what? Sometimes you have to expose stuff. And yeah, it can be rough. Yeah, it can be painful. Yeah, it can be embarrassing. But you have to do it anyway, or you're a freaking coward. Now go whine somewhere else.
I'm going to be exposed, guys.
Here we go. All right. We supposed to read this or what?
I can read it or you can read it. I mean, it's my words. I guess I'll go ahead and read it.
Yeah,
you should probably repent. So remember, this is what I'm sending to him after it's clear that what he did and that he sent to Sam. You should probably repent of what you did before God. You tried to bait me and failed because I'm not the kind of scum that would dox. Imagine lying about hating Sam and accusing him of molesting his own daughters while secretly working for him and thinking you're doing God's work. Point of clarification, he actually said that Sam was lusting after his daughters. Molesting was my memory of the conversation, my impression of the conversation. I didn't go back and check the exact words. He said lusting, not molesting. Oh, I've been exposed. Shake my head. Stop worshiping the devil before you end up in hell. Then I sent a second message. P.S. tell Sam I know Joan's legal name. That's the only part that he shared in that message. And he said the same thing here earlier today. And haven't shared it because I'm not scum like him.
So this is you saying, hey, I know her name. I'm not sharing it because I'm not scum. Like Sam. And Sam reports this as you threatening to dox her.
Yep.
Guys, you see what you're dealing with here? Like how? Thaddeus says, I know her name. I don't dox people. I'm not like you guys. Sam reports that as Thaddeus is threatening to dox and cleave to antiquity, and that other dude, Alex, whatever. Oh my goodness, the persecution. Thaddeus is truly beyond evil for threatening to dox him. Fans don't care. Guys, you Sam fans, is there anything Sam could do that you would like find unacceptable? Like anything? He can lie all he wants. He can call people's mothers whores. He can threaten to say he wants to piss on people. He can work with people who are trying to get us killed. He can attack every Christian apologist out there who doesn't do what he wants, which is everyone. And you guys just cheer him on. So what I mean, if he went out and murdered 10,000 people, would that bother you? And even slightly, we'd be like, but he really remembers Bible references, so it doesn't matter what he does. You guys are sick. You guys are sick.
Oh, and by the way, Sam keeps lying about who Joan is. Joan is not a random Christian woman. Okay. Joan is a very important Sam insider, and she is his girlfriend, or in Sam's theology, his mistress. They are in a romantic relationship, and she is gathering information for her. And I figured this out because she engaged with me on X. She came into my public tweets and started trying to defend Sam. And after that happened, multiple people said, just so you know, you're talking to Sam's girlfriend, because it's a open secret in his community, because it's obvious he constantly talks about the young lady, the sister in Christ, and then we'll pull up her messages and pretend they're unrelated and stuff like that. He's putting her messages on the screen all the time. People knew who she was. I didn't, but people did, and multiple people independently contacted me and said that. Did I go and blab it? No. I steered the conversation to get her to reveal about herself after the fact that people had told me. So I said that you keep acting like you have insider information. Are you lying, or are you actually an insider? And then she screenshotted the conversation, sent it to Sam, and Sam publishes it on his X account and says, who cares whether this woman is my love interest or not? Absolute geniuses we're dealing with here. Absolute geniuses.
Super sharp.
Three months go by. You play the same clips where Malik is mentioning you and your address and your sister. Same clips that you mentioned 3 months earlier that you didn't say you wanted to relocate. Same clips again 3 months earlier to now get money because you want to move, you want to relocate. So this is where it doesn't add up for me. Why didn't you do it 3 months earlier when you mentioned it the first time? Why do you then do it only later after you see Apostate Prophet got $42,000 because he made the same accusation?
Why
Actually,
do you
didn't make the same accusation? And it was a long time ago that AP did his fundraiser.
Yeah. And how dare you eventually conclude that you have to move, guys? When Malik when Malik doxed me, I thought it was hilarious. Not when I was out of town. Not when I was out of town. And I mentioned this. I mentioned this recently, but so I was out of town. My son was out of town. That's when Malik doxes my wife, her phone number in the middle of the night, pictures of our house and so on. And she starts getting flooded with messages and calls and stuff in the middle of the night. And so I'm out of town. And so I message my brother and I say, hey, because keep in mind, I know very little about Malik at this point. I don't know what sort of street cred he's got. He's claiming to be Club Pyru, that's a gang and stuff like that. My brother took off work the next day just so he could stay and watch over my wife and son there. And so once I was back, I thought it was hilarious. What are you guys going to do? You're going to storm the house. You're going to lose. You're going to lose. I'll just win. That's just what's going to happen, and it'll be hilarious. And you'll get humiliated if you try to come at me. It was later. It was sometime after that. I went to the gym in the middle of the night. There's a 24-hour gym. I went to the gym in the middle of the night. I was like, what if they came right now? I wouldn't be there. And it's like, wait a minute. I do travel, so that's when I'm going to be. Because I was thinking, okay, when I travel, I'll just get security. I'll just get security or something like that. And so, but I'm just like, well, I'm not always at home, even when I'm not traveling. And it was, no, I actually have to move. And then you got IP. And eventually, hey, I actually have to move. Well, why didn't you do that before? Well, I don't know, because this is when I decided. I decided right now that here's what I have to do. And that before that, I hadn't made that decision. How's that some impossible scenario for someone like Sam to figure out? Anyway.
So
hang on,
what
hang
you're
on,
saying
hang
is that
hang on.
IP reevaluated circumstances and changed his mind on how he would respond to Malik, and that somehow proves he's a
By
great.
the way, IP just messaged me. IP just messaged me, and he pointed out that he made the decision move after Malik doxed his home address. That was before Malik doxed his home address. So it was a different situation, Sam. One was before his home address was doxed, and then there's after his home address was doxed. Sam, do you really not understand? Because Sam just lives by himself. Sam, do you not understand the difference between someone giving out your home address with your family there and then not doing that? Do you not understand that? It's pretty creepy.
Yeah, and you're right. I had actually forgotten that, but now I'm thinking about the context, and that's right. I knew that IP was the original target, but I forgot that he only got his phone number revealed the first time around, and then when it was probably 2 to 3 months later, just like Sam said, that Malik got mad again, and he's like, well, now you've done it. And he shows pictures of IP's house. This is why notice the pattern. This is why we were all up in Dearborn. We were all away from our homes, that he decided to finally put out IP's information. And as you recall, we did an emergency live stream on that. I stayed home and didn't participate in the activities and prepped clips all day. And we did a live stream that evening because of what Malik had done, and tried to, threaten IP's family while IP is out of town. He goes live. First, he doxes his P.O. box, which was retarded, but he kind of implied that people could send him a gift, i.e. a bomb, to his P.O. box. Then he's like, and here's his home. And it's gives an address. And I know that you're correct, because I remember confirming with IP by giving him the address, which I obviously censored online. And he said, yep, he is going after my home. And he showed a bunch of pictures of the house, the interior, said this is the room he streams in case you want to send him some love or something like that. Like, Malik thinks that because he uses code words, it doesn't count. But this was after him saying the month prior or 2 months prior. I don't remember if it's in the initial or it was a later one, but he said, we got people after David, and guess what, IP, you're next. People will be showing up at your front door. It was in context of David making a backdoor joke because of what Malik said. And he's like, oh, you think it's funny about the back door? We're going to be in the front door of IP's home soon.
Yeah, and by the way, IP gave me the info. So he said Malik didn't post my home address 3 months ago. So there was a different situation. Says he did after I made that video 3 months ago. So he made a video talking about, people coming after him and stuff. And then Malik posted his home address. IP said, we immediately started preparing to move. We listed our home to see if we could get a quick sale. So they tried to just quickly sell the place to get out of there. It didn't work, so we resorted to the GoFundMe as a last resort when the house didn't sell. So in other words, they still wanted to get out of the house, and they wanted to do it quickly. They hadn't sold the house, and so they said, hey, we still need to get out of the house. We'll do a GoFundMe. Mm-hmm. Sam is regarding all of this as evil and clear signs of a grifter. And you've got Cleave to Antiquity and Alex. Oh, well, great point. This is the proof that these guys are grifters. They don't have to deal with any of the stuff we have to deal with.
Mm-hmm. And I can confirm all of that's true. I made a decision not to say it, but since IP said it, he obviously doesn't mind it being said. But in private, he struggled for probably about a month, saying like, I really need to move. I don't want to do a fundraiser. I can do a fundraiser, but is it really necessary? And his home wasn't selling. And he's like, we need to move. Mm-hmm. And so he did the fundraiser.
No, and guys, everyone out there, just imagine that situation, right? So in order to protect, these guys are doxing my home address, trying to get people to come kill me. My family's there. I need to get out of this place. Okay, let me go ahead and sell this place really quick and get the heck out of here. Oh, it's not selling real quick. I still need to get out of here. What can I do? What options are on the table? I can ask people for help. I can't do this myself. I'm saying this, guys, because I've been there multiple times. I've been in that situation multiple times. Here's something that needs to happen. I do not have that. What happens? I ask for help. So, I mean, guys, what is the grift here with IP? They doxed his home, gave the room, threatened him, threatened his family. He decides he has to move. He tries to sell the house quickly, doesn't sell. I still have to protect my family. I have to get out of here. Let me ask people for help. People give him beyond anything he's asking for. Sam, Shamoun, OrthoBros hate him for it.
Mm-hmm.
IP, how dare you try to protect your family? And you Christians who helped him protect his family, shame on you. You should have said, too bad. We don't care what happens to you. Screw your family. No one cares. Only losers try to take care of their families. Sick stuff. All right, now we got GodLogic.
And I think there's one huge problem here. Unfortunately, I hate to say this, but there's an issue within the Muslim community where violence happens. It's unfortunate that I have to say it, but it's really there. Like you see it with Charlie Hebdo. Anybody who, like, you mentioned Momika, like, I don't know, Salman Rushdie, like, this is crazy. I think it's insanity that people can't just, debate the points that they don't like, but there is real violence that occurs. There's lots of attacks, and unfortunately it's there, and we just have to be honest and accountable about it,
Hang on one second. Didn't Thaddeus admit to wanting to dox Sam? Kind of weird and hypocritical. Thaddeus, you wanted to dox Sam?
I certainly didn't admit that because I didn't want to do that. Doxing and sharing is publicly sharing someone's private information for purposes of harassment, intimidation, or bringing shame upon them. I wanted the name and name only of a alleged person who doesn't actually exist, Sam's relative that works for Team YouTube and was abusing their authority. And I wanted it for the purpose of giving it to Team YouTube to ask them to look into it.
Yes.
That is the extent of what I wanted.
By Amara, you, Thaddeus already explained that in detail, went through everything in detail, and you still show up and try to lie about him. Why? Because you are a devout follower of either Sam or the OrthoBros or both, and now you're banned.
I do want to say real quick, they said, then prove it to me that's not the case. Show your DMs, Thaddeus. Well, I literally did show one of them. I'm happy to share all of them. They're obviously not really private information. I would normally never share a DM. Unlike Sam, I don't just go publishing people's DMs to me because I'm mad at them. I mean, obviously in this case, it's not a legitimate private message. What are you going to see different though? Just look at the ones that are already published. Where do I ask for Sam's information? Where do I say I'm going to publish it? Sam shows in the messages he sent that I say, I'm writing to Team YouTube. Do you have information that I can give to them?
Now we got
This is the problem. Now, coming back to GodLogic. After GodLogic showed his true colors, because now I figured out
showed his true colors, meaning he didn't do what Sam ordered him to do, and that's when everyone shows their true colors. What are your true colors? You are not mindlessly subservient to Sam Shamoun. Those are the true colors that enrage him. He finds out that you are not mindlessly subservient to Sam Shamoun. Then he declares war.
Said about here, I realized he doesn't want to burn bridges so that he can reach out to me. And if you go to my Twitter, as of last week, July 17th, he reaches out to me, says, do you have an article refuting Unitarians who say...
Hey, it's funny. Thaddeus just pointed out Sam shares personal messages and stuff like that. Here he is doing it.
Hey, Jesus...
Yeah, so he's sharing GodLogic, his personal messages to Sam publicly without his permission, which does meet the legal definition of doxing, by the way. Well, it depends on the state, actually, because doxing varies by state.
Yeah, with me, I don't even care about the, I don't regard this as doxing, but...
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you'd ever be tried for it, but it's unethical. Right?
Yeah, I regard it as a jerk move. You're a jerk scumbag. If you're just like, oh, I'm mad at this person now. Let me post all these messages from when we were buddies and stuff like that and try to use them against the person. Scumbag.
Made Lord. In Acts 2:36, that's one of their arguments. I go, here you go. It's on Facebook. I put it there. So as of last week, this guy is still reaching out to me behind the scenes using my articles, while publicly he's going to platform a guy who lied about my situation with my ex-wife, and I brought receipts to refute those lies. So it's now defamation if they keep mentioning it. Brought my daughters to testify.
Wait, who's he talking to? Me or you? Is he talking about me or you?
I mean, in theory, he's talking about you, but once again, he's attributing my actions to you.
Sam, what have I said? What have I said that you'll sue me for defamation if I say again? Tell me, because I got receipts for every freaking thing I say, buddy. And if you, I got my daughters who weren't there, who had nothing to do with the situation. I got my daughters to say, because, gosh.
Yeah, he's actually about to appeal to his daughters, but what he's referring
daughters
to
proof,
is
dude. I have the statement from your wife, the court statement from your wife, your ex-wife. Oh,
by the way,
it will be defamation. Good, dude. Any lawyer would laugh you out of the freaking room for saying that. Gosh.
And Sam also accidentally admitted that he knew that Michelle had said that. Because he originally was claiming that you made it up, that you just made up the story, that it wasn't her testimony, and that's why it was defamation.
Yeah.
But then he accidentally admitted that you knew he said it, but because which you didn't do actually, but I used the rape word, therefore it's libel and he's going to sue me. He's been saying that since November, and I've been saying, do it since November.
Yeah, Sam, what are you waiting on, man? Huh? Waiting on 2027? Dude, you know what you did, Sam. And your ex-wife is about 1 trillion times more trustworthy and reliable than you are.
Because they said I abandoned my daughters. I don't pay child support. A lie from the pit of hell. And by the way, if I was this evil, why would my daughters be anxious to come and see me?
And sit there pleading with me to stop insulting people and pleading with me and saying, but he's a person. Why are you talking to him like that? Yeah, they love it there, buddy.
I think part of the issue.
What's that?
Judgment. In this clip, we got Cleve's judgment of the situation.
All right, we got Cleve here. I'm sure this is going to be great because these OrthoBros, they're just spot on. They're intellectual powerhouses.
It just continues to escalate. It's got this like vicious cycle where it seems like there's no end in sight. But I'm sure, Sam, I mean, you're a reasonable guy. If they stopped firing on all cylinders, attacking you from every side, You'd probably stop doing the same. Like,
are you the world's biggest idiot, Cleave to Antiquity? I parted ways with this guy. I didn't say a word to anyone public, not one word. What did he do? He came at me over and over and over and over and over and over again. I still didn't say a word. Then he started going after everyone I was connected with. Then it became, okay, I'm not interested in this. I don't want to do this, but I'm not going to, now you're going after everyone around me. I have to respond to this. Cleave to Antiquity's expert insight, his expert summary. Wow, Sam's just reacting to these guys constantly attacking him. I bet if they just left him alone and didn't come after him, he'd just be fine with it. Dude, hey, Cleve, you should be one of Sam's loyal followers, man. You have the exact mindset. You have the exact mindset of one of his followers. What a joke, man.
you know,
Brother,
it's
I'm done
the
after
same
today.
thing with.
He's done after today.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday.
And he goes
Now
out
he
there.
specifically
Hmm?
he specifically clarifies that he meant X. But nonetheless, I didn't go right before, but I went earlier in the day. 6 minutes ago, 12 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, 24 minutes ago. Obviously, these aren't the exact numbers, but you get the point. 40 minutes ago. Attacking David, attacking Thaddeus, attacking GodLogic. What do you mean he's done? What do you mean he's done?
Mm-hmm.
Share this real quick. So he goes out there and he does this nonsense thing where he's grabbing like gay journalists and he's like pulling their articles and things like this, saying that the Orthodox Church is run by Putin and all this stuff. We're all Russia shills. This literally goes out to his audience, and he does this in a trolling way. He knows he's trolling. When Andrew Wilson had a conversation with him, he's kind of like, oh, well, you know, Jay uses sources that are maybe not so good, so I can pull from these guys.
Did he say gay journalist?
Yeah.
He said I got this from gay journalists, right?
Yeah, he says that several times, as if that somehow would undermine
Well,
the credibility of the reporting.
that's not the point at all. That guy that I got it from was an OrthoBro until he left. And he was one of the mods and one of the writers for the website. So, Cleave to Antiquity confirms. Someone needs to clip this. Cleave to Antiquity confirms. The OrthoBros have gay mods. and gay writers for their sites. That's interesting. Good to know, OrthoBros. Hey, seriously, that's very open-minded of you guys to have gay mods and gay writers for your website. That is very open-minded of you. Very, very LGBTQ friendly over there at your OrthoBro Discord server. Good to know. All right, here we go.
They're obviously lying in their journalism. It's no big deal. He doesn't admit that outright, but he's laughing. He's making sure everybody knows he's trolling. He's falling back on that. And Andrew Wilson calls him out on that. He's like, oh, so now you were just trolling the whole time. You were just joking. Well, the problem.
No, not when I'm reading a person's account when he explains how you guys add that's not me trolling. Me saying you guys are all working for Russia and hey, comrade, and this and that. With like Andrew calling him comrade. Yeah, that was trolling. And even with Jay, it's not, oh, here's the proof or something like that. It's just there's a little creepy, but if I go with their standard of proof, Avery isn't attacking other churches, therefore he's a grifter. Oh, okay. Well, this is exactly what I'd expect a Russian agent to do. Is similar to what Jay Dyer's doing. So I can accuse Jay Dyer of this. And what I seriously don't get is how this makes them angry. What is exactly what all I'm doing is I'm mimicking you. I'm mimicking your behavior and your standards. You say, here's our standard. And I go, okay, let me do this. And you go, oh my goodness. And they whine about it for months. And they cry for months. This is what I mean, guys. If you are this psychologically fragile, stop doing the stuff you're doing. Stop starting fights in every direction when you can't handle anything that comes back to you. And guess what? I haven't even started, guys. I was fishing. That's called fishing. Meaning, here's what happens. Keep in mind, I know very little about you guys. So I test you by your reaction. So I do this. I see how you react. Oh, here's how they react. And by the way, when I was having various people on the show, I was legitimately interested in hearing from people and learning. But also, I'm looking at your guys' reactions to see what you guys do. Well, I noticed very quickly whenever I disagree with anything Jay Dye or anything like this, you guys just all you do is heap insults and abuse worse than any Dawa guy. You just start heaping abuse, and then when I get an Orthodox priest on to explain something, you guys start showering me with praise and throwing super chats at me. And okay, so you use low-level manipulation tactics. Do what we want. We shower you with praise, or money or anything else. Don't do what we want. We just go to instant abuse mode. Okay, so they rely on low-level manipulation tactics for them. But guess what? That's me learning about you. There's if I'm hearing from a priest, I'm hearing like information about your church. That's that kind of information. But you guys give me information about your group, about what your group is like. So I'm sitting there doing other things. And then all of a sudden, I bring up Russia and you all lose your minds. Guess what? You just gave me some information, right? You guys know that? Keep in mind, if I have a person, I don't know anything about him, and I say, hey, you're fat, and he just stands there. And I say, hey, you're ugly, and he just stands there. And I say, hey, you're gay, and he flips out and loses his mind. Okay, you just told me something, right? That's something that really, really bothers you there. So when I'm sitting there with the OrthoBros and I say this, and they have some, don't react. I say this, they don't react. I do this, they don't react. I say this, there's a little reaction. I say this, and then all of a sudden, hey, Russia, and they go, whoa! They all lose their minds. Guys, you have any idea what's coming, man? I've got other stuff to deal with this, but this month's almost over. We're going to have a lot of fun with you guys in Russia. Here we go.
Problem with that is a lot of the guys that watch his channel are older. A lot of these dudes are older gentlemen. And you know what ended up happening? What ended up happening was an elder from my previous church, who I was actually pretty good friends with, ended up calling me, and he says, I watched David Wood's channel. He says you're evil, and he says you are attending
How do I have no clue who you are, dude?
Russian Psi operation church run.
To be clear, cleave to antiquity. The point is not that all the OrthoBros are like Russian agents or something. It's that the leaders who control you are, and you're like the useful idiot for them, right? So that's the point. But yeah, you are that.
By Vladimir Putin. So I now have to have conversations with older gentlemen that used to go to the church I used to pastor over, that I had very good relationship with, that has now been messed up because David Wood.
Think about this. This is what I'm talking about, guys. These guys dish it out all day long. They're sitting here just like helping someone spread lies about Thaddeus, helping someone spread lies about IP, helping someone spread lies about GodLogic, they're helping this happen over and over again, trying to get these people to be just completely destroyed and not to be able to do the work that they've been called to do. But he's this old guy watched the David Wood video. He don't want to talk to me anymore. You see, this proves that David is evil. You are such freaking pathetic crybabies, man. God, it's just like I know I'm brutal towards Muhammad. Can you imagine if I'm like, oh my goodness, this Muslim criticized me and said something mean? Seriously? Wouldn't cross my mind.
Wants to go and troll and spread his lies.
So let's get a little update. So this is actually a perfect time for this, actually, because we're about to see Sam's promise of what he's going to do in events. I just want to give an update before we see what Sam has promised yesterday. I was sent a message, and I have confirmed it myself by going to Sam's channel. Sam, who never watches our stream, has uploaded 2 clips from the stream already, and we haven't even finished the live. David Wood crashes out over Thaddeus's doxing. What is that title supposed to suggest to the person reading the title? That David got upset at me for doxing. Is that what happened, David?
No.
And the other one, thank you, Thaddeus, for exposing GodLogic's grift. Did anything I say suggest in any way that GodLogic is grifter. Now, I haven't watched the clip, so I don't know exactly which clip it is, but I can't even imagine what clip it might be, because it could be literally anything based on what Sam interprets as proof of GodLogic grifting later in this video. But, I mean, do you even have a guess what that clip might be of? Me either.
I'm kind of in shock that this is like a person who was just streaming with, like, what, like last month or so? Like, that's crazy. Why would you say this to your friend? I don't know. That's just, it's mind-boggling.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got to do everything he wants, sir. Else, there we go. Sam's promise.
It is. In fact, brother, I promised that after I got the text messages exposing Thaddeus wanting my information, I'd be done even with Twitter, because Twitter is too much. A lot of back and forth, a lot of people, you know, I get nasty, they get nasty. So I was just waiting for the receipts. I got the receipts. Thaddeus got exposed. So now here's what I want to see happen. They condemn Muslims for doxing. What are you going to say about Thaddeus, who now, behind the scenes, knew a guy wanted to dox me and encouraged it and asked for my information?
What are we going to say? That he didn't do anything that had anything to do with doxing you. One of your fans, under your orders, you guys thought it was a brilliant idea. We'll get Thaddeus to say he wants to dox Sam. Thaddeus says he's not an evil scumbag, and even though he has information on your girlfriend, he would never share it because he's not a doxer like you guys. And the only information he was interested in was the claim of someone who said that Sam Shamoun knows someone at YouTube who protects him, and that's why Thaddeus got banned for posting a clip of Sam, and Sam didn't get banned for the exact same clip. That's not doxing, Sam. That's not doxing. So why? So you're asking us, if we have a problem with doxing, why aren't we going after Thaddeus? Well, because it's not doxing. If Thaddeus posted the address where people can get at your daughters, guess what? We'd have a big problem with that. But he doesn't do that. You do that, Sam, and you work with Malik, who does that. And these two morons who are with you right now, helping you spread lies. My goodness, that kind of says something. Maybe, like, why wouldn't this bother them? Like suppose they're completely ignorant of everything that's going on. Later on, guess what? They're going to have Sam on again.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's about the drama, and yet if someone else is about the drama, they'll complain about it. You guys are a joke, man. Convert. It's a true church. Convert to our church.
2 minutes later, Sam himself says, when Malik shared people's information, it was public, and my information is public. So by his own definition, by his own admission, even if I had shared his information, which I would have never done, I wouldn't be doxing. So where's the consistency here? Like, I mean, I get that, like, Sam is so deluded, but how can no one see this, right? How does Cleve not see this? How does Alex not see this? How does the people in the chat, how do all the OrthoBros saying, yay, Sam's about to convert to orthodoxy in the comments, how do they not see this? That this is insane to say I'm doxing, but Malik's not.
Yeah, Thaddeus wanted to know if Sam actually has, as Sam's fan lied, apparently. He wanted to understand why Sam doesn't get banned for stuff that if you point it out, you get banned for. That's doxing. Giving someone's home address, their personal information, sending people after them in the middle of the night, that's not. And these guys, great point, Sam. Wow, great point. You guys are a joke, man.
What are you going to do now, David Wood? Nothing.
You're right. I'm not going to do anything because it's not doxing. Great. All right, now we have I'm not lying. Wallahi.
The Lord will hold me accountable if I'm lying. This is how I know the doxing thing is exaggerated. I went on Facebook. Thaddeus's profile came up. Thaddeus Billman. Thaddeus, why is he coming up on my Facebook? I went there and I saw it had also the Facebook of his wife. I clicked on it. I was utterly shocked by what I saw. His wife, now it's public. She had the pictures publicly, so it's not something private. His wife is absolutely 100% pro LGBTQ, UQRS, whatever the alphabets.
Why are you talking about dudes?
Before we look at the receipt, and I'll let Issa make his comment, but you know, you can answer Issa as well. What do you think? Like, how did you understand that? What was the order of events? What happened? Because Sam said he swears by God. Well, he says, I'm not lying. God is my witness. God will hold me accountable if I'm lying. So what he just said is a very important statement. Because this receipt, I need to make sure that I understand Sam correctly, so that before we look at the receipt.
You ready?
I just think it's deeply insulting when I hear, I don't know, any person who does this. Like, I'm really anti-doxing. Like, it's a real problem for me. It's like really, really bad. Because the thing is, it's like, first of all, it's a concession of defeat in whatever conversation you have. You're showing extreme weakness. And second of all, it's very malicious. And that might be on the social media, but you had to go and search for that information to find that out. And that's your business. That's not anybody else's business. Whatever is going on, LGBTQIA plus, whatever it is, that's your personal business, and that should be in your own home. And it's private. Like, I don't know. I find that really weird. Like, that people don't have decorum. They don't understand boundaries. There are things that you can talk about. Like, just because we have the internet now doesn't mean we don't have like social boundaries that exist here too. And I think that people think when they're on the internet that they have no boundaries. They can just do whatever they want. And I've noticed that even like on social media pages, people will say the most outlandish, horrible things, and you're like, what is wrong with these people? And I'm sorry that happened to you, because that's not anybody else's business that you're dealing that should be dealt with except you. And unless you want to share that, and I'm sorry, and I think it's really disgusting that that's being brought up.
Notice
David,
it is. By the way, it's same as the Sam has the exact same mindset. People have pointed out. Sam has the same mindset as like the Dawa guys, right? So he already brought up Muhammad Hijab. Muhammad Hijab. Oh, if me attacking you isn't going to work, then I'll attack your wife. I'll start going after your wife because you're really not going to like that, and maybe that will make you back down from me. He's the exact same way.
Mm-hmm.
That he is the exact same personality type as Muhammad Hijab. And the only sort of downside for Sam is that sort of personality type isn't nearly as impressive to Christians as it is to Muslims. I'll go after your wife. I'm strong by going after your wife. I'll just heap insults on you at all times and stuff. It's not as compelling to Christians. But there are Christians personality-wise who are drawn to that. Like the OrthoBros. Like the OrthoBros. They're the exact same. They have the same mentality as like the Dawa fans and stuff. And that's why they'll get along with Sam for a little while. While they're all
before you hit play.
Enemy. Mm-hmm. All right,
what was the source of the screenshots that Sam shared publicly, according to what Sam just said? How did you understand his words?
He said he's just scrolling through and came across this kind of by accident.
So he said that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he just
that
scrolled.
Sam Shamoun saw my name.
Yeah, he's not lying.
Clicked on my name.
Yeah, he said he's not lying.
And then Obviously, my wife's
were shocked.
pictures are not on my page, so he then went and clicked on my wife's page. Right,
Yeah.
that's the order of events as you
Yeah.
understand them. And
Yeah,
he took some screenshots of my wife's page and posted them publicly. Right.
Yeah, that happens. You can be on someone's page. I haven't been on Facebook in years, but you can be on someone's page and then see another person, another name, something like that. And you click on that person. So pretty straightforward, right?
Yep.
So, all right. We ready
So,
for
I mean, already action, right? But it's Sam's action, right? Sam's action.
Yeah.
Well, God inspired him to do it, but it's Sam's action.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Receipt.
So this is going to just be text here. I don't know if you want to read it. It's too small for me to read, but on the one side, you're going to have to rewind, obviously. But on the one side is Sam's post, and then we have an example of one of the pictures. This is his original post from when he first went after my family. And this is one of the pictures that there was 3 others. So in the picture, he basically tells the same story. It's consistent with what he just said.
Okay.
And the screenshot he shares. What does it say at the top there, David, on my wife's page?
I can't see because I have some control panels up top. And,
okay.
and
Everything I can't read the exact
tiny on my laptop compared to normal when I'm on a desktop.
Yeah, no problem. Just give me 1 second to pull it up on my computer so I can see it in bigger. Okay, so Crystal Billman, heeft en tijdel echt profile foto to gev ad 5 June 2019. So first of all, this is a profile picture from 2019. So they had to scroll through quite a lot of stuff, but that's not actually what's important here. Did that sound like English to you, David? Do you think Sam's computer is set to give him a language other than English?
I do not.
This is Dutch.
Yeah, when you're saying different language, I was thinking, well, he does know that Assyrian stuff, so but not Dutch that I'm familiar with. Never heard Sam speaking in Dutch.
It says that Crystal has set a temporary profile picture, which apparently she did on June 5th, 2019. Joan, Sam's mistress / girlfriend, lives in the Netherlands.
Huh. So she would speak Dutch then.
So who took this screenshot? Joan.
Huh.
I thought Sam got a message from God to click on my profile picture.
Yeah,
and it took a screenshot of my wife's page.
Yeah, he just
what
randomly.
Does this mean?
It just popped up. And then that's weird.
So this not only means that he lied about who took the screenshot, he lied about how it was found, because Joan did not get a random recommendation for me. It's at least plausible because I am friends with Christians, a bunch of Christians and apologetic scenes or whatever, that Sam could have gotten a recommendation for me. Joan most certainly is not friends with me. She isn't looking at my page accidentally, because Sam, and not in this clip, in the other clips, he said I didn't even know his name. I just knew he was Thaddeus, but I saw on my feed Thaddeus Billman. I'm like, oh, is that him? And clicked on it. So he swore to God that God sent him a message, and he clicked on my profile and then clicked on my wife's name and then saw these pictures. What actually happened? He instructed Joan, his secretary, to go investigate Thaddeus, and she found it through intentional looking into my family stuff. Now, that doesn't change what is in the picture, but it does mean that he just lied about the source of it while swearing to God that he was telling the truth.
Hey, Thaddeus, if you're acting like this is an astounding piece of evidence,
well, I mean,
that dude can't go find.
I just want to be clear. I mean, I know it doesn't surprise you, right? I know it doesn't surprise you, but
it does not.
It should offend everyone, right? It should offend everyone. Now, as far as the accusation against my wife, 2 things. One, her profile was intended to be private. There's a quirk with Facebook security that your profile pictures are not private, even when your page is private, that you have to set that separately. We didn't realize that. She made it private after the fact. Now, Sam used the fact that she made it private as proof that I was trying to hide it. But also that it was public and therefore I wasn't trying to hide it doesn't make any sense. But just for the record, I've done a full video on it. You can see the full, you can see my full statement on it. Our son is in sin. My wife thinks it's better to support his choices. I think it's better to tell him it is sin. That is the extent of her support for the LGBTQ movement or whatever.
Hey, look at this. We got Mujahid here. He says he's responding to someone. He says he brought Sam's ex-wife and kids into this first and slandering him about it. Sam did it back, and Thaddeus got upset. Thaddeus can't say Sam abounded, I think you mean abandon, his kids and family when, I don't even feel like figuring out where the next part of this is. Yeah, hey, Mujahid. Sam's wife and kids got brought into things when Sam started going after AP and saying, hey, like looking for all the personal information of AP and wanting to get everyone to speak out against AP and share the private information. And he just declares war. Why? Because he's mad at me. He's mad at me. So he's going after AP and so on. That's when information about Sam and his treatment of others and his terrible treatment of his ex-wife is. No one was attacking Sam's ex-wife. I don't know if I can't think of anyone who was attacking Sam's ex-wife or his kids. Sam is attacking Thaddeus's wife and son. And if you don't see the difference between all of that, and by the way, Sam's sitting here lying. So anyway, yeah, try that somewhere else, dude. All right, here we go. What's going on here?
Now he's going to continue this little story.
I have the photos on Twitter. So I said, what's going on here, Thaddeus? Because you said I'm disqualified from ministry because of the way I talk and supposedly what I did to my ex-wife, which is a lie and it's defamation. Why have you been hiding the fact that your wife
It's not defamation, Sam.
is unruly, insubordinate on social media, public for everyone to see? Now, a brother named CCC went and found Instagram. It was even worse on Instagram. If you see rainbow color hair, hang around with women with rainbow color hair.
So you're cyber stalking. You're sending people to cyber stalk. Crazy.
And my wife did get a bunch of friend requests from random people because she immediately privatized it. But Sam's big thing here is that Thaddeus is disqualified because his wife is unruly. Why is my wife unruly? Because she privatized it when I asked. We both actually thought it was private, but apparently when she set it to private, she accidentally didn't hit save on Instagram. And then there was the weird thing on the Facebook security settings. I mean, whether you believe me or not, she took it down as soon as I asked her to take it down. So how exactly is she unruly? Because she has a different opinion about something than me? That means that she's unruly? I don't get it.
Yeah. All right. He went livid. Hey.
He went livid. He got angry.
Hey,
And
why'd you go livid, man?
here's how I know the doxing is being exaggerated. He said, Sam doxed me, my family. Someone called this lie saying, how is this doxing? It's on her Facebook, Instagram.
It's all publicly available information.
Thank you. And after I exposed the photos, she put her Instagram on private. So how much of this doxing
funny.
is real? How much is it exaggeration?
Yeah. By the way, this is all very interesting. Like again, Sam has his people going out trying to dig up dirt on people's families to attack the person for family members, over family members, and exposing family members and stuff in order to upset the person. Guys, in every one of these situations, in every one of these, I'm talking with Malik and everyone else, anything starts happening, people start sending me stuff. Like when, Cora, the situation, people started sending me pics of Cora. You don't see me do anything. You don't see me post those anywhere. Why? Not interested. As soon as Malik started going off, people sent me his home address, his sister's home address, his family's home address. Didn't do anything with it. I didn't ask anyone for this stuff. And when they send it to me, I ignore it. Why? And you got Sam. He's like Malik, trying to find information on people's families to attack the families, endanger the families, or just insult the families and stuff, cause harassment against the families in order to get at whoever they're really mad at. And this is just again, these guys are made for each other. And the fact that these OrthoBros have no problem with this and think all this is just totally awesome.
Yeah. I mean, Alec there literally laughed at how stupid it was to call it doxing. So I will say that Sam was correct. I was livid. Who wouldn't be livid that someone is attacking your wife and child? And I made a statement because I didn't realize that Joan was the actual source at the time. I assumed it was Malik. I made a statement that you are engaged in sin. You're engaged in doxing. You got this information from Malik because I believed it was private, right? I believed it was private. I believed it was impossible that he could have gone and obtained it from a public profile because, again, we didn't realize that it was public. And so I thought that he had gotten it from Malik and was releasing private information for the purpose of harassing my family or intimidating me or harassing me. And so I called it doxing. Oh, therefore, Malik didn't dox anyone. This is a big joke to everyone because I was angry that Sam attacked my family. I thought he got the pictures from Malik, and I called it doxing.
All right.
To deceive Christians, to bilk them and finance them over $500,000.
And I didn't ask for any money for being doxed.
Here's this information. At gmail.com, shipping address. Okay, there you go. Slander me. Here's his email. Here's his information. Can you do anything about this guy who just went to PayPal and lied? I just gave you his information.
That's Sam doxing a Christian.
That's
Sam doxing someone.
That was a completely, totally private individual. And how did Sam get the information? The guy made a PayPal donation and then canceled it, saying that Sam was a fraud. Why did he say that Sam was a fraud? Sam met him in person, persuaded him to make a donation, and then Sam abused him on his next live when he didn't remember who the guy was. So he canceled the donation, saying that Sam was a fraud.
It's kind of like what was going on with the David Wood stuff. You know, they take one thing that seems like, okay, so he's accusing you of doxing for revealing this information that was out there publicly on an Instagram or Facebook account. So therefore it gives justification.
We just showed Sam doxing someone.
To do this. Hold on. Oh, not that. Hold on. This here.
Please.
So it gives justification.
Dude, guys, you hear this? These guys are nuts, man. Sam, you dox people, therefore they say that gives them justification to dox you. Except none of this is doxing. Where's the doxing here? Where? There's nothing here. Dude, Cleve, you're garbage, man. You're a garbage human being.
To do this. Yes, I would like his information. So you're going to use it publicly. Yes.
What information? And he just said you're going to use it publicly. You got information to use publicly? That's what you're doing?
The info would be useful, and I do know what Sam is capable of. So, well, he doxed me, so why wouldn't it? Why can't I dox him? And it's a continued escalation.
How did you interpret my message as meaning that?
Yeah.
How did you interpret that? Saying that information would be useful.
Yeah, and then in the other message, you even say, I even know her name. I'm not sharing that. I'm not a doxer like you guys. And they're interpreting this. Yep, this is Thaddeus threatening to dox. You guys suck so bad, man.
escalation, continued escalation. The same thing that David Wood was trying to do when he said, well, you know, Jay was saying like this one thing, and I feel like the source maybe wasn't as credible. So that justifies me going and finding gay journalists to say that the Orthodox
Gay journalists who ran your Discord server for the OrthoBro, ran the OrthoBro Discord server and wrote for your website. That gay journalist, notice he eventually leaves and they say, he's gay. And then when he reports why he left and how screwed up they are, and they say, he's gay. Okay, so OrthoBros like gay Discord servers. I mean, gay Discord server mods. Okay.
church is subverted by Vladimir Putin, and they're just like some kind of psyop to try to trick people. This justifies me lying.
The ends.
I'm not lying. Dude, I'm not lying. I say, okay, let me break this down for the four. I'm not aware of an OrthoBro who can who will say what you've claimed or something like that and do so accurately without misrepresenting it. It doesn't look good for anyone outside your little group. The highest ranking official in the Russian Orthodox Church was a KGB spy in the 1970s, as was Putin. He is now a multi-billionaire, and his job as a KGB spy was to infiltrate the churches to paint a rosy picture of the Soviet communist treatment of Christians. So he's in there duping people, right? Then the Soviet Union collapses. Putin, who's KGB, he takes over eventually. And then Patriarch Kirill becomes the patriarch. He's the highest ranking official, multi-billionaire. And you look at their plan, and they want to completely discombobulate and cause division. And they want the Orthodox churches on their side. They become super enraged when other Orthodox churches are not on their side, and they want to completely discombobulate Catholics and Protestants to weaken them. How would that work exactly? And then that's what they want. And then you've got the OrthoBros who come along. Hey, let's make it Orthodox versus everyone, Catholics and Protestants. And we're just going to go after everybody. And then he keeps complaining about the source. That was one of their mods, one of their mods of their Discord server. And he's saying one of the things that bothered him was they kept, Jay Dyer and everything kept pushing people to ROKOR. Russian Orthodox Church outside Russia. So he's pushing everything in the Russian direction, the Russian church. That's who everyone needs to ultimately be led by. And so it's just a situation where I go, well, that looks a little suspicious, but I wouldn't bring it up. It looks suspicious, but I wouldn't bring that up. But if you guys say that your methodology is, if it just looks some way, you just blast it out there. You just blast it out and start accusing someone. Okay, I want you guys to know what that's like. And what I think you're going to do is start whining like babies whenever anyone does to you what you do to other people. This isn't me saying, I'm justified in approaching things like that. I am justified in showing you what it's like when you do it to other people. So, if you don't, what do you, and dude, Cleve, if you don't think it's justified, right? If you guys say, here's our standard, and you say, okay, that's the standard I'll hold you to, so you know what it's like. If you don't think that's justified, what do you mean? You mean we get to do anything we want, and no one gets to treat us the same. Okay, then you're a giant freaking hypocrite by definition. We get to act one way, no one else gets to act that way towards us. We get to act one way towards everyone else. No one else can act like that towards us. You're a giant hypocrite. You just confessed it, dude. This is sick, man.
Justify the means for these guys. The ends justify the means, right?
So Sam got those messages through someone's deception, probably in deception that he that he instructed someone to do, but nonetheless, through deception, through malicious actions, but the ends that Thaddeus was exposed justify the means, right, Sam?
Mm-hmm.
We went up to meet Uthman ibn Farouk in San Diego. It's all recorded. We went up there. Anthony Rogers, myself, and David Wood. And by the way, it was during this time where God was already tugging my heart to start leaving Protestantism. It was during this time I already knew I'm leaving Protestantism. I knew it. I couldn't be a Protestant. And they would notice things. Some of them that I would have this, like something like this with me on my car. One Calvinist saw it. That was my car. He doesn't know what's going on. And he'd see me reach out to it and kiss it. He still doesn't know what's going on. What's up with this dude, bro? Anyway, we went to San Diego. As we got there, Uthman knew we were coming. Why? Because that Saturday we showed up, he wasn't there. So let me give you a little back. And by the way, David recorded it. He's got it on film. If he wants to release it, he can prove I'm lying. But anyway, you're going to hear me on the camera say, this guy is trying to play the hero, dole out meat to his fan base. So I saw what he's trying to do because I know their tactics. They started engaging, and I saw that when Anthony wanted to speak, Uthman would talk over him. When Anthony would try to respond, David chimed in. You'll see it. He does it. Wait, Anthony, let him speak.
Right.
And then Uthman played David against Anthony Rogers and said, see, Anthony, yeah. Even David says, I got angry at David. I walked away. But there, one of my buddies is recording me, and I have the footage. I'm debating the Muslims, and I'm slaughtering them. Fast forward, David keeps going back to the park by himself. And he keeps letting Uthman steamroll him, talk over him, embarrass him. I got on the phone with David. I don't know if it was a voice text or text messages. I go, you're an embarrassment, dude. Stop. You're disgracing us. That's when he cut me off.
Absolute idiotic nonsense. I cut Sam off when multiple people, and I don't remember if it's the clip at the beginning of the one with the compilation we normally share or just one that's very similar to it. But Sam's talking about, and I was thinking about leaving Protestantism. He doesn't realize. A couple of us were like, are we supposed to part ways with Sam? Because he's already been going off the deep end on YouTube. That's when he had started going live by himself, which is the worst thing that he could ever do. Before that, we'd do shows, Jesus or Muhammad or something else, and he'd be working with someone else, and he would kind of keep his language under control and stuff like this. And if he's going too far, you tell him, dude, you can't say that, man. Don't act like that. Then he started going off on his own, and that's when he starts, with the insults and stuff. And there were a couple of us who were like, what do we do? He's getting worse and worse and worse, and we're still associating with him. And then it was kind of, hey, let's go on this trip with him and kind of see if is this just a phase? Is he going to come out of it and be normal? He got divorced. Is that just an issue for him? But it was kind of like a last chance type thing. Anyway, we go on that trip. We come back, and that's when everyone started sending me a clip of him talking about helping. It's one thing to say that she has graped your mom or something like that. That's already screwed up enough. But he said, I want to help the Shias grape your mother. And it's just like, with me, it was, how in the name of common sense can I criticize Muhammad Hijab for going after people's wives or this or that? How can I do that? And then pretend and then work with this guy and act like this is okay. I can't do it anymore, man. I can't. Working with this guy requires you to be a complete hypocrite, and I'm not going to be a hypocrite for him. I can't do it. So it's not, Sam said something. Sam has always said mean things. Sam has always attacked everyone around him. He always does it. And it's okay, it's Sam. All right, it's Sam. Sam's gonna blast you. Sam's story is, I said this to David and he parted ways with me. Yeah, dude. It's not your terrible behavior and how you treat people. They had no problem with me?
Analytically,
no problem.
They had a problem with my issues, personality, and my family, Why was David Wood still platforming me long after the divorce with my ex-wife? Why was he still doing ministry with me? Why was he in a conference with me? Why did he have me do Islamicize me? Why did he have me stay at his house for 2 weeks?
Thaddeus, haven't I explained that like 9 trillion times?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he knows the answer. Guys, I've always known Sam has problems. Bad problems. Always known that. Really screwed up. Likes to abuse people. Likes to insult people. So narcissist. So lots of people wouldn't be cool with working with someone like that. I'm like, well, okay, well, I'm used to dysfunction, so I can actually put up with it. Maybe that's part of the reason I'm here. This guy has some amazing abilities. It would probably be bad if everyone just separated from him and he's just off by himself. Who knows what he's going to do? So it's probably better off if, in spite of his terrible behavior, he has some Christians around him, and maybe over time he can change. And I come from a background where, guess what? Some people change dramatically at some point. So that's what I was always hoping. So it was always, I'm not just going to completely cut things. And there were times when I was like, I'm not working with you anymore. And then later on, I would, when he claimed to have changed for the better. Never turned out to actually have changed for the better. Until it's just, okay, I've been trying to work with this guy for years, and he keeps getting worse every year. And every time he claims that he's changed, 2 weeks later, you find out he's even worse than he ever was before. And so what am I doing? I'm not going to spend the rest of my life as this guy gets worse and worse and worse and his behavior gets more and more terrible. I'm not going to spend the rest of my life hoping that somehow he improves in the future. No, this is too terrible. I'm separating. And then why were they fine with my behavior? We were never fine with your behavior, Sam. We just thought maybe you might change, and we didn't want to abandon you because we were still hoping that you might change. And you did change. You just kept getting worse. And then we're not interested. I've explained that over and over and over again. Sam, whenever he's talking to someone, well, if they really think my behavior is bad now, why were they fine with it in the past? We're never fine with it. That's why I called you out on that. And Sam, I got the receipts. I was about to say, do you want me to go through the old messages of me constantly over and over again telling you, rebuking you for some behavior and then encouraging you and telling you, do you realize what you could accomplish if you could just stop acting like this? Do you realize the impact you could have on the world? You could go down as one of the greatest Bible teachers ever if you just stop treating people like this. Over and over again for 2 decades. And then he gets on here. Why were they fine with my behavior? You got serious problems, man.
You know, he said
you want to say
What's that?
He said something that was inaccurate before too, because I saw those videos. The videos where you were in, I think, California, and you were at the table, the Dawa table. Oh, I don't like those tables very much, but you were at the table, and he was talking about how Sheikh Uthman was basically, he successfully divided you and pitted you against each other. That was the argument that he was making. And I was like, that's interesting. I didn't see that personally. I did feel that Sheikh Uthman was being a bit manipulative, and I don't think he was actually engaging the points. He was more like, I'm interested in kind of having conflict instead of actually engaging these arguments. Because they're difficult. The arguments that you're bringing up are not easy, and they actually require time and patience. And I don't think those kind of Dawa tables are really interested in that. It's a religious fast food table. It's like, come in, become a Muslim. We'll give you a Quran, and you'll come out and you'll be a Muslim. That's kind of their goal, as opposed to actually helping people, which is problematic. But he also critiqued you and said you went to the table yourself, and he just defeated you. And I'm like, I didn't see that. What I did see was, Sheikh Uthman was a bit angsty. He was like kind of rude and kind of condescending. But you were like, hey, look at these points in the text. What do you think about these points in the text? And he, instead of actually engaging it, he just was angsty and rude. And I'm like, I guess if you like that, if you're interested in angsty and rude points instead of facts, I mean, that might be steamrolling. But if you're actually interested in the points, I think Sheikh Uthman did not do a good job at all and didn't really address the points that you had brought up from the hadith collections that you were engaging.
In a situation, this is just like in general. If you see me talking to someone for the first time, unless they kind of reveal something really quick, I'm really interested in finding out if someone is a liar or just sincerely wrong. And a lot of any sort of initial conversation or multiple early conversations, and this happens a lot with Dawa guys, it's this guy's saying something false. Is he lying deliberately, or is he just wrong and he's saying something that's false, but he's pursuing the truth, but he just happens to be wrong. Because I need to make that distinction, because that's going to affect how I address the person and how I treat the person and stuff like that. So yeah, when you see like even recently when we went up when we went up to Ohio, and we went to, what was it, Columbus State or something like that, you can see early on I'm mainly completely listening. By the end, I'm making fun of them. Why? Because I caught them where I'm like, you know it. I know you're a liar now, so now I can treat you like a liar. Someone like Sheikh Uthman, now we all know now. Right then, I didn't know anything about him. So there are points where I'm like, he's wrong about this. Is he lying? Is he lying, or does he really believe what he's saying? And the better you are, the better and more deceptive you are, and the more manipulative you are, the harder it is to spot. It takes a while. You can take. Now, I'm pretty good at spotting. I will eventually spot if you're a deliberate liar and stuff like that. But like, the more of it could be a narcissist, it could be some psychopath or something like that. But the better they are at lying and scamming and stuff like that, the harder they are to read, because the more authentic they sound, even if they're lying and stuff like that. But anyway, that's pretty. You can see that all over the place. If you see me walk up to a Dawa booth or something like that, I'm going to be calm. I'm going to be nice. I'm going to be polite for a long time, until I know exactly whether you're a deliberate liar or not, and then my treatment, my reactions will change. And so Sheikh Uthman, I could not tell in that first. And guess what? I know he's wrong about certain things. I could not tell if he was deliberately lying or if he was sincere but just wrong. Later on, yeah, and now we all know. But in my mind, I'm always thinking long term. If you're going to score cheap points by making things up or something like that, go for it. Go for it. It's going to catch up with you later on. And if you become a hero because of some TikTok clip or something like that, if you're the new Dawa girl, or you're the new this or that, and you get away with some things and score some cheap points and become popular, it's just going to blow up in your face later. It doesn't last. And the more popular you get, if you're a deceiver, if you're a narcissist, or if you're a liar, and you get popular with that, it's a matter of time. You're a ticking time bomb for your own ideology. And just look at this. Look at the disasters that people like Muhammad Hijab have caused. Look at the disasters that Sheikh Uthman is causing. This is what happens. This is what happens when you get lying narcissists as your champions because of the cheap dawa points they scored. And so I'm totally fine. I'm totally fine if I head to a Dawa booth and I'm nice and polite, and this guy's getting TikTok clips. If you get famous off something like that and you're lying, it might be 2 years, it might be 5 years, but you're going to do damage. You're going to end up damaging your own position. All right, now we have Jihad. Here we go.
Yeah, you want to say that, oh, we're supporting jihad. Why? Because Jay Dyer said bingo to a tweet. The escalation's got to stop at some point. So, guys, if you're watching this, David Wood and co., if you stop, guess what happens? It stops.
Exactly.
You continue to escalate. It will continue to escalate. So
Cleve, I can't tell if you're stupid or if you're a liar right now. I'm guessing stupid. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and conclude stupid. I ignored Sam for years, and he kept coming after me. I kept ignoring him, even if he's coming after me. Then he starts going after everyone around me, and I started responding.
Mhm.
So if I just stopped, what, Sam would be fine now?
And not only that, this was just yesterday.
Actually stupid?
This was just yesterday. And after this live stream, Sam spent 4 or 5 hours attacking people on X. Then he's gone live today attacking people. He's been on X all day attacking people. Now, keep in mind, his daughters are visiting him. He only gets to see them once a year or so. And he's spending the entire day attacking us. Because exactly, if they drop it, I'll drop it too. Well, no one said anything between the time you were live and this live stream. So what do you mean, Sam? You spent your entire day not with your daughters, but attacking people on X. GodLogic, IP, myself, David, people who said calm down in your comments. You called their mothers whores. Like, you were attacking everyone. Everyone.
Yeah, and I just went over to Sam's X page. His pinned comment is, I want to leave all the receipts here for all to see since the child rapist at 17, a.k.a. David Woodstein's spirit foul. He can't even spell. Horse dogs like Thaddeus, J$69, blah, blah, blah. So that's his pinned comment. His next post is, once a spiritual bitch, always a spiritual bitch. And then it's a picture of Thaddeus there. And then it's they apparently made peace with Jay Dyer and they're praising each other. So he has a thing about him assembling with the OrthoBros, their alliance. So now it's Sam Shamoun and Jay Dyer working together to attack us, GodLogic, everyone. Let's see. The next post is, damn, Gina, this Thaddeus, that's you, is stupider than his sociopathic child molesting cult leader, Grapist Wood. And so that's about us. And let's see. Then, as I said, I will only post stuff that will be earth-shattering. With that said, I want to thank Thaddeus for exposing GodLogic's grift. All right. And then we have him buddying up to Jay Dyer because they have a common enemy, us. And and then it's GodLogic saying the grift is strong with this one. And before that, it's, with that said, I've done everything needed to expose this child molesting cult leader David Wood and his demonic dogs like Thaddeus, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
Before that, it's, this vile, adulterous pig's lust for Israel is greater than his love for Jesus and what he teaches about marriage, and his cult-leading child molester David, Act 17 is... What planet do these guys live on?
Yeah, Sam's just going to drop it, right? And I looked at
and before, and by the way, before that, it's Avery and stuff. But I mean, think about this. They're saying, David, if you weren't just attacking him, he wouldn't be attacking you. Is GodLogic attacking him? Because he doesn't stop attacking GodLogic now.
Mm-hmm.
Also, where was the big JC from? Where was the big JC from? Wasn't he from Judea, Israel? Wasn't he from that area? Like, it's so wild.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's so funny that why wouldn't Christians care about that place? That's a place of, like, I went to the Garden Tomb. I've been to a lot of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and like my time there. There's a lot of holy places there that are important to Christians. Why wouldn't they care about that land? It's such a weird thing to say you wouldn't care about it. It's bizarre. You know, Galilee, all of that. So.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, these guys.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add, you talked about his Twitter post, but I looked at his YouTube, streamed 5 hours ago for 3 hours. The grift is strong with this one. Now, the title, as often is the case, has nothing to do with the thumbnail, or probably anything to do with what Sam talked about, because he constantly just puts up random titles. But the grift is strong with this one. Go to the dark side. You must not. Join me, Avery. So you're right. You're the dark side. He's trying to prevent Avery, and Avery's, the grip is strong with this one. And then he was watching our live stream, obviously, because he posted 2 clips about it. So we got a 3-hour live stream, 2 clips from him watching our live stream. And apparently those clips upset him so much that he's live again. Thaddeus exposes GodLogic and Wood. He totally dropped it.
Yeah. And so notice you got Cleave to Antiquity and Alex here, and they're actually convincing all their just completely idiotic viewers. Yeah, David's the problem. Sam really wants peace and wants to get along with everybody. And if they just stopped, well, Sam would stop. Even though David didn't say a word for years and Sam kept attacking. And they're the same.
Well,
and by the way, the other thing is like, dude, Cleve, you're just a complete liar. Oh, it's just one word. Bingo. That wasn't it. You guys kept doing it. You kept defending it. You're going onto Muslim pages saying that Avery's a grifter while the Muslims are screenshotting it and cheering you on. You became their heroes. Why are you acting like, oh, it's just bingo? Dude, can't take you seriously, man, at all. I have not seen any reason to take this guy slightly seriously. What the heck is this guy, man?
And just one more thing on his little current contact. He has 426 watching, which is substantially more than normal. He usually has like 340 or 350. So he's going to, as he always does, see that he got more views for attacking David than he does from his world's greatest Bible teaching content, which is still half gossip. And he's going to do more gossip streams.
Of course.
His words to describe what he's doing.
Of course so.
I mean, we can be adults. You guys could reach out at any point and have a dialogue. I'm not above having a conversation with you guys. I'm sure Sam.
Oh, you hear this? Oh, yeah. We really want to talk to you, dude. I really want to talk to you. And what's he going to say Sam was? I talked to Sam for 20 years, dude. I've never seen him repent of anything, not one thing. Dude, this is a joke, man. He sounds like one of the dopes who comes on there and just, what? Why don't you squash the beef, man? Why don't you just squash the beef?
You're the same. I'm sure, Alex, you're the same. Jay's the same.
You hear Sam? Yeah, that's right. That's right. I just want to squash beefs, man. That's all I want to do. That's my goal. And David's the problem.
As well.
Suck, man. Oh, Sam's apologizing to Jay Dyer.
I know Jay was listening. I want
guys, and do you see this? Sam prophesied. Sam prophesied that his marriage is going to break apart because he's such a narcissist. But when he needed the support of the OrthoBros, suddenly, I apologize to Jay Dyer, man. I apologize. Let's see.
apologize to him because, again, words are taken out of context.
Out of
Because
context.
people are saying that I said, and I do want to address it because I've always loved Jay. He's got me upset on certain things. And I'll tell you one of the things he got me upset on. And I know that's his perspective. When he likened, and I know you guys, I'm not, when he likened the Coptic Orthodox martyrs saying, well, there are no more martyrs than Hamas martyrs, that did upset me. I don't know what happened. I'm in a live stream. He goes, I want you to join my stream right now, you and William. I want to debate you guys right now. I go, hold on, buddy. I'm on a live stream. I know what's going on. I swear I didn't know what's going on. Something about whatever. And then it then went downhill from there. Now, sadly, Jay happened, and I know I'm going to get clipped on this. Jay was right. I didn't see it, but Albrecht, because I don't work with him anymore. All right. Nonetheless.
Wait, Sam worked with someone and then doesn't get along with him anymore?
Mm-hmm.
That's weird.
Shocking, I know.
I got upset at Jay, but I never wished God, again, it's on record, man. Guys, stop. I got it recorded. I never wished God destroy his marriage. That's not what I said. I said, if Jay is paranoid about these conspiracy theories, then he's going to be a hard person to live with because he's going to be paranoid. And it will.
Did you include the receipt here, Thaddeus? Okay, you include the receipt. You hear this? I didn't wish it. Now, to be fair, he does say, I don't wish this on you. He's just prophesying that it's going to happen. He's a prophet. Mm-hmm. He doesn't want this to happen. He's just a prophet receiving the message from God that this is what's going to happen to him.
Lead to destruction of the marriage. But I want to apologize to Jay, even though I called him gay friar and gay dryer, and he called me scam Shamoun. And Jay, I'll always be your scam Shamoun. Okay, so I just want to apologize to that man. I'm
going to apologize because he's useful to me in the whole OrthoBro community. Are the only guys I can get defending me right now.
Thought you're hilarious. I love your personality, brother. And hopefully, when we first did a stream, I was 30 pounds lighter. Next time when we're together, I'll be 30 pounds lighter again.
So now they're going to be together. It's going to be awesome.
Getting buff, Jay. Don't hate. So I just wanted to set the record straight.
Well, there you go. This is a show of reconciliations.
There you have it. The OrthoBros and Sam Shamoun squashing the beef so that they can go around attacking every Christian apologist who's wrecking Dawa as the Dawa guys cheer them on and praise them. Good times, good times.
Sam wants to reconcile with Jay. The OrthoBros want to reconcile with Sam.
So I might have accidentally put the receipt in the wrong. It might be after this part. I'm not sure, but I definitely put the receipt in there. I might have put it in the wrong place, or this might be related. But either way, that was super weird because on the one hand, he is definitely like humiliating himself, like basically begging Jay Dyer for forgiveness. But at the same time, he's like using language to avoid most accountability.
Mm-hmm.
It was really weird stuff. It didn't sound like an apology to me. It sounded like begging.
Mm-hmm. There we have. I don't want to talk about
guys. Shots fired. Shots fired. Guess who started trolling Apostate Prophet's live stream? Getting David Wood upset. You thought it was my fault with Jay Dyer. See, this is what happened. When the ortho hoes started manifesting foaming, the Lord Jesus crushed their mouths, rebuked, chastened them, teach them to fear Lord Jesus, and save us from becoming like them. And they were blaming me and William. Well, what do you do now that he went after Apostate Prophet David Wood? He manifested in their live stream. Here it is. Damn, Gina, shots fired. Jay Dyer wouldn't stop trolling the live stream, accusing AP D. Wood of running from debating him, just like he falsely accused William and I, and then until William and I called him out and pwned him and punked him, right? Suffice it to say, this didn't set well with David Wood, causing him to start mocking Jay. OrthoBros is supposed to be in Dizzle fashion. Once you get the Dizzle upset, and once he figures out what triggers you, then it's all over for Jay and crew. It got to the point David Wood started mocking him, humiliating him, and calling him pretty much a pansy who cannot handle the heat and cannot endure it, but manifest when someone gives him a taste of his own medicine. That means David Wood doesn't like Jay Dyer or the ortho hoes. It's on, folks. It's on. Go check the comment section. And then David Wood challenged Jay Dyer, come on Monday with Andrew Wilson, because they're livid over this issue of Israel. It's on. So now you guys gonna blame me? I'm the problem. You see what happens in my case? I will call out these dogs, these trolls, these demons, and I will call out these arrogant cultists, and then I'll get condemned and blamed for being a troublemaker who can't get along with anyone. And then glory to you, Father. Glory to you, Lord Jesus Christ. Glory to you, Holy Spirit. At the end, I end up vindicated.
So does that sound like the same story?
Yeah,
that was receipt 1, but we got receipt 2 is what you were thinking of.
Yeah, but but I mean, think of guys. Everyone catch that? When is that? Last year. So that's last year when at that particular time, Sam was more mad at Jay Dyer than he was at me or AP. And so when we start responding to Jay Dyer, he starts cheering for us. Yeah, that's right. You see, Jay Dyer's being exposed, and he's calling them ortho hoes. Well, fast forward to this year when he's more mad at us, and then, hey, OrthoBros, yeah, Jay Dyer, yeah, let's all get along, man. Yeah, it's all just big misunderstanding. This guy has no actual concept of real loyalty. It's just everyone is a tool, a weapon in whatever battle he is fighting. And, 6 months from now, he may be mad at someone else and stuff like that. And then anyone he's attacking right now, he'll try and enlist them for help and so on. It is absolutely pathetic. So notice he's calling them ortho hoes. It's just last year, guys. Calling them ortho hoes. Calls Jay Dyer a gay liar and stuff like that. But here's the other receipt. So he said he was just saying because of
you're consumed by paranoia.
Yeah, if conspiracies are eventually going to bother, your wife, and then that could lead to a problem. That's all he was saying, guys. That's all he was saying. Let's see.
I'm going to prophesy. I want you to clip this.
He's claiming to prophesy right now. Okay.
You ready for the prophecy? Jay, gay liar. here's what's going to happen. You're not going to last in your marriage. Your marriage is going to end. Listen, I'm not wishing it on you. God knows. I don't wish this on anyone. But because you're a sick demon, you're full of Satan, you're a scum.
Notice the reasons, not just you're a little too much on the conspiracies. You're a sick demon. You're this. You're that. Hang on.
You're not going to last in your marriage. Your marriage is going to end. Listen, I'm not wishing it on you. God knows. I don't wish this on anyone. But because you're a sick demon, you're full of Satan, you're a scum.
Scum.
Narcissist. You gaslight. Only God knows what you do to your wife.
Gaslight.
Only God knows. But he'll expose it. God exposes everything. Like you did with Muhammad Hijab. You're not going to last in your marriage, and you're going to self-destruct. You're not going to last. Clip it and come back and say to me, Sam, see? Guys, clip it. See if I'm wrong. I've seen people like him. I had to live with someone like him. Gaslighting, narcissist, will prick you so he can get a reaction and then make fun of you. Watch. You will not last in your marriage. And she's going to be the tool that God uses to expose you. Remember my words. She's going to expose you for who you are by the power of Jesus Christ. Remember my words.
She's going to expose you by the power of the Lord Jesus Christ. And he said this a prophecy. And right now, just a little. No, I was just saying, if he goes too hard on the conspiracies, that's gonna. Yeah, loves to rewrite history. Oh gosh. All right, we got a little bit more. Take a couple super chats. Where did I stop? Let's see. Anyone decrying holding Sam accountable needs to review what Paul mentions in 1 Corinthians about the guy sleeping with his stepmom. If we have an issue, address it in private, then in front of the church. No, you just pretend like nothing is happening. That's what you're supposed to do.
You actually left off step 3, turn him over to Satan
Mm-hmm.
from that passage.
I can
kick him out of the church.
Yeah. I can sum up. Can you imagine kicking someone out of church today and how many people would flip out about that? I can sum up the Ortho-Trolls and Sam situation. Look up the Catholic Church Hellsing Ultimate Meme. I will do that. Is doxing illegal? Why aren't these guys arrested? Well, they have problems with kind of enforcing it because the perpetrators and victims are in separate states, so states actually have to coordinate stuff. And anyway, it's a little time consuming. You are tempting the Ummah by lying down this way. It's better for my back today. Am I the only one who thinks Sam looks like Michael Scott ate Michael Scott? Looks like Michael Scott ate Michael Scott. Usually people who suppress the truth and unrighteousness end up losing minds. Yep, you notice that over and over again. I noticed the guy on the right keeps trying not to laugh. I think at this point they are more amused than anything. Oh, yo, I'm a victim of grifting. Just the proof, you see. That's true. Teaming up. Wait, Zealous for Christ and Mujahid al-Masih teaming up in the chat like Scam and Malik. The orbs made him say those things. They did. He should have blamed the orbs and apologized to Jay. I'd rather put on a white tuxedo, crap in my hand, and clap than hear one more lie from Sheikh Shamoun. It does get old after a while. Sam's already posting response videos. Truly sad. He can't stay away. I'm a survivor of child marriage arrangements in Vancouver. I was forced to attend Muslim women-only parties where older women used to select me for their sons. Message me back on Patreon. Wow. Hello, Issa, the actual goat. God bless you, D. Wood. P.O. boxes can still be harmful. LPL caught someone hid GPS trackers in an innocuous package so that when you take it home, they get your address. Oh, that sucks. Real Christians do not need an explanation about your safety. It's our money to use for the glory of God. Sam is jealous. He needs Jesus. Correct. Sam's narcissistic need to lash out at fellow Christian friends is the very impediment to his ministry reaching the heights he so desperately wants. Yeah, that's what's weird about these. Like, they want to be the superstar of the universe, but it's their behavior that keeps them from doing it. It's weird. As a Catholic, we're on your side against Sam and OrthoBros. Could you please have Jimmy Akin on for debate prep versus the Eastern Orthodox, the guy that destroyed Bart Ehrman in debate? You know who that? I've seen. I recall the name tons of times. Jimmy Akin. I just can't like picture.
Yeah, he's a prominent Catholic apologist.
Interesting. Discord mod, gay. You repeat yourself. Oh yeah, Discord mod and gay. They're synonyms. At least the OrthoBro ones. IP is up to 273,000 by our choice. Cry about it, Sam. I know. Yes. Why are you enraged that Christians are generous and want to have people's back?
Mm-hmm.
I commend you and Thaddeus for being the Sam filter. Love you. Aussie Abe says, I look forward to meeting back up here in a month after Sam doxes and rails on Cleve as the Zoots railed on Momo. Yeah, it is going to 0% chance this one lasts, guys. OBs, OrthoBros freaking around. OrthoBros finding out. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're real tough when they're messing around, and then they find out and become sniveling crybabies. If people are bothered, I mean, just think about this. David, why can't we all just get along? Dude, you're sitting there completely lying about everything and helping a guy lie about everything. Why can't we get along? Because you're terrible. You're a terrible person. That's why. If people are bothered by this GoFundMe, they should pray the litany of humility with reverence, do a novena, and log off the internet. Yeah, there's something wrong with you if you get mad when a Christian's family is threatened and Christians say, you know what, we're going to help you get a new house. If that enrages you, you kind of suck. Call the big gun winger to do an expose on Sam. Oh, to expose Sam, yeah. Reminder that Sam's second Facebook page is in a relationship with his original page.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
D. Wood, can you link Issa's YouTube? He's awesome. Oh, I wouldn't normally, but now he's finally started posting some sort of valuable content, apparently. So, we'll see this. Don't see how your wife's beliefs are Sam's business. Yeah, they're not. Yo, Issa, when is your next formal debate going to happen? Would you consider debating the orbs of Shushu, Sahomo, Shamoun? We put all the names together.
Hey, real quick there on the orbs. I didn't include any clip in this, but this seems like as good a time as to bring it up as any. Sam spent the whole stream gaslighting on orbs, making a big, giant joke of it the whole time. Now, he doesn't normally joke about
you don't want to gaslight about orbs, guys. Serious business. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. It like treating it like we're morons who don't understand that he's joking. He eventually dropped it. To be clear, he doesn't teach orbs today. He eventually dropped it. But he spent months at least, maybe a full year, arguing with his chat constantly about how they really were signs from God. And I guess he got tired of being embarrassed, so he stopped talking about it. He never repented of it. He never said that it was teaching falsely. He just pretended like it was all a big joke. But I checked earlier today. He has 27 orb clips up on his YouTube page today. If he actually didn't believe these were signs from God, why did he never delete those videos?
Yeah, and you could tell from the videos, he's like using this as divine confirmation. Notice it's whenever I'm making the very important point, that's when the orb comes and circles around my head to this. It's creepy stuff. I support
one thing.
What's up?
Oh, sorry. I wanted to say the debate I would like to do is the Quran scientific. That's something I've really wanted to do because I didn't really realize that people actually promote this argument. And I was like, wow, there's so much to talk about. I would want to talk about like ancient Greek medicine and healthcare from ancient Greece and kind of go deep into all these different types of spaces because I think a lot of these apologists don't even know this stuff. You know what I mean? They don't know anything about Aristotle. They don't know anything about Galen. I'm like, this would be really interesting stuff to kind of engage with. So that would be an interesting conversation. I also liked our debate that we did with Junior on does the Quran affirm the Bible? Because I think it's a really interesting one, and I think even in our debate, they didn't refute any of our arguments. You noticed that, right?
Mm-hmm.
They just kind of repeated their same talking points, but I'm like, we laid out a whole tapestry for them. They didn't engage anything. We said, hey, your argument is based on a global conspiracy. Nothing.
Hey, you just
Nothing. It
said
was
their
radio
argument is
silent.
based.
Hmm?
You just said their argument is based.
Oh yeah, it was based on nothing. Their argument was based on nothing. It was so bad. I was surprised. I was like, do you have like something besides these generic talking points? Like, aren't you gonna bring some really powerful thing? And they're like, and I showed them we showed them the Sunni Creed, and he's like, name one scholar, and I'm like, do you not see the Sunni Creed here? It says you believe in books, right? Do you believe in the books? And he's like, name one scholar. It was so bad. It was really, really bad, but it was funny. I'm sure there's a lot of clips that come from that, but
Yeah,
it was a disaster for that argument. But I would love to debate that again.
it's pretty rough. Yeah, but that's a good one. I support what Thaddeus is doing. I think Sam picked the wrong guy to mess with. Also, the sumo wrestler Scamini is angry. Someone give him a snicker. Yeah, and I pointed this out before. It's because it's the same thing as the Dawa guys. When they try this and then they try that and then they try this, and the threat's not working. They go after the family and everything. It's all a way to control people, and they're trying to find out what works. Why? Because there's usually something that works, and what they don't realize is there are certain people when you try these methods and it doesn't stop them and it just annoys them and they come after you even harder, and then you find out the hard way.
And you know why he's crashing out? It's not because of anything specific we said. It's the mere fact that we went live, because I actually said this to David ahead of time. I believe it might have been someone else. I don't remember for certain, but that, as stupid as it sounds, Sam has convinced himself that this Ortho Bro Alliance thing is going to finally do it for him. People will finally back down. This will be his big break, even though he's been on much, much larger platforms and it didn't do anything for him. He's still going to convince himself that this is it. And then less than 36 hours later, he's proven wrong. He's crashing out about it.
Yeah, and that again, it's this is what drives him crazy. He's obsessed with controlling other people. Notice it was, Avery, you got to do this. Oh, he's not doing. I'll declare war on Avery. He loses his mind when he loses control of other people. Like he's looking for ways to control other people. When nothing works, he just freaks out and loses it. And yeah, he has all these little bumps when he thinks this is gonna be the game changer. He went on the PBD podcast. Now I'm gonna be world famous, and I'll have so many fans that I can crush all these people who disagreed with me. Well, that show got a ton of views. It did not help him. Why? Because the problem is him. The problem is him. Then he had this debate recently that was very popular. It doesn't help it. Why? Because the problem is him. He can put on a good little show. It doesn't last. And right now, wow, I was on this show, and the OrthoBros are helping me lie about people that they hate because they're liars too. And now I'm going to buddy up with Jay Dyer. So what are you doing? You're buddying up with everyone who's already attacking everyone. People, in other words, you're buddying up with all the other people who are annoying us all. And so all the people who are annoying everyone and attacking in every direction, now they've got this alliance. Oh yeah, that's going to go well. And there's no way that all of you narcissists working together are going to attack each other in the near future, right? You're all just going to be really awesome buddies, right? Come on, man. Oh boy. Can't say I didn't tell them ahead of time. Doxing Sam equals hurting his fifis. Yeah. And Thaddeus hurt my feelings and wouldn't let me control him. This is doxing. This is the real doxing. You should do a music parody of Sam and how his behavior leads to everyone leaving him, and it's his orbs singing to him, "Only the Lonely" by Ray Orbison. Get it? Orbison? My son Luke actually has an awesome parody of "Only the Lonely," but it's called "Only the 30." and it's about the Al-Zut. Hot-tempered people must pay the penalty. If you rescue them once, you will have to do it again. Proverbs. Maybe the real orbs and PayPal were the friends Sam zooted along the way. Once D Wood puts his pants on, he makes gold records. That was for that SNL skit. But David, can't you just forgive and make up with Sam? It makes us look bad, even though he doxes and just attacks people for questions, etc. Yeah, that's how it is. Sam calling GodLogic's wife a wait, what? Calling her a whore right now? Really?
So he's mad at you and me, right? Because GodLogic's not here. GodLogic hasn't been in the chat. He hasn't said one word. In fact, I said earlier that I invited him and he declined because he didn't want to be part of it because he doesn't like drama. I mean, he legitimately doesn't like to do these kinds of streams.
You invited him?
Yeah.
What the heck is wrong with you?
I said I know there's a 90% chance you'll decline, but I just wanted to be clear.
What the heck is wrong with you,
to give you the invite since we'll be talking about you. And he said, "Yeah, I'm not interested." I said, "Yeah, I knew you wouldn't be." But I thought
if he said he was interested, I'd be like, "Dude, just stay out of this. Let the rest of us deal with the complete lunatics. Let us deal let me and Thaddeus deal with the lunatics, man."
But so he's mad at you and I, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what does he do? He attacks not GodLogic, not you, not me, GodLogic's wife. Now he already actually implied this, right? Because he said, so you guys are making fun of Cora, and she's this pure, innocent, virgin girl. So that whether the Muslims say, well, if you call her a whore, which isn't the same thing as a whore, well, then they're going to show you who the true whores are. And he meant Christina, right? He meant Christina because that's who the Muslims were attacking.
Yeah.
So he already had the opinion. Now he's just sharing it explicitly.
Yeah. Guys, if Sam praises you, beware. He is eventually going to attack you and everyone around you. Sam, a week later. Cleave to Antiquity and Alex are grifters, along with Gay Liar. That is going to be Sam pretty soon. Yo, he's mass deleting comments that disagree right now. He's deleting all that.
Ooh, shock.
My kid just asked, is that Sam's career or something? I said, what? She said, saying mean things about people. Lol. That's Sam's whole career. That is. Lol, God bless you, David, Thaddeus, and Issa. D. Wood, did you see the pic she drew of you? She was so proud. That's happened a couple times. I'm not sure which one. My brain is kind of fried right now, though. Yeah, send. I'm trying to think. Send me a message. I want to make sure I got that right. Waiting for Issa's Muslim Bible study series. Yep. Someone saying Sam insulted. Oh yeah, someone saying Sam insulted Lady Logic live right now. Dang.
Yep, multiple people saying it.
People jealous of GodLogic is where a lot of this started. Absolutely. And guys, you gotta look on the bright side and be paying attention to the spiritual dimension. Why are so many people, OrthoBros, Sam Shamoun, the Dawa God, why are so many people attacking GodLogic and his wife right now? Because GodLogic and his wife are doing work that is shaking the spiritual demonic foundations of Dawa. And guess what? Those spiritual forces will fight back. And it's already been pointed out. Have you noticed the similarities between the Dawa Bros and the OrthoBros and Sam Shamoun and their tactics and all that? Why? Could it be same demonic forces at work behind them all? I think so.
I'll just add into this because I know this is your opinion as well. David and I are here to absorb as many of those attacks as we can so
Absolutely.
that GodLogic can continue to do the work.
Absolutely. My kid just asked, oh wait, hang on. Sorry. She's so proud. Let's see. Hey, I already posted this. Let's see. Here we Saw you were live 2 hours ago, but figured you were almost done, lol. Should have known I was here till 2 a.m. Sunday. Yeah, that's on Thaddeus. Thaddeus is the one who puts the clips together, and sometimes it's 10 minutes of clips, and sometimes it's 4.5 hours worth of clips. All right, let's get to. I don't want to talk about David Wood.
Because I don't want to talk about David Wood. David Wood thrives off of this.
Right.
Do you guys think?
You see this? Right. I didn't say a word about Sam for years. He talked about me constantly. I don't want to talk about David Wood. He thrives on this.
We're winning. No, he's going to do another 6-hour stream. In fact,
You got
today.
that part right.
No, I'm not lying. Today,
He will. He knows that. He knows if he tells a bunch of lies and attacks a bunch of people, Thaddeus is going to watch it. Thaddeus is going to prepare the clips. Thaddeus is going to give them to me. And we're going to go live and talk about it and expose all this stuff. Why? And look at this Alex Soren. What a loser.
he's already scheduled a stream
it's so ridiculous.
on Malik.
Yeah.
And guess what he's going to do? He's going to play these clips of ours.
What?
He thrives off of drama.
What's he talking about? So it's hard-
Sam, I mean, it wasn't a hard prediction that we would respond based on the level of lies in this video.
Yeah, that'd be like
Now,
That'd be like me predicting Sam's going to crash out over this live stream. Like, okay, yeah, we know you, Sam. And yeah, Sam, you know me. If you're over there talking trash about Avery and everyone else and lying a bunch, yeah, we're going to respond.
Now, if Cleve and Alex had pushed back properly against Sam's lies and actually put him on the spot, there's a good chance this live wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Especially given the timing, right? Yeah. And how difficult the timing was. But Sam is claiming that you've already scheduled to do a live about Malik today, meaning yesterday, and that you're going to play the clips from this stream in that live.
We had no plan to go live today. We got a conference to go to. I was going to get ready today.
And certainly didn't have yesterday already scheduled to talk about Malik when we didn't do anything yesterday.
Well, to be fair, Sam is a compulsive liar. So
Because it keeps him relevant. I don't want to feed his ego. I want him to
keeps him relevant. Dude, I was more relevant when I was just blasting away at Islam. You guys won't let me do that.
be forgotten. Let God deal with him. I got better things to do, man.
Really? What? What? Guys, check his posts, his live streams. That dude can't go 5 seconds without talking about me. I got better things to do.
There's a verse for all of us that we need to take to heart. Honestly, it's 2 verses, Titus 3:10-11. We really need to put this in practice. May God give me the grace to practice what I preach. Titus 3:10-11 says, after the first or second admonishment, have nothing to do with the heretic. How many times? Twice.
Well, Sam, how come you have thousands of posts about me then? Not 2, dude. All right, now we have JP Uncut here.
Wood cries about Dyer, but then backs JP, who had Jake the Muslim metaphysician on his stream. Yes, this is what he was saying. So, David Wood.
I've had Jake the Muslim metaphysician on my stream.
He's complaining about Jay Dyer for saying bingo on a tweet of, who was it? Was it Orthodox Muslim?
It was, Labiano. Yes, exactly.
So he says bingo when that guy calls GodLogic a grift.
He's there, dude. Still can't take you seriously when you're acting like that's all that. What if that was all that happened? And then OrthoBros have been like, oh yeah. We told him, maybe he didn't know what he's talking about. Yeah, we told him that's inappropriate. Not what happened. You guys defended it. You kept doing it. You kept going on the pages of the Dawa guys and calling GodLogic a grifter. They're screenshotting and saying, see, even Christians agree that this guy's a fraud. And you're still going after him in this stream. Why? Because you are useful idiots to the Dawa guys who learned how to control Sam Shamoun and you guys to do their work for them. And you're too stupid to realize it. Don't act like it's just bingo. And every freaking time you say that, it's like, what? I can't take you seriously, man.
But then he literally has JP Uncut on his show, his buddy with him.
Yeah, no. This is also interesting. By the way, I think there are lots of Christians. There are lots of Christians who would say, well, even though they said that it's okay to pal around, to join forces with the Dawa guys to attack someone, That still doesn't mean it was okay for JP Uncut to have Jake the Muslim Metaphysician on there. Whereas, so I'm only speaking for myself here. When they say, and by the way, notice I gave them every opportunity in the universe. I had Andrew Wilson on there. Is it okay to side with the Dawa guys to attack Christians and stuff? He defended it. He defended it. Yes, it is sometimes. Sometimes. So he agreed. He defended it. I gave them every opportunity. If it was just Jay screwing up one time, you would have never heard a word of it. You wouldn't have heard any of this. Like we wouldn't be doing this right now. That's not what happened.
Mm-hmm.
And Cleve, you're a freaking liar when you keep pretending that it is. But yeah. So my view is, wait, if you guys all defended this, yes, it's totally appropriate to side with Dawa guys to attack whoever you're trying to attack. And then JP has Jake them, and I don't even know what the show's about or what they did on there. But if he were to have Jake the Muslim Metaphysician on there after that and say, hey Jake, aren't the OrthoBros dumb or something? And Jake says yes, and they're, oh my goodness, this would be yet another example of what hypocrites you guys are. It's fine for us to work with the Dawa guys to attack someone we're mad at, but if someone does it to us, oh my goodness, it's the end of the world. How could you, giant bunch of hypocrites? So I would have a problem with JP Uncut getting a Muslim on there to go after Catholics or even just, I mean, kind of anyone except the OrthoBros right now, right? Because you're the guys who said that that's cool. That's a good thing to do. Got the thumbs up from your two leaders, from Jay Dyer and from Andrew Wilson. Both gave the thumbs up to that, and a bunch of you did as well. Okay, I am totally fine with any Christian apologists enlisting the help of some Muslim apologists when they're addressing you, not anywhere else, but when they're addressing you. I'm fine with it. I'm not going to complain about it. Other people would disagree with me and say, I don't care if these guys are doing that. You don't do that. But you guys are such hypocrites that the more people expose your hypocrisy, the better, as far as I'm concerned. All right.
Mm-hmm. So I want to address that as well. Now, David, you're a cult leader. You do whatever you want to do, no matter what anyone else says.
That's true.
Before you last night, when I said that it's worth reviewing, you said that they talk about JP. Should we have him on? Or I'd like to have him on or something like that. And I messaged that I'm not comfortable being on the program with JP because he had platformed Jake on critically. And you said, okay, he doesn't have to be on. Is that correct?
Yep.
I did that without knowing this clip existed.
Without knowing what?
I had not seen this part of the video. I did that without knowing this clip that I just watched existed.
Mm-hmm.
I had not seen that yet. This is towards the end of the stream. I had not gotten that far in the stream when I made that message to you. I hadn't seen it. And a lot of people have the same view, right? David gave his perspective, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine with his explanation. To me, what JP did was wrong, not because he platformed Jake, but specifically because he platformed him in an uncritical fashion just to get at OrthoBros. I didn't think it was appropriate. A couple other people didn't think it was appropriate. And he was called out about that. So what do you mean we're all just grifters or don't care about anything, right? Or that David's a cult leader and just enforces his will on whoever he wants. And if you disagree with him, too bad. He's cutting you off. David and I literally had a disagreement on how to handle this situation, and he went with what I wanted.
Yeah. So yeah, guys. So I was gonna have JP on to respond, and Thaddeus was like, "Yeah, I'm not cool with what he did." And I said, "Well, if you're not cool with what he did, then we won't have him on." Instead of saying, "How dare you, Thaddeus? I will expose and humiliate you for disagreeing with me. You're done."
Mm-hmm.
All right. So David is a secret Jew. Well, that's cool. It's not secret. My DNA tests say 2.7%. 2.7% chosen. 100% dope.
David Wood claims he defends GodLogic. That's why he attacked Jay. Yehuda Yisrael has multiple videos that attack GodLogic and Ash Mays, yet David Wood does not defend GodLogic when it's the rabbinics attacking.
He can.
Interesting.
He can.
Did you hear this hypocrisy? Who? I've never heard of the guy before. Why aren't you responding to this guy? Why aren't you responding to this guy that you've never heard of before? No, what did they say?
Cleve has no idea who they are either, right?
Yes.
It's not until he gets the last word. He's like, "Oh, I get it now."
Wait, so there's a Jewish what channel, YouTuber or something like that goes after.
I don't know. I mean, maybe.
David exposed because they're Jews. He won't respond to them even if he's never heard of them before. Guys, I also take it as massively more serious when you have people professing to be Christians attacking Christians who are responding to dawah and calling them grifters and stuff, helping to dawah. That's far more concerning to me than atheists, non-Christian Jews, Muslims, anything else. It's like you're in a special category when you sit around trying to undermine evangelism to Muslims. You're in a separate. I'm always going to take that more seriously, just so you know.
Man, you understand? They were shelling in Israel. Yeah. By the way, you guys, I played it on my live stream. I can't find it. I think the guy deleted it. A video of apostate prophet wearing a yarmulke hid his cross, and the guy goes, "Go ahead, AP, go ahead and touch the wall. Get your 7,000."
Can I talk about that, please?
Well, one that's already nonsense. AP was making videos where he put his cross away and start talking to people and then pull out his cross. He recorded videos recording people's reactions, and guess what? They were, "Oh my goodness, there's a cross! Beat him up!" Anyway, first of all, hang on, guys. I mean, I was there 9 or 10 days, twice, 2 different occasions. I wore my cross all over the place in Israel. No one, not one person so much as ever looked at me wrong. Sam thinks that if you show a cross in Israel, everyone starts spitting at you. Anyway, go ahead, Issa.
So I've been there 3 times. I've gone 3 times in the last 3 years. I've gone on volunteer trips. So I know the place pretty well. And it's not at all that. This is a part of an anti-Semitic campaign. I mean, this is just what I have to call it. I feel there's just certain real problems here. Like, there's this false equivalency where people are like, people who support Israel are supposed to hate Palestinians or Palestine. That's false as well. There are many progressive liberal Zionists who support a normalization with Palestinians in Palestine. Most Jews actually took that position before October 7th for a 2-state solution. So this is just a nonsense position that, Jews just don't want to connect with Palestinians. And I think there's a lot of Palestinians who want the same. There's a lot of stress and duress now, and people should pray for Palestinians and for Israelis both. I find that to be really kind of a gross thing where people are like, I want to just support Palestine, but I don't care about Israel. I find that to be really problematic. But we see in these comments, it's this attack where it's like, we need to attack Jews. Anything affiliation, it's the same weird anti-Semitic narrative that I see a lot in, unfortunately, these Dawa spaces where it's just, you didn't Islamicize me, and you actually did it very well. I was actually shocked how well you portrayed the Salafi narrative, where it's like, everything's about Jews. Sam did exactly that kind of same role that was done in Islamicize Me, where it's like, the Jews did it. Every single problem is the Jews. And I'm like, Jews are human beings like you, okay? There's not any different. I'm Jewish myself. Like, that's my background.
Yeah, you're biased.
Yeah, I yes, I do have a bias, but just normal human beings. And I actually wanted to comment on that other post from the Yeshua guy, or not, what was his name? The white Hebrew Israelite. Mm-hmm. I was like, do you think, I'm going to comment for you, even though you didn't comment. I'm like, Of course you don't agree with anybody who oppresses. A person can call themselves a Christian. That's the whole point of the stream. People call themselves Christians. That doesn't mean they're Christ-like. Isn't that's the whole premise of why you're doing this? You're doing this because you're calling out people who call themselves Christian but are not Christ-like. That is the pivotal point of why you do this work that you're doing on the stream. It's not even just about Sam Shamoun. It's about that kind of narrative. That's a part of the ministry that you're doing. You're engaging this kind of threat that's domestic, where you have these people say, I'm Christian, but I'm going to say these vile, horrible things, and I'm representing Jesus, I'm representing Christianity, and look at all of this stuff that I'm doing. It's vile and horrible. And you're like, no, this is not Christian. This does not have to do with this. And we're going to separate from this type of thing. That's at least my understanding. I could be wrong, but forgive me if I'm wrong for that. But that's what I'm understanding from what I'm hearing. And I just think, yeah.
Oh no, I'm just gonna say, me and Israel. It's not. Oh, I'm defending everything they do. I don't. It's Israel and Jews are in this special category where what I see is anything any Jew does, you blame all of them for it. Anything any
Exactly.
Jew has ever said, it doesn't matter if it's 1,500 years ago, you can say this is what Jews believe and stuff. And it's like, why are they this one special group where all the things that we're always told after every Islamic terrorist attack, don't blame all Muslims and stuff, where that just doesn't apply to this one group, and all the rules fly out the window. So, because keep in mind, there are Jews who spit at Christians. Right? I asked about it. I asked about it. I asked people over there. I asked Christians about that. Well, what's up with this? Turns out they said it's one like hyper Orthodox group that even most other Jews don't like because they regard them as like an embarrassment, right? Well, what you see over here on X is they'll take clips of this happening and they'll say, this is just what Jews do. This is what Jews do. This is what Jews do. And it becomes so ingrained into them that Sam, the Groypers, they think a Christian can't walk down the street there without a bunch of people spitting at them. And it's like, why would a Christian take part in misrepresenting a group like that? If you want to, that's what I think. I'm not defending the spitting. Call that out. You guys are evil scumbag. Quit doing that. I have no problem with that. Just stop blaming all Jews. That's one thing. So one, don't take anything any Jew has ever said and then say the Jews believe this. Dennis Prager pointed out, I said, you can't say the Jews anything because there are Jews who disagree on every single issue you could ever come up with.
Yes.
So with me, it's basically two issues. It's one, stop blaming all Jews for anything just because you're enraged at them and you're trying to generate hostility to them. And two, even if you have totally legitimate concerns about this or that, do not help jihadis with that. Do not be a useful idiot for jihadis. Do not let jihadis use your good intentions, because you can have completely good intentions about bombs being dropped in Gaza and stuff like that and wanting that stuff. You can have completely good intentions. Don't let jihadis take advantage of your good intentions because so that they can use that to eventually wipe out Jews. That's it. And they still come at me after that. OrthoBros come at me after that. Sam comes after me after that. David Goyim, blah, 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 blah. I mean, David Sheckelstein, just because I insist on those two things. It makes me really bad.
And I think that makes you actually really noble. And I think that's the point. If someone does something wrong, then you call it out. With those people who spit, I'm going to tell you about those people. A lot of those people are they're in a very insular group. They are not normalized with other people. They usually just stay within their group. They're not even normalized with other Jewish people. So I think they have a lot of trauma. They have a lot of fear. And I think that's probably what they're operating out of. They're like, we have to preserve ourselves. And they see Christians as a threat that are trying to change them. That's a possibility. And, you want to pray for people. Pray for those who persecute against you. Like, that's a very beautiful point, and I think it's something important to remember. And I agree with you completely. I think that's the point. Like, there is and I think Muslims should call this stuff out. That's the thing that bothers me. I'm like, why aren't Muslims calling out Khamsa Shackle? That's like the 5 knives for five shekels. Why aren't you calling that evil thing out? you should want to call that out. If you believe that the Muslim community is doing good and helping the poor and helping the orphans and these important principles that you're holding to, then why aren't you holding onto that and saying, look, we must condemn Hamas. We have to condemn these murders. And it's like, it seems like it's fitting exactly what you're saying about that these people are actually agreeing with that. And that, I don't know, that disturbs me, you know, to a very deep level if people are actually thinking that's okay.
Dang, look at this.
So two quick comments from me. I did look up the Yehuda Yisrael channel. No disrespect to them, but they have 2,170 subscribers. Now, they do actually get quite good views for their level of subscribers, but obviously 99% of people, 99.99% of people have never heard of a channel with 2,000 subscribers. And I scrolled through quite a lot of their content. It looks like they have a grand total of one video on GodLogic, which is titled Jews, Don't Be Fooled by This Man, Isaiah 53 Explained, and has a picture of GodLogic in the photo, which seems to be them being critical of GodLogic's understanding of Isaiah 53 and not a personal attack on GodLogic at all. So I don't know what the heck this person thought they were proving.
So guys, think about that. Think about this situation, right? You've got the OrthoBros going after GodLogic and against Christian apologists now in general if they're not Eastern Orthodox. Why? Because we're not bringing them to the true church, and they tell us we're basically similar to Muslims to them, right? We're outside of their church, and that's one thing if they view it like I don't care how you view me, but now they want to interfere and constantly be a distraction to people who are out there just wrecking dawah. And so when you respond to them doing that, they say, well, why haven't you responded to this channel that you've never heard of that made one video responding to Isaiah 53 with GodLogic in the thumbnail? Why didn't you respond to that thing that you never? Oh, it's because the shekels and you're all getting paid. This is what we're dealing with. And they view themselves as the good guys and they act like this. And we're the bad guys. And they're the good guys. They're the good guys for having this great insight. Oh, yeah, we see the double standards here. You guys are sick, man. Cleve, you are.
And then my other comment was on that clip, or that non-existent clip, actually, of AP. Sam has been talking about this clip and saying he can't find it for months and months and months. It's theoretically possible that there was some sort of deceptive clip that existed at one point. But I think most likely it never existed at all. Sam heard it, misremembered that he'd watched it, and now he can't find it again because it never existed in the first place. But he's still going around repeating this lie over and over and over again, but he can't show you any proof. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I know AP was doing something where he pull out the cross while talking to people. So
right, like I said,
but you're right.
Things
can be totally made up. A bunch of Sam's fans are always, "Why'd you kiss the wall? Why'd you kiss the wall?" I've never kissed a wall, guys. I don't kiss the icons. You think I'm out there and smooching a wall? Anyway, so God's servant is apparently paying attention over there. So apparently Sam said she only married you because she chases fame. So yep.
Wow.
After Christina. Sam going to take his Sam Hada. Then we have, he called GodLogic a son of Satan and fake Christian. Funny how the qualification of being a Christian is sucking up to Sam and not trusting Christ. That's right. And we've pointed that out. If you do what Sam tells you to do, you are a Christian. If you do not, or if you are useful to Sam, you're a Christian. If you are not useful to Sam or you don't do what Sam says, then you're not a Christian. You're a son of Satan. And welcome to Sam World. Hey, Lex. I wonder if Sam will start attacking Issa. I feel like he's the only one he hasn't attacked yet on the stream yesterday. To be clear, I don't want that to happen. Give him time. Give him time. What's wrong with?
Well, there was a couple comments earlier saying that Issa is catching strays in Sam's live, so he might have.
We have what's wrong with Jake? We like that guy over here in D Wood's cult. These guys, yeah, I know Jake's cool. Arab Israelis live a glorious life in Israel. Say it with me, everyone. We follow D Wood because D Wood has the power to make people defeat themselves just by sitting in his basement. You see, this is the proof. I am good at that. I am good at making people destroy themselves while I watch. My family live as Christian Arab Israelis in Israel for generations. They have an amazing life. I lived there, have seen every nuanced angle. AP gets criticized for not living up to Christian standards, and he's 2 years into Christ. Muslims don't criticize Lily J or Tate that much. That's true. D Wood, when do our Israel checks come in the mail? I don't know. I'm still waiting for mine, man. What the heck? Got to get those shekels. All right, now we have what it's about time. What it's all about.
Sam, your work saved me from the Jehovah's Witness cult.
Hallelujah, man.
And
Praise the Lord,
put my wife on the path to orthodoxy. Always grateful
Glory to
for your
God.
work.
So you brought the Baptist out of me. I'm raising hand. What's up with you, dude? Shoot. That's what it's about. Now, you see, Alex and Ben, it's about them not losing faith in the triune God and Christ being God in the flesh. See, that's what's about for me.
First of all, is that remotely what anyone thinks that it's about for Sam? And also, interesting misspeak there, or he wasn't paying attention. They said, you took me out of Jehovah's Witnesses. It's all about keeping people in the triune faith. Okay.
So this is David Wood. Now we're talking about
this is pure Cleve here. That doesn't even come from Sam at all. This is pure Cleve making up nonsense about David.
All right, here we go.
being disqualified for ministry. Now, I don't know what necessarily would disqualify you more from doing anything regarding theology than admitting that you have an attraction to minors, right? And then we're just supposed
I have no attraction to minors.
to trust that this attraction has somehow gone away. So my question would be for this whole group, all right, IP, apostate prophet, all of these individuals, why are you knowingly doing conferences with this gentleman where I'm sure there's going to be children around, and you didn't say anything about it? You mean to tell me these guys had no idea that this is what he did? I don't know. I kind of like find that hard to believe.
No one had any idea until I confessed it live, which I didn't need to do. I confessed it live. No one had any clue. Why would you think they know something where they had no clue? Anyway.
Regardless if the guy has said that he's repented. So I repent. It was a bad thing that I did. You think the attraction goes away? You're a fool. You're a complete fool.
Absolutely spot on, brother. In fact,
is that you, Issa?
I want to challenge what he just said. I'm like, this person's supposed to be a Christian. I'm like, do you not know what the gospel says? It says that you have a chance at second chances, that you need to be reborn. That is what the text says. That is what the message is. It's not this hyper. I actually critique United States for this too. There's this hyper puritanical culture where it's like, if you do one wrong thing, your whole life is ruined. You have no chance at second chances. I'm like, that's not what the gospel teaches. It doesn't teach that you're finished if you did bad things. What it says is that you have a chance for redemption in Christ. That's what the gospel teaches. So I don't understand what this man is saying. I'm like, maybe he just was born in this community, in this culture, but he doesn't really understand the message of the teaching. But at least to me, I could be wrong, that's the primary element of the teaching, is reformation, is restoration, is transformation. It's not just, like when you do one wrong thing, you're finished and you're going to burn in hell. That's another theology. And that's okay if you want to have that theology. I think this is a problem when you're trying to ascribe a false theology to what the teaching actually is. So, yeah.
Yeah, it makes me want to go to these guys' church.
And this is just utter stupidity. I'm sorry, but this is just utter stupidity. So he's saying because an 18-year-old was attracted to a 15-year-old that he's a pedophile. That is perfectly normal for an 18-year-old to be attracted to a 15-year-old,
especially
or an unusually mature 13-year-old, right?
Especially
that's a normal.
Yeah, especially a stripper who's wearing nothing but her panties, shaking it for the entire room. Yeah.
I mean, that's normal. Does this moron think that most 15-year-olds are attracted to 15-year-olds? That they're pedophiles for the rest of their life because they were
Yeah, you're
attracted
stuck.
to a
And
15-year-old when they're 15?
even when you get way older, then it doesn't you never change. By the way,
Likewise.
Cleve, let me go ahead and break it down for you. Um, I became a Christian in 1996, so that is 30 years ago. This year, I have never had sex with anyone except my wife since then. But he's acting like everyone who associates with me needs to be in panic mode because an 18-year-old atheist psychopath, Dave, was was doing stuff, and you can't change. You don't change. Sick world.
And likewise, I would suggest there's something seriously wrong with, say, a 40-year-old who's attracted to an 18-year-old, 19-year-old, 20-year-old, whatever, right? It's not just about like some magic number that you're ugly until you're 18 years and 0 days, but at 17 years and 364 days, you're ugly, and then you become attractive, no matter what the age of you is. I mean, you should naturally be attracted to people of a similar age to you, and obviously, the older you get, the less an age difference matters. And these clowns are like, oh, he was 18 and he was attracted to other teenagers who were technically minors. But I mean, he, for all intents and purposes, is a minor too, right? I mean, an 18-year-old is legally adult, but I mean, in reality, they're not adult in modern culture, right? An 18-year-old is not mature. They haven't fully developed. They haven't thought everything through. There's a massive difference between an 18-year-old and a 30-year-old or even a 25-year-old. And
That's
so
right.
to suggest that because when you were 18, you were attracted to younger teenagers, that you're a pedophile is insane. It's insane.
Oh,
This
and
is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
yeah, and one thing we always have to point out, guess what, guy? No one here is defending it. We all agree it's wrong and immoral and you don't do it. What I don't understand is, I mean, I understand it. I understand what they're doing, right? But the Christians who say, well, you did this when you're 18 and therefore you need to crawl into a corner for the rest of your life and just sit there or go hide in a cave or something like that. There's nothing you can do after that. And here's just
And
here,
I just
here's,
want to,
hang on, I just wanted to point out a reality here. If I were an orthobro, these orthobros would have no freaking problem with it. If I were buddies with Sam would have no problem with it. They just they'll use anything anyway.
yeah. So, and I just want to be clear that my anger here isn't at them saying about this at David. It's undermining actual child abuse by acting like there's no difference in this situation, right? They're undermining actual victims of abuse by acting like people who are involved in very immoral acts that we all condemn, but aren't abusive, are the exact same thing, right? And in my opinion, I know opinions disagree on this, but in my opinion, using the same word for forcible rape and statutory rape does a great disservice to both categories, actually, because they're very different things.
Little side note: it's not even statutory.
I know it isn't statutory rape.
Yeah, this was Virginia, and it's called carnal knowledge of a girl under 18 or something like that. That's what it's called. Doesn't have the same ring to it, but yeah. So that's the situation. So yeah, guys, no one defending anything here. We would defend the idea that you're not forever bound by things you do when you're 18, and we normally grant. You know what it reminds me? It reminds me of that cancel, that was called cancel culture, but it would apply it to tweets, and it would be like some person would be like 25 years old and about to do something, and then they'd find this tweet from when a person was 16 and like destroy the person's life and stuff like that. It's like, what? You gonna hold a tweet of a 15-year-old against him forever? But it's the same mentality. It's whatever you did at any age. And notice it's parallel to other things like this idea. Whatever you did at any time, you are forever that exact same person with the same values and nature and everything else. But notice the parallel with this Jew did it, therefore all Jews. It's this weird situation where there is no variation or change or diversity or anything. I don't know. Weird stuff.
And I would actually even tie it even to another deeper level is, I'm going to sound like a super feminist here, but kind of the attack on women's sexuality. Like, let's say a woman, because you had mentioned this too about Sam's ex-wife, where Sam's ex-wife, before she went on the derech for Christianity, on the path for Christianity, she was intimately involved with other men. And this kind of condemnation of a woman, that this, particularly women, it's not really men, but it's on women. And I've seen this also, unfortunately, in the Islamic culture too, where it's like the woman had intimate relations before the husband. Now she just has no value, no worth. It's a really disgusting, evil thing. And I keep seeing it over and over again. And I'm like, why would you do this? Especially to someone you love, right? But it's over and over and over again. It's this thing that you had intimate relations with one man. Now you have no value at all. And yeah, I think that's pretty gross.
You got tons of people over here pointing out, I was 16, my boyfriend is 18, or I was 15 and my boyfriend is 20 and stuff like that. Yeah, my mom got pregnant with me when she was 15. My dad was 17. And then they got married, so he would have been 18 and she was 16. So he was a pedo. He was a total pedo, according to these guys, and could never be anything other than that for the rest of his life and could not be trusted with anything forever. Interesting guys. All right, let's get back to this.
My problem with this type of Christianity, they think that if you've done something before you're a Christian and then you confess Christ, that Christ has forgiven your past sins, that you're not accountable legally, or that somehow that means you're not disqualified to have a position in the church.
Isn't that literally the gospel, that you're forgiven of your sins?
Yeah, so two things there. I'm not responsible legally. Well, there's what can be done legally. Over 30 years ago. What can be done? I've given the information that I have. Why aren't police knocking up? Because police know there's nothing they can do legally. There's nothing that can be done legally right now. So that's what I mean. According to Sam, who definitely isn't biased here, and he's definitely not just saying this because he's mad at me. According to Sam, since I can't do anything legally, then I'm just I can't do anything at all. And then ministry, yeah, where? Chapter and verse. You did something when you were 18, and therefore it's weird. I mean, Sam has known all along that I bashed my dad's head in with a hammer. He never once said, you can't be in ministry, man. You were like super violent. Never, not one word about it. Till this dude is nuts, man. Dang, I've been seeing a lot of people report on what Sam's saying over on his live stream. Pretty creepy.
And you see his reaction. I don't
What's up, Ritter?
cut you up, but notice, I don't care. And then in a follow-up, because he humiliated.
By the way, at this point, Thaddeus, does Sam know he's lying about and completely misrepresent what said here? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. In context, I'm saying, Sam, I don't care if you expose me. And I'll say, I'll expose myself. I'll tell you everything I've ever done. I don't care what you can do. He constantly represents this as me saying, I don't care about things I've done. I think this is all hilarious and funny, and I brag about it. He still does it. He knows he's lying, guys. But this is the prized Bible teacher that we're all supposed to be super impressed by. And Cleve and Alex here are the guys who are really, really doing a bang-up job for the OrthoBro channel.
Himself. He goes, guys, I know what you mean. I don't feel remorse back then. I don't feel remorse now.
And does Sam know that I don't feel remorse by nature? What does that have to do with it? Thaddeus, does Sam know this?
He's admitting he doesn't care. He doesn't feel any remorse. And look at his face, and the way he describes the 15-year-old, and then he has to go in detail into what he did. Sodomy.
So Sam goes on and says that he implies, he doesn't say it because he knows it would be a lie, but he implies, so the audience thinks that you vividly described the sex acts, which you definitely didn't do.
Yeah. That's Sam, guys. And apparently he's over still attacking Christina.
It was brought to, so this is what people do, by the way. They send me stuff. Hey, look at this, because they don't want to go public. They want me to go public so I can get the heat. Someone told me, hey, did you see Apostate Prophet's tweet? I go, no. And there is someone who actually took a picture of it. It's on, if you want me to send the link, or I can screen share, where she says, Ridvan left me.
Right.
She says it. Ridvan left me. Now, remember
I saw that.
Okay. And someone saved it, and I have it on my bookmark. Okay, that's one. Okay, I don't know what's going on. Then footage was sent. Someone was doing a live stream, and I have it. If you want me to bring it up on my YouTube channel, I can do that.
So once again, admits that people send him stuff, and he repeats it and speculates on it without verifying anything or talking to AP. Some of what he said was correct. Some of what he said was incorrect. It's gossip either way. Being correct doesn't make it not gossip. And his ex-wife did indeed say that. She then retracted it and apologized one day later, but no one ever mentions that, strangely enough. And then she had all kinds of weird stuff on her end going on as well. I'm going to let AP talk about what he wants to talk about tomorrow rather than talking any further about his personal life. But to suggest this is somehow a clear-cut case of AP abandoning his wife is nonsense.
I saw AP earlier. He mentioned this nun thing here. Let's see what they say.
Chose orthodoxy. Back then I had an issue with orthodoxy. We still celebrate. We said, hey, he's no longer going to be an atheist. Amen. This is a beautiful thing. And then immediately he starts pushing Zionism. He calls for the death of a nun. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
He called for the death of a nun.
What? Did he?
AP called
false.
They're going to show it. So we can evaluate directly, but they're just saying that he called for the death of a nun. He literally told people to kill her.
Yeah. Now I remember is he was enraged that because she was just I didn't even watch the interview, but she was saying things that according to AP are just completely false, and he was thinking he believed she was a liar, and he called her a mustache whore, and then later apologized for it. And I think was called out. I think was called out by his priest or something like that. It's like you can't don't talk like that. That's my recollection, but he can explain it when he.
I have that actually right here.
Yeah, if you share my screen, because the video, yeah, there it goes, right there. This is an Orthodox nun living in Palestine, by the way.
He AI generated made her look like a demon, and says, I don't care if she hides her evil filth behind the title of nun or a priest. She can die with the Hamas terrorists for all I care. This is a Orthodox catechumen saying this about a nun.
Oh, that is, yeah. I definitely wouldn't say you can die with Hamas or something like that. But that's not him calling for a death. He's saying I don't care. If you're going to side with them, then anyway.
Yeah,
I remember.
And AP did apologize for this. I didn't include it because, again, I limited because AP is going to respond directly on their program. I didn't include that much of it.
Keep in mind, there's no repentance, Thaddeus. There's no repentance, Thaddeus. All right, sorry.
Yeah. they point out he apologized, but they claim it's a fake apology.
Okay,
is basically the gist.
The end, before she deleted her account, she was basically saying she accepted a marriage proposal from a stranger on X. Is very unfortunate. A lot of different factors in this. Look, the interpersonal stuff with these guys or whatever, this is only being highlighted to display David Wood and co.'s hypocrisy. The stuff that's going on behind closed doors, the failures, their personal sins, and things like this, I'm not judging their heart.
You see, the hypocrisy. David did things when he was 18 years old. He's 50 now. He doesn't do them anymore. He condemns them. He doesn't promote them. You see, what a hypocrite. Well, welcome to
And I will say that
welcome to the OrthoBro Church, guys.
I will say that was a little bit of pushback against himself because he kind of brought it up, but he did basically say that like there is more to the story here. Oh, I wonder why he's more sympathetic with AP than anyone else.
Don't
Mystery.
don't want to drive him out of the Ortho Church here.
By the way, I know some people, like someone's telling me, I said, Christian Prince is my teacher. There's a context behind everything. For example, when you're a neophyte, everyone looks smart to you. So in the beginning, when I got into this, I looked to people I thought they were smart. But has it not been the case, brothers, that the more you grow, the more you learn, the more you think, man, this guy wasn't as smart as I thought in the beginning?
This is yet another case of Sam bringing something up that had nothing to do with the conversation, just at random because he desperately wanted to address it.
Does
that sound familiar? Why would you be addressing that, David?
Because we said it in a live stream. It got pointed out. Yeah.
That he called Christian Prince his teacher. He's like, no, he's not my teacher. He's not really. I think he sucks, just like I say he sucks.
Now, if he repents, he'll be forgiven. But one thing about David Wood, even if David Wood repents, he's still disqualified with ministry, and I could never.
Okay.
So sorry, that first part, I forgot, or I would have said it on the clip, but he said, if he repents, he'll be forgiven and all's good. And he, in that context, means GodLogic.
Mm-hmm.
But then he goes on to say, but David, nope, no repentance.
This is good.
And will never work with him.
Yeah.
He can repent, we forgive him, but a sick sociopath narcissist with fantasies of young girls, he has to be kept away from ministry and children, live his life as a Christian, finish his days. You don't work with him.
Yeah, I completely agree. Even if he says sorry and he stops, like I'm not, all that kind of stuff, like that's fine. I don't think I'm ever going to be friends with David Wood or buddy or pals with him.
I really don't think we're ever going to be friends, Cleve, just so you know. we agree on something, Cleve.
But even if he completely repents, he reconciles with the people.
And by the way, it's not for something you did 30 some years ago. It's because you're an evil scumbag right now.
He's been doing this nonsense too, et cetera, et cetera. It still doesn't mean you platform the guy, you work with him, you do ministry with him, you do all these other things.
Why you keep trying to get me on your channel then? You hear this? Come on, Dave.
Yeah,
Cleve wants you on. Come on, Cleve wants you on, man. Come on, David. Unblock Cleve because he wants you on. Yeah, what? Guess what? I don't ever want to platform him anyway.
Hey, Thaddeus, do you want to come on? I'm not really into the Orthodox fight. And he's like, yeah, it'll be good. You can ask questions. I'm like, yeah, I'll consider it. And he's like, and you can fight David.
What? Me? I thought he didn't want to platform me. I'm too evil. Dude, it's like Sam.
I didn't end up doing it, but I suspect he probably only asked me on because he was hoping that it would cause you to come on.
Yeah. That is interesting, isn't it? There's the parallel with Sam there, right? That Sam for years thought I would eventually go back to working with him and it was just going to be some, it just had to be the right opportunity. And it was when he said PBD wanted us to go up to Dearborn and we debate all the Muslims there and be David and Sam again and stuff like this. And Sam thought that was going to make me go back. Oh, yeah, well, it's an awesome opportunity. Let's do it, Sam said. I was like, no. And then it became clear to him, oh, this dude is seriously done with me. That's when it was like all out war and he starts going after AP and everyone else. Yeah, notice Cleve's like that. It's like, ooh, I can get, ooh, yeah, come on, David, come on. And then once it's clear, no, I'm not coming on your show. We never wanted him. He's done. Let's declare war on him. No one should platform him ever. Bunch of dorks. Hey, Cleve. I mean, isn't Jay kind of platforming me by debating me at the next debate con? I thought he's your ortho king, man. What's up? He didn't get the memo, dude.
That said, I actually kind of agree with the principle, right? You can forgive someone without wanting to work with them, right? You could say, I forgive you for what you did to me, but I'm not interested in ever working with you again.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually agree with that.
Yeah, and someone can be so messed up or have done something so messed up that even if you think, okay, this person seems like he's repented, you could be like, okay, but I don't fully trust this person. I mentioned this before. There was a dude that this was at St. Bride's Correctional Center, and he seemed creepy, and people didn't seem, vast majority, people who would ordinarily seem creepy to people didn't seem creepy to me because I was, I grew up pretty creepy dude. This dude, I just see him on the rec yard and stuff like this, and I talk to him a little bit and stuff like this. Like, there's something really freaking creepy about this dude, right? Something really creepy. Anyway, and people started explaining the dude's situation. Anyway, he was a mortician. This guy's nuts, man. This guy's a mortician, but he would just talk about what he did to the female bodies of ladies in the dead bodies of ladies in the mortuary and stuff like this. But he just like would tell it just like he's saying what he had for lunch and stuff like this. And it's like the most, anyway, people wanted nothing to do with this dude. But anyway, that dude is super creepy where he could repent, become a Christian, become a diehard Christian, and I would be totally against that dude ever having any sort of leadership position. Even if you completely repent, and it's like, all right, some things are so heinous that I hope for the best and hope you are sincere, but the consequences of being wrong about how screwed up you are make me never want you. I don't want you to be in a position where you could ever conceivably get away with something because of your position or something like that. So no, I get it. I get people can do super messed up things to where you're saying, okay, you're not leading a church. You're not going to do that. We're not going to trust you for that sort of thing. If someone was a notorious pedo or something like that, I would, okay, you don't get to be around. You don't never get to be around. Like alone with kids ever. You just don't get to. And maybe you would never do something. Maybe you would never do something. But even if we're 99.9% sure that you are not going to be super tempted or something like that when you're around that kid, even though it's a small risk because you've completely changed, even on that tiny chance, you don't want there to even be that tiny chance or something like that. So I get it. But I mean, what are these guys objecting to? Like, David attacked his dad, or David did this with a 15-year-old when he was 18, and therefore what? He can't make YouTube videos? What do they even mean, stepping down from ministry? I'm a YouTuber, guys. Can't do that anymore, and can't be platformed anymore, even though I'm debating their king in October. This is weird stuff. Let's see this proof, though.
There you go.
This is
on the live
funny
stream right now.
Oh, and little side note, guys. Along the lines of what I was just saying, there have been Christians who just don't trust me because of my violent past and because I'm a diagnosed psychopath, right? They just, I applied to Biola University for graduate school. Like, I was finishing my degree and stuff, finished a double major in biology and philosophy. And I applied there, and they, there's a question, you ever been convicted of a crime? If so, please explain. Well, I explained it to them. And then they said, have you gotten psychological treatment for your disorder and stuff? And I said, no, I just, I became a Christian and been studying the Bible all this time and stuff. And they said, well, yeah, we can't accept you until you get like massive psychological treatment. And I was, no, I'm not getting a bunch of psychological treatment just to go to your school. But here's the thing. I wasn't mad about it. I get it, right? I mean, think, what do you know about this? And by the way, I wasn't just a random guy. The guys who wrote my recommendations were Gary Habermas and Mike Lacona. They wrote my recommendations for going to Biola. But they turned me down. Again, I'm not mad because I get the reasoning. You control who goes to your school. Suppose you're 99.9% sure D Wood, totally repentant, totally changed. He's not this violent psychopath that he once was. Well, Suppose you're wrong and I kill someone at the school. I get ticked off and kill someone at the school or something like that. Well, that's on you. That's on you for letting me in. So I understand. Hey, no. So I get that reasoning. But I still don't get just this. No, you have to be locked into never doing anything for the kingdom if you were bad before you were a Christian. I don't think these guys believe it either. But they'll still use it if it's a weapon. What are you saying, Thaddeus?
Mm-hmm. So yeah, this clip here, not the most serious issue of the whole thing, but I titled it, "This is the proof," because it is quite humorous, at least to me, because it directly involves me. That might be part of it, and I'll admit. But Sam is constantly making predictions about what David will do or what I will do, and he never gets them right. I mean, okay, maybe not never, but rarely gets them right, because he's completely incapable of understanding how a normal person, or even David, who's definitely not normal, thinks, because it's part of his condition, right? It's part of his personality disorder that he's incapable of understanding other people, of even seeing other people as people. And as a result, he's always just thinking what he would do. So he predicts what he would do, and that's usually not the same as what anyone else would do. But here, I think we get Sam pulling this up. Again, this is another thing that he pulled up that Cleve definitely didn't want to talk about, but it's something that someone sent him, because this is literally happening at the same time. I'm live with Chris Kloss on Chris Kloss's channel, and someone sent him that GodLogic dared to go into Chris Kloss's chat. Well, didn't touch on this earlier, but Chris Kloss is probably the main reason why GodLogic distanced himself from Sam, because Avery is very close friends with Chris, and Sam randomly decided to attack Chris for absolutely no reason starting about a month ago.
Yep, I've seen that.
Avery, you are a joke. You truly are the devil until you repent. There is Avery given $20 right now. Someone sent to me on the live stream of Thaddeus, the doxer, the liar, the slanderer, and Christina Closet. There you go, guys. That's your Avery. Right now, this was sent to me because they're doing a live because Thaddeus is panicking because he got exposed for doxing. And when you told me I should have reached out to him, I did. I texted him. Guys, there's the evidence. There's your doxer. GodLogic, you're a joke. You really are a joke. You truly have been handed over to Satan. It's about money. Shame on you. The Lord rebuke you to repent. It's over for you. You are no better than David Wood. That's why God is going to hand you over. Sit right there, brother. $20 as they're streaming right now because they're panicking.
Yeah, guys, again, we were mentioning this earlier. All the messed up things Sam has done, all the abuse, all the insults, talking about pissing on people's mothers and stuff like that. Avery gives a $20 super chat. You see, God is going to destroy you. That's the level.
Do you know what's fascinating? You called this out, David. You called this out and said, like, this was like several weeks ago, I think, and you were saying that this is what he does to everyone. He'll make you seem like you're the best person ever and say really beautiful, nice things. And then in the next step, if you do something that's wrong, he'll pull out the rug. You literally said that just a while back, and you said he was going to do this to Avery. And I guess, this kind of prophecy came true. David
predicted it to the exact day, by accident, but nonetheless to the exact day.
That's true.
Avery, that Sam would betray Avery and start attacking him publicly, or however you want to put that exactly. But he's going on and on and on about this $20 donation by GodLogic, by Avery, as proof that he's all about money and it's not about integrity or whatever. He didn't use the word grifting there, but then he does go put up an X post saying that God has exposed Avery. This is the clear proof that he's a grifter. He gave $20 to Thaddeus. He didn't give me anything. This is Chris Kloss's live stream. And how would giving anyone money be grifting? But I'm panicking. It's my live stream. I invited Chris on. Chris decided he needed to make a singular video addressing Sam's continual abuse of him a little bit, but 95% of GodLogic. And I saw that he was doing that, and I said, I'd love to come on to that program. And he said, I'd love to have you on. It had literally nothing to do with me. This was scheduled because of Chris's desires, and all the clips that we played were related to what Chris wanted to talk about. But GodLogic comes in and gives his friend a $20 donation, and Sam flips out.
That sounds like Sam.
He just exposed himself, brother. He's got no loyalty.
Then we got the receipt.
Is
Uh-oh.
no matter the attack.
GodLogic. Everybody, Sam's going to use this as proof that you're a grifter because you donated money to a stream that I was on. And I'm not joking either. He's going to, many of his fans are in the chat. One of them is going to report this to Sam, and Sam is going to call you a grifter because you gave money while I'm on the screen. That's what matters.
Thaddeus, are you making that a video, man?
So I did put that little portion there that, that 15 seconds or whatever up on X. I think I'll try to do an actual video on it, with, or probably a short, because this will be really short, but, with some more explanation than just 15 seconds there. But yeah, so I actually went on and explained, I know it sounds insane that he'll call you a grifter for donating money, but I understand how Sam thinks, and he's going to do that because it's me and he hates me, right? That's all that matters. And sure enough, basically simultaneously, someone sends it to Sam, despite me saying in the chat that one of his groupies is going to send it to him and he's going to react this way. They still sent it to him, and he still reacted that way.
Yeah, there's no way Sam's gonna lose, man. He's too smart.
This is a fun one.
It is super suspicious to have everybody in this group within a year period making $500,000 combined in GoFundMe's, and they're all
It is super suspicious that when the Dawa Bros go in full panic mode, then they start doxing and threatening everyone, and multiple people decide they need to up their security or move. This doesn't make sense. It's an organized scheme, right, everyone?
encouraging everybody that enters into their group to start up a nonprofit and to file as a nonprofit. This is very interesting. I would be curious. We go into those GoFundMe's and see who the top donations are and who they're from. If this isn't some kind of money laundering scheme or something along these lines, who knows? I'd be interested to dig into that a little deeper, but it's just a mess.
Wait, so hang on. So IP has a bunch of drug money or something like that, and he needs to launder it. So he starts a GoFundMe to dude. This dude watched Breaking Bad. He got that from Breaking Bad, man. He got that from Breaking Bad. Walter White was making meth and needed to launder the money, and so after his son started up a charity thing to raise money for his dad who had cancer, then they start funneling the meth money through that to wash it. And so now Cleave to Antiquity thinks that Inspiring Philosophy had some dirty money. It's from some illegal purposes. And so his brilliant plan was he'd get Malik to dox him. He'd get Malik to dox him and his family. And that would allow him to start a GoFundMe, and then he could have this money using some fake accounts put into the GoFundMe, and then it's all nice, clean money. Guys, these are the orthodox. These are the orthodox. Yeah, that's a good point, man. Wow. Yeah, we do need to. And what's he suggesting? He's suggesting looking into it. What you're not going to find is a bunch of Christians donating to someone to help him move. It's actually
And
Yeah,
I would also
there are
say,
literally thousands and thousands of donations on that GoFundMe, and to launder money through a publicly traceable, prominent website that all kinds of eyes will be on would be a very bizarre behavior. But I'm far more concerned than the stupidity of this suggestion, of the seriousness of this suggestion. Money laundering is one of the most serious crimes to the government. Why? Why does it carry such severe penalties? Because money laundering, by definition, means you're committing other crimes that are involving huge amounts of money, but it's often very hard to prove those crimes. But the money is easily traceable. So there's a very severe penalty for money laundering, so much so that it is a federal crime. It's not a state crime. Most crimes are state crimes. It's a federal crime to launder money with very severe penalties. And he's just throwing this out here with zero evidence other than the fact that there's a large amount of money involved and more than one person had a fundraiser in recent history.
Yeah.
Now, as a professional,
Go
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
As a professional data analyst, I understand data much better than most people. And it's a mark of human intelligence that people are able to recognize patterns. However, it's a side effect of human intelligence that people see patterns that don't exist all the time. You have a sample size of 3 fundraisers, I believe, that no, maybe 4. It depends on if they're including the copyright one or not. And that is an unusually large number of large fundraisers from a small group of people who have been on YouTube in many cases for 10 plus years and have never done a large fundraiser or only done one before or whatever. However, there's a clear correlation, explanation for that unusual data. First of all, it probably wouldn't be definitive that there's something there to begin with because it's a very small amount of data. But second of all, we know what the correlation is. As David just said, Malik is doxing everyone and other Muslims are melting down. I've been doing this for 8 or 9 years now. I've gotten like vague death threats or vague other kinds of threats from time to time. The first time I ever got a serious, violent, explicit death threat was last week. And I'm not even talking about Islam right now. Something is going on in the Muslim community, right? Something is going on here. They see that, let's be honest, Avery in particular is completely destroying their ummah. Plus, that combined with the fact that they have fallen so much to the, tough guy, beat each other up attitude that will make someone popular at the expense of the community, that they now have the worst people ever representing the face of Islam, and they're constantly fighting with each other. So you have their community in complete and total disarray for its own reasons. You have GodLogic, Fearless Truth. Look, I'm shouting out someone who's not a Protestant, right? Fearless Truth. Other people upcoming, doing amazing work, destroying Islam, and they're in panic mode. And these geniuses think, oh, this is clear evidence that there's like massive drug trafficking or, other illegal goods going on here. Yeah,
we need to investigate this. Cleave to antiquity, guys. Super genius. And it's crazy, Thaddeus, what I wanted to mention a second ago. Again, this is the same guy who, if I say, hey, these guys are being paid by Russians, flips out, right? If I were to just make fun of him based on what he just did and flip this about and make him that maybe these guys, maybe this needs to be investigated. Maybe these guys are all getting paid by Russia, would lose his mind. How dare you? You're going to have conclusive proof or something like that. And he's sitting here, maybe these GoFundMes need to be investigated here. Do it, dude. Get an investigator. We'd think that was very, very humorous.
But you know what? I just realized, I'm sure this is a coincidence.
What's up?
Sorry, I'm sure this is a coincidence, but Malik said that a private investigator was looking into IP's fundraiser.
Someone probably did.
I'm sure that's a coincidence. I'm sure that Malik didn't get. I'm sure that. See, look, Cleve. Unlike you, I understand that sometimes there's just coincidences.
Mhm.
I'm sure that you did not get that from Malik, but nonetheless, Malik made the same sort of accusation that there's something illegal going on about the money.
All right, now we got to wrap it up here.
Let's wrap it up with this. As we said earlier in the show, GodLogic, David Wood, these guys, Thaddeus, so on and so forth, AP. Look, this doesn't have to continue to escalate. This doesn't have to be some kind of endless cycle.
This doesn't have to. All you guys have to do is just stop. Just stop.
Mhm.
We just filled an entire live stream with endless lies and baseless accusations against everyone and calling you all grifters and stuff, but, you know, it doesn't have to continue this way. Dude, look on the screen. You guys are the ones who start everything. You are the ones who start everything. We respond to it when you make up a bunch of stuff or you do horrible things. And you seriously pointing a finger at us? Why are they keeping it going? What a dork.
Full of invectives, attacks, whatever the case may be, where it's getting personal. It's no longer about the theology. It's just character attacks and all this kind of stuff.
Well, who started the character attacks? Why'd you guys start with the character attacks? Why'd you guys call Logic a grifter? Oh, that was us.
This could stop right here.
It could stop.
You guys would just
Really, it could stop right here. I'm not going to do it because I already know, but I'm actually tempted to just not say anything for like a month and watch these guys just continue blasting away. Bunch of dorks.
stop all dogpiling on
Just
Sam.
stop it. We want peace.
Stop all dogpiling on the
Stop
Orthodox.
dogpiling Sam. So what he calls everyone. Hey, Cleve, why is everyone dogpiling Sam? Look at him smiling too. Someone's defending me. Why is anyone dogpiling Sam? Because he has attacked everyone. And so everyone has a problem with him. And then you go, oh, let's have him on.
Now look, we love it. We love a little back and forth.
Oh, you're gonna get some back and forth, bud.
We love a little back and
It's
forth.
got to be substantive. Like this character attack, it's just so annoying. Like,
Yes,
can we just
it's
talk
a-
about the
Yeah. Cleve would never character attack somebody.
issues, please?
It's a waste of time. Let's get into theology, guys.
Theology.
So-
Don't go around calling
actually-
people grifters. No, this is theology. You are such a lying hypocrite, man.
I didn't notice this when I was preparing the clip, but it just struck me there, right? So Alex Soren there is saying like, yeah, it's got to be substantive arguments. And Sam's there going, woo, 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 I look good to the camera. Woo. Like he's literally doing that as he's saying, we need to have substantive conversations on theology.
Oh boy. Ready for another religion? I think
Like
so.
I said, people want me to speed up my
Sure.
conclusions. I'm not speeding up. If it takes me 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, God knows my heart. Just because someone presents an argument sounds good, I have to hear the other side. I don't know what people don't get. As I said, it took me over 10 years before I finally gave up on Protestantism.
I'm going to say something I rarely say. That was smart by Sam. He just gave himself 2 to 4 years to grift the Orthodox community by pretending he's going to convert.
He absolutely did it. Guys, did you catch what he just did? Hey guys, it takes me a while. And here's the thing, guys. That sounds like something that I point out that I'm open to being wrong. If you've got a case, convince me. But with Sam, come on. He he has nothing but contempt for these guys and their church and their leaders. But he knows useful idiots when he sees them, right? And hey, here's kind of the last group that I can grift, right? Because I'm declaring war on GodLogic and all the other apologists. So Protestants not going to work out. Catholics generally don't have a problem with these guys, so that's not going to work. Even lots of Orthodox people would be cheering for GodLogic to wreck Islam and preach the gospel. The only people out there who are just going to go along with are the OrthoBros. And therefore, but I know the OrthoBros, they're like, one true church, and Sam's not one true church, so they're going to object. And so, guys, it just takes me a little while. It takes me a couple years to really get my mind around something, to really change from one position to the next. I do it. Takes me a little while. So keep helping me attack Avery. Keep helping me attack Avery and David and AP and Thaddeus and everybody. Just keep helping me right now. Keep helping me. And maybe I'll come around and join your little group. If you always do everything I want and everything I say. The only way.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Thaddeus?
What's up?
Just wanted to point out why Sam would be trying to give them that hope. Because these guys know. Other OrthoBros even did start showing some concern instantly. Sam, Shamoun, and OrthoBros. So this is from Orthodox Shahada, who really, really doesn't like me. But to his credit, is pretty honest when he'll just say, hey, you guys are basically in the same category with Muslims as far as we're concerned. So he's not trying to whitewash anything unlike some others. But look, Sam, Shamoun, and OrthoBros. I'm pointing this out because this guy gets it, man. This guy gets it. So Sam, Shamoun, and OrthoBros. Last night, Shamounian appeared on a live stream with Cleave to Antiquity and Alex, what's his name, Soren? This was portrayed by both sides as a reconciliation stream, supposedly between Sam and OrthoBros. Make no mistake about it, Sam burnt every single bridge and is now trying to find solace with the Orthodox community solely because he has common ground with us against Team Grift. David Grift, Grift Logic, Inspiring Griftology, etc. Okay, that was funny. Kai, his name's Kai. Q-A-I, that's a name? I'm saying I know a kid named Kai, is it K-A-I? Anyway, I don't know. I, Kai, have engaged Sam over the course of several years, attempted to teach him orthodoxy, have had numerous private conversations, and I will tell you firsthand, Sam is using the I'm studying and I'm a neophyte excuses endlessly as cover to push ecumenism and his demonic apostolic Christianity BS. Sam is not interested in orthodoxy. In fact, Sam mocks orthodoxy, e.g. the energies doctrine. Well, not the orbs doctrine, though. Sam is interested in OrthoBros because we are the ones going after Team Grift. The Roman Catholics are not going after Team Grift. The Oriental monkey are not going after Team Grift. The Church of the East Nestorians are not going after Team Grift. It is the Orthodox who are going after Team Grift. His interactions with people are not based upon gospel truth. Sam is mentally unhinged and a vindictive person ready to turn on anyone in a heartbeat should they dare to say anything against him. And in the next heartbeat, be that person's best friend because they are attacking Team Grift. Do not lose sight of the fact that Sam teaches and promotes heresy. Calling out Sam, blah, 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 blah. He needs reconciliation with Christ first and foremost, and I guess that only comes through becoming an OrthoBro. And Cleave to Antiquity said, I appreciate your input, Kai. I agree. The Apostolic Church's doctrine is completely wrong, and it's not something we pretend doesn't exist or worse, blah, blah, blah. I've told Sam Next, I'd like to have a friendly discussion about Orthodox theology. Yes, Sam will be very interested in it. See how people respond. I always take a hope for the best, prepare for the worst approach. It's good to know that people are being sober about this. Very well said. Thank you for your perspective. Nice to get along. I wish Sam would join Holy Orthodoxy. Trust me, no you don't. Be careful what you wish for. I think he does have some mental issues, and sadly, Kai is probably right about this move. I think the attack on his marriage was uncalled for. Attack on his marriage? Uncalled for. I don't believe his excuse for why he said it. Oh, talking about
Jay Dyer.
Yeah, Jay Dyer. Hey, look at this. Here we go. Look at this. This guy gets it. Finally, somebody in the Orthodox online world said all the quiet parts out loud. Sam is using us to attack his ex-friend and all of David's friends. the guy unironically teams up with Muslims to attack them and has burned every single bridge he's ever had in the online Christian world. Even Albrecht has severed ties with this cash cow. That's how bad he's gotten. And to the people who think him saying broad compliments while revisiting his falling out with Jay is evidence of his change of heart, this is a pattern of behavior. He did the same over-the-top praising of Kai after they ended their first beef, and look how that went. He'll turn on us in a month and blaspheme the divine energies or some other facet saint of our faith. Okay, so there are some OrthoBros, or this may be Orthodox. I don't know if it's OrthoBro or Orthodox. There are some very smart and wise people there. They're just not the people who are calling the shots for them. Oh. Pretty crazy. Take these last super chats, man. I've been going forever. D. Wood and Reasoned Answers. How do you keep calling Sam his own God? How can he be God if he clearly ate food? A lot of it, in fact. Someone worked the Quran into that. D. Wood, did you ever watch My Name is Earl? It's a sitcom set in a West Virginia trailer park. I did see some episodes. I didn't know it was in a West Virginia trailer park. That was West Virginia? I did see some episodes of that. It was funny. There was something when he went to prison. I was watching. I forget. I don't even remember what it was. I remember he was in prison for something, and I was like, these guys actually have some people writing who know about prison, because this was spot on. Lots of movies and stuff they make about prison. And you're just like, that's like someone's imagination about what prison is like. Whereas other people, sometimes they get it right, and it's like, okay, I think this guy knows something here. Wood is still attracted to teens because of what he did at 18. So Cleve is still against the Orthodox because he was once against the Orthodox. You see? You OrthoBros, keep an eye on him. He's about to turn on y'all. On a serious note, thanks D. Wood and Thad for standing your ground with confidence in Christ that you are in the right. Sam reminds me of my mother, the way he spins everything you guys say. And seeing the way you handle it has given me a lot of encouragement to be able to stand my ground in the truth. God bless you guys. That's cool. People complain about David's ministry as if he was running a church. All he does is make videos, stream, debate, and talk in public places. Not allowed to do that, guys. Totally by no EO is a former criminal. Eye roll. Yeah, none of these guys. Good morning from the Netherlands. Got a lot to watch back, I see. Sam probably freaked out because Avery never prayed for his PayPal. Shaking my head, such a grifter. Avery prayed for my PayPal. That's why he has to be destroyed. Wait, so there's a 0.0001 chance that I'm actually a Shia dog, as Sam once accused me of being when I joined his live. I might be misunderstanding. By the way, they definitely don't get indirect. Indirect support from Russia. TikTok, time to launder money. That's my real. Maybe there will be one of those rare cases of David crying when Sam is finally brought to true repentance and actually comes to Christ. That might be the case if that dude were actually to ever repent. They will turn their backs to Sam, and he betray them in the back faster than Mo jumping on the Alzutz like Mario on a Goomba. I thought you were just going with a standard Zut joke, but tossing in Mario on a Goomba. How many more Mubahalas will David lose sleep to? A bunch. All right, guys. Man, this has been forever.
Yeah, so I did have one final thing. It's just a verbal thing, and it'll just take 1 minute. Just a partial list of all the Christian online apologists. You'll see Protestants here, you'll see Catholics here, you'll see Orthodox here, that Sam has at one time been friendly with, worked with, and then crashed out about. So we'll start with some people involved in today's GodLogic. David, Apostate Prophet, Inspiring Philosophy. Cleave to Antiquity, very interesting. enough, is definitely on that list. They've had beef before. Orthodox Shahada. Christian Prince. I don't know if you'd include me. He tried to court me, but I never responded. So I don't know if that counts or not. We'll leave me off the list.
We're counting you.
George Janko. Okay, fine. George Janko. Ruslan. Anthony Rogers, of course. Vocab, of course. Chris Kloss. David Ehrman. Trent Horn. Jimmy Aiken. JPI Cut. I should have put him earlier on, but Marlon Wilson. Sig. Kelly Powers. Andrew Wilson. And Christian Wagner. Of those, here are ones where he explicitly attacked their family members, not just the person involved. Trent Horn, and keep in mind, Trent Horn is by most accounts the top and most respected Catholic apologist who has an official church position to teach. Sam said that he's a devil and disqualified and should be listened to by no one, and attacked him quite viciously because Trent Horn did something horrific. He did a video saying that Sam's language is vile. Anyways, Jay Dyer, George Janko, Andrew Wilson, of course David, of course me, and most recently, Chris Kloss, which is probably what cost him his relationship with GodLogic. Well, I guess we got to add GodLogic to the list because I made this beforehand, but apparently he's going after Christina today, so we got to add GodLogic to the family members that Sam has attacked. But guys, if we just squash the beef, there won't be a problem.
Just squash the beef and just let Sam continue abusing and destroying everyone around him. And Cleave to Antiquity says the beef will be squashed. We'll all be good to go. It is just weird. Like, someone will be, like, say the most insanely idiotic things, like completely delusional and how out of touch with reality they are, and then wonder why you don't take them seriously. Weird stuff. Cleave to Antiquity. It's my first like live stream watching them. Issa, any final thoughts before we close out, man? Hey, he froze. How are you?
Wow, that was a lot. There was a lot there. There's one comment that I actually had about the money situation, and I'm like, didn't a lot of these early churches like garner a lot of money? Like, are you going to hold them accountable? Like, these spaces that they did take a lot of money, why are you okay with critiquing people for getting money now, but you don't hold your own spaces accountable? Like, a lot of these places are extremely wealthy, and you could say some of it comes from colonialism and stuff like that. That is what happened, and you should just own it. And instead you're like, well, let me attack Protestants. Like, that was something Jay Dyer did in his debate with, what was his name, Waleed and Jake. And he was like, you attacked Protestantism. It's so great. And I'm like, you need to have accountability for your own kind of tradition too. Do you have like high-level hierarchical spaces and, things that people might view as not Christian, like where you're hyper exclusivist? You're like, you have to do all this stuff in order to become Christian, like that could be stuff that people could critique. And I think you need to be honest and own that. And you could say, look, are we really doing what Jesus said, or are we doing our own thing and kind of making our own club where it's only special people join the club? And I'm like, then how do you can't critique anything from the Jewish community then. Like, you can't say, oh, the Jewish people are hyper-exclusivist when you're hyper-exclusivist too. Like, there's a lot of stuff where I'm just like, one thing for me is I care about accountability. Just own what you do. Own the stuff that you do and grow from that. But don't just make these claims, attack people, and then you do what you're attacking people of. Like, that's hypocrisy, and it's really bad. I think the thing with Sam Shamoun, the whole situation that I see personally, and what I think you are doing here, like I said before, is that you're calling out stuff that you think is problematic within the community. You're like, people who say these really foul words and are representing Jesus, this is a problem. People who are really abusive, that's a problem. People who are attacking family, that's a problem. And this is not Christ-like. So, and I think in your ministry, that's your goal, is that you're trying to promote Jesus. And if you're promoting Jesus, you're going to promote his qualities. And people who are misrepresenting him, I get it. You're just like, no, this is not what we're doing here. So that's what I see.
Yep. Sounds about right. And yeah, on that whole raising money and grifting thing, the real leader of the OrthoBros is Patriarch Kirill, who's amassed between $4 and $8 billion. That's not a grift. But yeah, so I guess you know what, but everyone, you know what Cleve was really doing there with Sam? So because it's the same mindset as Sam and others. It's this escalate in order to intimidate. Right? So they see OrthoBros going back and forth with people, and then people starting to respond. And so what do? You get Sam Shamoun on there, attack everyone, start going, yes, maybe we'll investigate these GoFundMes, and yes, this guy should never be in ministry, and yes, yes. But guys, just don't respond, and everything will die down. Yeah, that was a warning, and it's the same thing as like going after someone's wife or anything. It's let me try to scare you so that you will back down and won't respond anymore. And we talked about this already. There are people that works on. There are people where that has the opposite effect. So guys, we have an apologetics conference in Cleveland this week. Hope to see some of you there. Cleveland, Seek and Share Truth conference in Cleveland starts on Thursday, goes all the way through Sunday. Lots of presentations, bunch of debates, should be awesome. So we have to focus on that this week. But when we get back, gonna have to have some discussions about the OrthoBros, just so y'all know. Last two super chats here. You got to remix the Zoot chokes to keep them fresh. You are correct. I get that. And then we have Issa. You can't have any final thoughts until you debate who the one true church is. How dare you? How you still on your belly, you psycho. Just kidding. God bless you. That was good. All right, guys. Thanks for watching.
So one thing, David, real quick. GodLogic 2.0 is currently live. You think we should send everyone over there?
Absolutely. I still don't know how to do that. Do we just tell everyone or post the link? You got the link?
Yeah, we can. There is a way to do it automatically, but I was thinking just, put it in the chat. I'm putting it in the chat now. Everyone go over to GodLogic 2.0. Just went live about 10 minutes ago. Says a must-watch live. I'm so excited. Obviously, I don't know exactly what the topic is, but apparently it's a much-watched live.
Yeah.
Go over there.
Yeah, guys,
grifters.
If you don't understand the connection, that's why the OrthoBros started it. We talked about this hours ago, but that's why the OrthoBros started attacking GodLogic. They wanted to attack him because he's not an OrthoBro. So they looked for an excuse, a justification, so they could sell it. And what they came up with was GodLogic sent his followers at the end of his live stream to Life's live stream on GodLogic 2.0. And then Life, when his live stream was ending, sent people over to JP. And JP criticized the Orthodox Church there. And so they blamed GodLogic. So right now, everyone go over and check out Life's live stream and let them know the OrthoBros sent you. All right, catch y'all later.